Welcome back to the second day of KansasFest 2025. It's still the 36th annual KansasFest. It's rather hard to believe. And we'll start off today with a short kickoff, review of how this is going to work. Today will be a little bit different because all of our presenters are either live or pre-recorded but original content, and we'll have most, if not all, the presenters here for live Q&A. And then in about 15 minutes, we'll jump into our first presentation. Overnight, a few more people registered. We're up to 183. We still don't have Greenland, but we are still still a diverse global audience and look forward to hearing everyone's stories. As I said yesterday, we all have one thing in common, the Apple II. Somehow we have experiences, stories, ideas, projects surrounding the Apple II, and I'm fascinated to hear what those are. Don't just pay attention to the presenters. The presenters are the people who've taken a lot of time to put together and present their work, their history, their stories. But there's also a lot of other people. Everybody else has some reason that they're here. Take a moment, jump over into Discord, meet people, try to figure out what their story is. So let's move into brief introductions of today's organizers. I am Peter. I've been coming to KansasFest since 2009. Ron?
Hey everybody, Ron McAdams from Ron's Computer Videos. I have been coming to K-Fest in person, I think since 2023 when we came back after the pandemic. Attended all the virtual K-Fests, and before that, just had to live vicariously through other people.
All right, I am Chris Torrance, and I have been coming to KansasFest, I think, since 2015, and joined the committee about 5 years ago, and just been having a blast since. Yeah, I'd like to also welcome everybody to KansasFest 2025. We have a lot of great content and talks, and there's a lot of exciting discussions going on over in Discord as well. So if you want to keep the party going, definitely head over there. We also have a few video channels on Discord that I think attendees are perfectly free to start on their own. And so later on tonight, after the official program is done, feel free to fire up one of those video channels and get together with a group of your friends and just chat about whatever you want. Just a couple of things. I'm not sure if Peter's going to mention this or not, but Hackfest is still going on. So if you don't know, that's the contest where you try to program something during KansasFest and get something accomplished, or even something not accomplished that is cool. And it ends tonight at 5 p.m. Central Time. So if you're interested in that, head over to the Discord channel about Hackfest, and you can read all about the rules and everything. And then one more thing about Discord, we'll probably also say this again, but if you want to ask questions of any of the speakers, we ask that you type those questions into the specific Discord channel for that talk. So each talk should have a Discord channel down on the left-hand side, and just type your questions in there. And if there's time at the end of their talk, we'll try to flag your question and ask the speaker.
And I'm Jay Graham. I am the newest member of the committee here. I worked at the University of Pittsburgh for 40 years and retired, so I joined the KansasFest committee after retirement. I have been going to KansasFest since 2013. I might have missed one or two in there, but I've been going since 2013, and I'm going to be introducing most of the speakers today.
Thank you for all of that. So a little review of how this is going to work. Check out our schedule. The schedule did not change overnight, but if something happens, we'll update our online schedule and we'll also announce it here. We will do our best to stay on schedule, so if there's one presentation you're particularly looking forward to, it should start on time. Please make sure you've joined Discord. Discord is where all of our questions and answers with each other and with the presenters are happening. So as an attendee, you'll continue watching the live stream through YouTube, and we ask that you submit all of your questions in Discord. We have a moderator behind the scenes picking up those questions from Discord and providing them over to the presenters. We will not be monitoring the YouTube chat for questions, however. As a presenter, you should have a separate private link to join our streaming platform, StreamYard. Please make sure you're in the backstage there for about 15 minutes prior to your scheduled time. So clicking that link will get you queued up. It won't make you live right away, so you'll have time to wait. And then when it's your turn to present, your turn to talk, we'll bring you onto stage. If you send a pre-recorded video, we'll take care of organizing that and playing it unless you've asked otherwise. Jay, do you want to give us a highlight of what's happening today?
Yeah, so today we have a bunch of talks. We're going to start off with Jeff Mazur talking about how the Apple II changed my life. I'm going to be doing a Beyond Booting with the Blue SCSI. There's going to be the Apple II GS Release Dealer Day display by Pitar. We're going to have some updates to Tangy Pack, an interview with Chuck Morrow, who is Apple employee number 57, and he was hired personally by Steve Wozniak. So Randy Kindig is going to be interviewing him. There's a full interview out on Randy's site for Floppy Days, but we're going to have an abbreviated interview here. Then we have the first half of the fireside chat with Dan Bricklin that Ron and I did, and Hacking the 2C by Mike Neal, RGB to DHGR by David Schmenk, and our very own Chris Torrance is going to talk about Apple II TS, his exciting new features in his emulator. And then Resurrecting Douglas Engelbart with the FujiNet by Eric Rangel. And last but not least, Peter, you'll be doing Packet Radio in the Apple II. And then at the very end of the day, we have the Apple II Forever Awards.
Thank you. It's going to be a busy day. Keep in mind that the code of conduct applies to all of our channels. That includes YouTube, Discord, voice chat. We are a diverse audience. One thing brings us together. It's the Apple II. Please be mindful as you speak to other people, and if you overstep, please apologize. We also have moderators available to help. If there are any questions, either with moderation or technical problems, there are multiple ways to contact us. All of us are active on Discord right now. We're monitoring all the channels as well as DMs. You can also join our email list. That's the first subscribe link. And there is a web form for sending us an anonymous email on the final link. Chris already talked about HackFest. Head over there now. If you have not started, there's still time. We'll have a variety of fabulous prizes to go with HackFest, and we'll present the awards for that tomorrow. An update from yesterday, the pins are now on sale in our store, but don't order just yet because there is a $10 discount coupon for attendees. So for $10, there is a care package with our 2025 pin. That's the one in the lower right, plus some stickers and other goodies. This does not include shipping, but attendees get $10 off of that. So effectively, you're paying for shipping and everything else is no charge. People who are not attendees are welcome to pay the full $10 price. We also have the Woz Needs You pin available separately for $10. Hey, welcome, Martin. Do you want to briefly
Hey, good morning,
introduce
everyone.
yourself to us? So I think that's all we have for the kickoff, and the first session starts in, I believe, 6 minutes. Anything else? Anything I'm missing? Chris, you're muted.
I was just going to ask Martin if he wanted to introduce himself.
Sure, I can do that. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. This is Martin Doherty. I am a KansasFest Planning Committee member since 2023, and I've been coming to the event since 2018. You can see the Sydney Harbour Bridge in the background there. It's fake. I'm not actually walking around on the water on Sydney Harbour right now. But
I was going to say, I hardly hear any shorebirds right now. I just...
I hear the Manly ferry chugging past. I'm sitting in Pittsburgh, but my original hometown was Sydney in Australia.
Also want to remind everyone that everyone here is a volunteer. Nobody at KansasFest is making any money off of this. We're here because we love the Apple II, and more importantly, we love the community. If you have ideas, if you want to help out, speak up. I'm always interested. Most of the best things at KansasFest happen because there's one person who's passionate about it. They pick it up, they run with it, and then it often becomes a tradition that carries on for many years later.
Well, I'm really excited. I'm really excited for today. I'm really excited for this weekend. I feel like we got a great group of presenters. Some things came in just right at the wire to get things organized, but I'm glad that everybody took time out of their already busy schedules to put things together for us.
Yeah, I really understand. I really understand that pressure to make something better. I always feel like if I just take another hour preparing, it'll be so much better. But then I eventually had to finish my presentation, record it. But I think that's the beauty of the hobby projects like this. There isn't necessarily an end state. The work can keep going, it can evolve, it can change.
Yep, and just on another note about the Hackfest, I'm actually really excited about the entries for that. We already got the first one in last night, and I think the beauty of that, same thing like Peter was just saying, is that these don't have to be finished projects. It's just whatever interests you. And we've had actually most years there's at least one person who says this is the first time they've ever programmed anything, sometimes even on any computer, and they've just been inspired to create something. And while these projects, they're small and they may not necessarily last forever, at the same time, you can tell people have put their passion into it. And it's just great to see somebody trying something, kind of pushing the boundaries. We also have 3 great judges this year. So we have Mark, who is our lead judge, and he's been a KansasFest attendee before. We also have Forrest, who is a longtime KansasFest attendee. And then we finally have Akshay, who is brand new KansasFest attendee. And so the 3 of them are going to be doing the judging, and we're going to get together late tonight and look at all the entries and see how that goes.
Yeah, Hackfest always hold a special place for me because I participated my first year at KansasFest, really enjoyed it. It became increasingly difficult after that to participate because I started to get to know people. That 1 hour I carved off to go work on my Hackfest presentation was then turned into a 1 hour discussion with somebody in the hallway, and those connections are fascinating.
I misunderstood my very first year. I signed up for Hackfest, but it was only because I had this really weird chest cold, and no one liked the output.
And you didn't win that year.
No, I did not.
No.
Yeah, we're
I did
still
pull
not
a
liking
muscle.
that.
All right, folks, we got about a minute before our next session starts. Do we want to go ahead and cue that up so that way that our friend Jay can go ahead and get that going?
Yep.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right, let's duck down to the green room, gang.
Thank you.
All righty. So while we may not be physically together this year, I can tell the KansasFest spirit is very much alive and humming from the chat that we had last night when we did the retro rewind. So if you're over Wi-Fi, Ethernet, or maybe even a serial port, grab your Apple II, your Mountain Dew, and your Pascal compilers, because we have a big lineup today of talks and demos. And obviously, Chris talked about the Hackfest competition where creativity, code, and chaos collide. So throughout this event, I'm going to be guiding you through the session, spotlighting our amazing presenters, and maybe even throwing in a few Easter eggs now and then. So whether this is your first KansasFest or your 13th, or whether you're on a 2GS or just here for the vibes, Thank you guys all for being here. Let's celebrate the past, play in the present, and imagine the future together. Now buckle up and let's get started. So our first presentation is Jeff Mazur, and he's going to tell us about how the Apple II changed his life. It changed all of our lives, but it changed his and he's going to talk about it for the last 50 or so years. He divides it into 3 periods of time. One is BA, before Apple, and then 2 AA, or after Apple. After Apple Part 1, which is his original involvement, and then After Apple Part 2, which is the retro stage. So without further ado, let's cue up the video for Jeff Mazur.
Welcome to How the Apple II Changed My Life. I'm honored to be with you here today to share a bit of my history with computers and especially the Apple II. Longtime Apple fan, first time KansasFest. In fact, the title should probably have been How the Apple II Changed My Life twice. Once in 1978 when I first laid eyes on this magnificent machine, and again in 2010 when I learned about the vibrant Apple II retro community. From the title, you may be thinking you've heard this story before. Someone who grew up unsure about what they wanted to do with their life, and then they sat down in front of an Apple II and instantly knew that this was their future. Certainly the Apple II has inspired many to become programmers, game developers, or hardware engineers. In fact, I suspect that the story might describe some of you listening right now. I must confess, however, that this is not really my story. To understand where my fascination with electronics and computers started, we need to go back, way back. It's 1954. I'm barely a year old, but according to my mom, every time I got near anything with knobs or switches, I would demand, "Turn on." She said she always knew I would become a scientist or an engineer. Even at a very early age, I began taking things apart just to see how they worked. And I'm told that for my 8th birthday, all I wanted was a soldering iron. As I grew, I was always looking for ways to figure things out or do something unexpected. For example, I remember being in elementary school, maybe around 10 or 11 years old, when after school I would be in a room that had an odd-looking telephone. So first of all, for the younger generation here, this is what a phone looked like in the 1960s. Note the large dial, which had to be rotated around, thus dialed, for each digit of a phone number. And by the way, all a phone could do at this time was let you speak to someone else. There were no apps, camera, or games, although we did have 411 to find out a phone number, and a few numbers you could dial to get the time, or the weather, or later on a daily joke from the Woz. Even movie phone hadn't been invented yet. Anyway, in this schoolroom, however, the phone did not have a dial. It was meant to only allow incoming calls without letting someone call out, and potentially racking up large long-distance charges. I guess you might say that this was sort of like a read-only phone. However, I already knew much about the greatest network at the time, Ma Bell, and the basics of how the telephone system worked. Specifically, I already knew that the dialing mechanism would just briefly interrupt the connection to the phone line for the exact number of times of the number dialed. But disconnecting the phone from the line was also the job of the hook switch. So it didn't take long to confirm that you could actually dial out from this dial-less phone by rapidly using a karate chop motion on the hook switch, hitting it 5 times quickly to dial the number 5. This always delighted others when I showed them how they could call their friends from this phone. And as we'll see later, hacking the phone company would become a common theme for many of my shenanigans. My first encounter with real computers came around 1968, when my father took me to the General Motors Tech Center in Detroit, Michigan. They showed us all the computers, terminals, and equipment that they had, but eventually led us into a room that contained only one machine. It was a line printer, so called because it could print an entire line of characters all at once. This was quite a feat at the time, and it was so fast that as it printed, it made a rather high-pitched sound. Thus the need for its own soundproofed room. I guess someone figured out that by changing what characters were printed, you could actually change the pitch of the machine. So as we all gathered around, they proceeded to print out a massive document, and as it printed, it played out a very familiar tune. Although I don't remember what that tune was, I'd like to think maybe it was Daisy, in honor of the movie 2001, A Space Odyssey, which I believe had just come out. and I have no idea what they did with the reams of paper it went through during those 30 seconds of high-speed printing. A quick Google search did pull up some videos of this, but I'll spare you the agony. Let us just say that as a kid, I remember the printer being much larger and the music being much more impressive. But here are some links to some fun clips of printers and disk drives, for instance, playing some much better tunes. In high school, I became president of the Science Club and its pet project of building an actual atom-smashing cyclotron. That's me on the left. Looking back, I'm amazed at what they allowed unsupervised teenagers to do back then. For example, we needed to build an RF oscillator, which required a power supply of around 10,000 volts. With my ham radio experience, I knew how to build one, but where to get a step-up transformer with the required specifications? Well, I needn't look any further than up the nearest utility pole for one of these. Often referred to as a pole peg, these oil-filled transformers are usually used to convert the 10 to 12 kilovolt high-tension lines down to the 120 or 240 volt mains that feed your house. But they can also be wired in reverse to go the other way. But how would I get one? I guess you could call the local power company and just ask for one. And would you believe that they would actually say yes? This turned out to be a little bit of a problem when later on things went wrong, but that's a story for a different time. I'll have more to say about these transformers later. But I was still more interested in how the telephone system worked and what tricks you could do with it. I had learned about another hack that could be easily done with a few parts that would defeat the phone company's billing system. Again, you have to remember that making phone calls more than a few miles away could incur toll charges. So when I learned that a simple black box could be built that would allow you to receive calls without the caller having to pay, I had to give this a try. I really didn't need this while living at home, but the idea fascinated me, so I built one for fun. A black box can be simply built with a capacitor, a switch, and a battery. So this is how it works. When a call comes in and you pick up the phone, it is connected to the telephone company's circuits. And back then, even after you hung up, the connection between the phones would still remain intact until the calling party hung up. By the way, this could be quite annoying when you finished a call with somebody and they forgot to hang up the phone, as you are now unable to make a new call. But one could take advantage of this quirk by connecting your phone through a capacitor. That would allow the audio to pass between the phones while tricking the phone company into thinking you hadn't picked up the phone yet. Momentarily shorting out the line would let the exchange think you picked up the phone but quickly hung up. This would stop the ringing signal, but the billing system would not register that the call was completed. I loved testing this out with friends who would call me from a payphone and then after we talked for a few minutes would hang up only to see their dime returned via the coin slot. Anyway, it's now 1971 and I'm entering college and awaiting new challenges. I brought my black box with me to the dorm so I could speak to friends back home without making them pay for the calls. Soon it got out that that strange contraption I had mounted on the wall next to my phone was used to make free calls. Others on the floor wanted to use it, but I certainly wasn't going to allow them to do that. So instead I decided to teach them another trick I learned about the phone system. We had a payphone on the floor, and as was typical, the wiring to the phone went through a small access box just beneath the phone. And it was just covered with a round plate that could easily be unscrewed. I knew that aside from the two normal wires that connect the phone, there was a third that controlled the coin slot. And here's how that worked. You inserted coins into the phone to make a phone call. If it was long distance, the operator would come on and ask you to insert more coins to cover the time and distance for the call. As you added coins, they would hit different sized bells inside the phone, which the operator could hear to verify that you put in the correct amount. All of these coins went into a holding area, and when you hung up the phone, they would dump into the locked coin box for collection by a phone company employee. But if you made a call and nobody answered, the coins would just be returned via the coin return assembly. This operation was controlled by that extra wire. So by simply breaking the wire, you could prevent the coins from dumping into the coin bank. Then, after completing the call, you could simply reconnect the wire, pick up the handset, and replace it, and all the coins would come out. So I showed a few floor mates how to use this to make free phone calls. One day I got paranoid that the phone company might be on to me. So I hurriedly disconnected the black box, checked on the payphone, and sure enough, someone had left the wire disconnected. So I reconnected it, put the cover back on, and when I replaced the receiver, more than $4 in coins came pouring out. Phone phreaking took on a whole new level with the Blue Box. Here is my first one, built from some CMOS chips and an old calculator keyboard. I'm sure you have all heard stories about the wonders of seizing trunk lines, making calls to anywhere in the world, and routing your call so many times around the globe that you could hear the audible echo. Alas, as I grew up and became more responsible, this all came to end. Well, that and the fact that the phone company switched to electronic switching systems, which made all of this obsolete. I took a break from college, and by 1974, I had moved to Los Angeles. And I now had a respectable job as a broadcast engineer for one of the major U.S. television networks. So I turned my sights to less questionable endeavors. Meanwhile, the arcade game Pong had come out, and it was a fascinating piece of engineering. I had purchased one of the earliest home video game consoles, the Magnavox Odyssey. It had a similar version of this table tennis, but fell short in many ways. It used a plastic overlay that was placed over the TV screen to create some of the background. And the paddles moved up and down, but there was no physics involved. It didn't matter where on the paddle the ball hit, it would always just reverse direction. In fact, after hitting your paddle, the vertical position of the ball was totally under control of the small knob on the left of your controller, which they called English. You could even wait until the ball was about to hit your opponent's paddle and then use that control to just leap right over it. The game was in black and white, and there was no sound or scoreboard. Like the actual arcade game, the Odyssey was built up using small transistorized plug-in modules inside the unit. I immediately began to figure out what each one did and proceeded to modify them to try to make them better. I added a sawtooth generator to control the ball's vertical movement depending on where it hit your paddle. And I added sound to the collision detectors, and I was about to see if I could add on-screen scorekeeping. Then, in 1975, Sears rolled out the Telegames Pong console. It had everything like the arcade game, including scorekeeping. And it was even in color. I immediately threw out my Frankenstein Magnavox, dropped about $100 on this new machine, and was stoked about what it could do. It did have one drawback, however, and that was that the two controls were very close together, so both players had to sit next to each other. So naturally, the first thing I did was to hack the machine so that I could remote all of the knobs and switches for comfortable use while sitting on the couch. Years later, the clock on my wife's clock radio stopped working. It was one of those mechanical flip displays. I decided it would be fun to replace it with a digital LED clock. I had been playing with various MOS clock chips at the time, and one stood out as a favorite. It had both clock and calendar features, as well as an alarm and timer, and even a snooze feature. So I replaced the clock using the alarm function to either emit a beep or turn on the radio. Even the timer was useful to go to sleep with music and have it turn off after a set time. Then it hit me that I could have all of these functions displayed at once. So I created the 10-function digital clock that I wrote up for the August 1977 issue of Radio Electronics. By the way, the prototype of that clock still sits on my nightstand today, almost 50 years later. And it still gets me up on time. This was also the beginning of my mail-order kit company, Westside Electronics. One of my next kits was a BCD clock that displayed the time in binary-coded decimal. This was also written up in November 1979 Elementary Electronics. Other kits soon followed, but then a magic moment occurred in 1978 when a colleague at ABC came to me one day with a request. He was a fellow ham radio operator and wanted to use his newly acquired computer to log his communications over the radio. But this required the computer to have knowledge of the current date and time, which it did not. When he brought in his spanking new Apple II computer and I first set my eyes on all those empty slots inside, I knew exactly what I had to do. While Apple was already selling the Mountain Computer Apple Clock board, it was over $100 and had about 30 separate TTL chips on a very large card. I knew I could build a much better board based on a single MOS clock chip. Thus, my first Apple II peripheral board was born, the Apple Time. It was low power, easy to set, and could be read out from BASIC or machine language. But it didn't have any ROM, so when I approached Apple to see if they wanted to sell this, they encouraged me to add firmware so it could be read using the PR number and IN number commands. The next board I did for the Apple was the Apple Throttle. It used the paddles to control the speed of the CPU. You could slow down the computer to a crawl and see exactly how it worked. For example, you could watch how it scrolled the screen, overriding each line from the bottom up with the line below it, and then finally displaying the new line at the bottom of the screen. By 1980, I released the SuperClock 2, along with the first auto timestamping patch for DOS 3.3. It also provided 4 options to generate interrupts, which I used to add millisecond timing. Eventually, I updated this design and licensed it to Practical Peripherals, which sold it as the ProClock and also later joined by the ProClock 2C. I showed many of these new products at the West Coast Computer Fair. I even introduced a new concept for the Apple II. I took an off-the-shelf X10 controller that Radio Shack was selling for its TRS-80. It connected to the cassette in and out ports, so all that was required was to change from DIN plugs to phone plugs and rewrite some software. Then I discovered that for just a few cents worth of parts, you could modify this device to read X10 signals as well as send them. This was a major improvement, as you could now use X10 remotes to actually send input to the Apple. And then I also realized that by interpreting the raw X10 signal this way, it was also possible to override them and secure your whole X10 system from inadvertent or malevolent use by one of your neighbors. See, the X10 system relies on sending signals over the electrical wiring in your home, but you share the same power lines with many neighbors that are fed from the same transformer. Remember those pole pegs? This is especially an issue in apartment buildings and condos. In phone lingo, this would be like sharing a party line. So to address this issue, BSR, the creators of the X10 system, came up with the idea of house codes. Every device could be assigned a house code, and as long as you and your neighbors pick different ones, all will be fine. But there are only 16 codes to choose from, and of course you would probably not know what codes were already being used. This might not be too annoying if you were just controlling your lights, but the appliance modules were meant to control devices like fans and coffee pots. Even if you could trust your neighbors to cooperate, a new user, or worse yet, a bored teenager, could easily go through all 16 house codes in no time just to see what they might control. Which, if you just left on vacation and that darn coffee pot gets turned on, well, hopefully you have a home to come back to. So I found that I could have the Apple II continuously listen on the line for the RF signals that X10 uses to communicate. As soon as a transmission starts, the Apple would first look to see what house code was being addressed. If it matched the one you were using, the computer would next look for an unlocking code. This could be any number of digits you wanted to use for a password. If the password was not sent, the computer would then just send a jamming signal, a long burst of RF that would effectively block whatever command was being sent. Thus, the Apple could prevent lamp and appliance modules from being activated if not prefaced by an unlocking code. This was all well and good, but it did require the computer to be left on all the time. I did want to create a standalone plug-in module to do all this, but it would take many years before microcontrollers were cheap and small enough to do this. But eventually I did submit XLock and SecureX to some design contests to realize this dream. At the same time, I was also actively writing for several computer magazines. From March of '79 to late '80, I wrote various computer articles for Radio Electronics, Kilobaud, and Applesauce magazines. Then in 1981, I began a hardware column in Soft Talk magazine called Hard Talk. I covered many topics and reviewed a slew of products. One of the first installments was on the Miraculous Modem, which for me was an even more appropriate title, because after hand-delivering floppy disks for my first few articles, I no longer had to make the drive to the Soft Talk offices. Every column from then on was sent via modem. In 1982, I came out with RapidFire, a hardware device that plugged in between your paddles or joystick and the dip port on the motherboard. A small switch exited the back of the computer and would attach to the side of the case. When switched on, it would rapidly toggle the button 0 when pressed. This could turn your fire button into a machine gun. Definitely easier on the thumbs and less wear and tear on the button. Mind you, I did all of this on the side. My day job at ABC was great, and it did leave plenty of time for other pursuits. Then in 1984, you might say both my worlds collided. I was working on the TV soap opera General Hospital. For those familiar, this would be during the Luke and Laura years. In any case, A new storyline was developed that had one of the characters playing a spy for the WSB, or World Security Bureau. This required the actor to interact with a computer screen. The standard technology for this at the time was to take the text from a character generator and pre-record it onto videotape. Then the tape could be played back into the monitor in the studio on the set. This was actually quite cumbersome as it required recording the computer screen days in advance, playing it back on a tape machine that needed a 5-second pre-roll before it could be shown on the monitor. And the actor had to mimic typing in sync with the pre-recorded images. All this was quite expensive as well. When I saw what they wanted to do, I suggested that my lowly Apple IIc could generate the computer images in real time. I could make changes instantly during the taping if needed, and I could control the timing to react to the actor instead of the other way around. So for several seasons during this WSB story arc, I would set up my IIc and feed its video output to the stage monitor. I used a program that created double-sized text on the high-res screen so that it could be readable on camera. When the actor would be typing a question into the computer, I would print out one character at a time using a random delay between each one. This gave a realistic impression of the actor actually typing out the request on a dummy keyboard. Then the answers would print out in real time. I programmed all the messages for a given scene and then used the spacebar to advance to each part of the message. By the late 80s, my royalty agreements were starting to fade. Practical Peripherals had declared bankruptcy. I struck a deal with MD Ideas, but they too folded. Checkmate Technologies was looking to enter the Macintosh market, so I designed a Mac memory module for them. The beauty of this design was that it could also be made non-volatile, so the computer could be shut off or unplugged and it would come back on exactly the same way when it was turned back on. I received my first patent for this invention. I then used this technology to make the Apple IIc work the same way. But it wasn't long before Checkmate shuttered their doors as well. And this led me to Applied Ingenuity. They rebranded the memory board as the Seakeeper. This was quite a remarkable board. Aside from the memory retention, it also offered a real-time clock, NMI activation of its menu, which then could be used to print any number of screenshots or drop into the monitor to change memory locations, and much more. This was not easy, as I had to add my own clock, interrupt, and extended feature routines to hooks in the IIc ROM. This required a number of oft-used tricks, such as using the second byte of one instruction to be the opcode for a different entry point. I think Woz started this trend with his serial card, probably just to save a single byte. The IIc ROM, however, contained many such entry points that needed to be preserved, as well as other code segments freely mixed between the slots. And one of the clock firmware ID bytes just couldn't be added this way. So I almost gave up until I realized that I could maybe make this work by using the sync signal of the 6502. This allowed me to place two different values at the same memory location, one to be used at the start of an instruction, that is an opcode fetch, and the other when an instruction was looking for further data. The result was a very unique board that could, well, let me have this other guy explain how it worked. Here's a demonstration of the powerful features of the Seakeeper. Here's Donkey Kong, a very popular game at the time. Let me start it up as a single player. Normally when you start the game you have 3 lives, and the game shows you that down here in the corner where it says you have 2 men left. Well, very quickly, using the extended features of the Seakeeper, I was able to find a memory location that seemed to store the number of men left. Let me go back into the Seakeeper with the closed Apple reset command. This brings up the Seakeeper extended features page. I can go into the monitor using the asterisk command. Now that location, 40F1, currently holds the value 2 because I have 2 men left. But let me change that. Let me change it to a 7. A Control-Y return takes me back to the Seakeeper. And from here, I can use the X command to quit the extended features and resume the game. And now, as I'm about to die, instead of going from 2 men left down to only 1 man left, thanks to the Seakeeper, I now come back with 6 men left. Now here's something even more interesting. I'm tired of playing the game, so I shut the computer off. Now I could be writing a book, I could be doing anything on the computer, And when I turn off the computer, I can come back to it 30 seconds, a day, a month later. And when I turn the computer back on, this is what happens. It takes me right back to whatever I was doing the last time I turned off the computer. Here's something more interesting. I can pull the power. There could be a power failure or someone could trip over the cord, but when the power is restored, that's what happens, as if the power was never taken away. And here's what the Seakeeper looks like on the inside. Lies there under the keyboard in all its glory. Oh, let's turn it back on again. By the way, did you notice the use of the closed Apple reset key to invoke the Seakeeper? That's reset without the control key. This was another innovation that allowed the Seakeeper to detect just the reset key being pressed without having to actually reset the computer. And since Ingenuity was already selling the inner drive, which was a hard drive for the slotted Apple IIs, I offered to design a version for the 2C and 2C Plus. This eventually became the C drive, which was also unrivaled as an internal hard drive for these compact Apple IIs. I'll let that other guy show it off again. Here's the C drive cold booting into an Apple IIc Plus. As you can see, most of the time is spent for the hard drive to spin up. However, if we go into Basic and type PR number 4 to reboot, you can see that the system reboots into the Squirt filing system in under a couple seconds. Finally, if we were to launch Mouse Paint, you can see how long it takes to load and launch the program. And here's what the C drive looks like inside. As you can see, the hard drive is put in where the floppy used to be. While both these products made it into their last catalog, the company disappeared in the middle of the night like everybody else. Which finally brings us to the 21st century. My entry into retro computing started with a simple post on Apple Fritter. Steve Morgan posting about a C drive that showed up on eBay. It starts off, "I was blown out of the water this evening." And mind you, this was in 2010. Over 20 years had passed since I had designed the C drive. And in fact, I hadn't even thought much about the Apple II in all that time, much less knew that there were sites like Apple Fritter and such a robust Apple II community still thriving. In a perfect example of serendipity, I had just done some spring cleaning and decided to fire up my C drive prototype to see if it would still boot. It did take a small whack on the side to get the hard drive to spin up, but it actually still worked. I went looking to see if there was any other info on the internet, and sure enough, up came Steve's post from less than a week earlier. Here was my response. "I was blown out of the water this afternoon." And just like that, I was drawn back into this wonderful world of all things Apple II. Several contacts were soon made with Anthony of Ultimate Micro and Henry of Reactive Micro. This led to a short attempt to revive the C drive using a CF card. The son of C drive, also known as the IDA2C, was conceived, but many delays and a changing landscape resulted in the project being shut down. But my participation on Apple Fritter became a nice way to reminisce about the good old days of working with Apple IIs. Then in 2020, I saw a post from Dean Claxton entitled SMD ROM Replacement for the Apple II, II Plus, and II Euro Plus. This looked like a neat way to replace the motherboard ROM with both Apple II and Apple II Plus firmware. It reminded me of the time when the 2E enhancement kit came out, and I added both sets of ROM with switches on the back of the computer to select between the two sets of piggybacked system and text ROMs. But Dean's solution was much more compact and looked like something I might want. And then as I realized that he was using flash memory instead of the usual EEPROM to replace the original ROMs, it occurred to me that this offered a new opportunity to allow uploading any number of images directly on the Apple to this flash memory. I suggested this to Dean, and we began to discuss the possibilities offline. Meanwhile, the thread on Apple Fritter was exploding with other ideas for additional system ROM images and text ROM replacements, etc. And by June, Dean and I had come up with a framework for an in-circuit programmable ROM replacement board. Less than a month later, we announced our idea on AppleFritter, now with a shiny new front-end screen to upload and select which image the computer would use when booted. It also let you pick from 16 text fonts and even allowed you to associate a given font to any system image. By removing all the existing motherboard ROMs, you also could reduce power draw and heat generation, which made the computer more reliable. A special recovery mode was added in case there was an issue during image uploads, and it also included a neat dead test RAM checker that would work even if there was bad or missing RAM chips in the first bank. It did not even need a display, as it would beep out the location of the bad chip. Oh, and by the way, it also eliminated the phantom memory issue, which would often require you to wait 30 seconds after shutting down the computer before turning it back on for it to auto-boot. By October, we had all the details worked out to start selling ROMX. Dean would do all the board design and manufacturing, while I continued working on the software to add new features. Thus, JD Micro was born to brand our new product. And we enlisted Henry Corbis of Reactive Micro to handle sales and distribution. Of course, no sooner than we got the ROMX out there, we realized that there was an even greater need of a version for the Apple IIc, the IIe, and eventually the IIc Plus. So we went about designing these boards while also adding a real-time clock to them. Since the IIc in particular required 32K ROM images, we decided to double the flash memory on all further implementations and add our own soft switches that allowed the increased memory to be used for holding applications or games such as Shoplifter. We allowed images to link to others, so for example, when we load AppleSoft, it could also simultaneously load DOS 3.3 as well as put integer basic into the language card. For the IIc Plus, we also added commands to associate a given accelerator speed with each image. All of these products have been well received within the Apple community, but we did want to return to the Apple II Plus machines and offer the same functionality as our other ROMX boards. So the last incarnation of this series was the ROMX Plus, which brought full 32K ROM images, the real-time clock, and several other features up to the original Apple IIs. This required implementing the CX-ROM soft switches used by all other Apple IIs. See, starting with the Apple IIe, Apple needed more space for ROM, but the only available area seemed to be the CXXX space, which was currently used by the I/O hardware and soft switches, and reserved space for the expansion slots firmware. The lowest page at C0XX is sacred, so that can't be touched. But the area from C100 to CFFF, which is primarily used for expansion slot ROM, could be bank switched with the extra motherboard ROM using a new soft switch. This allows the motherboard ROM to override the slot ROM, and with this extra space, they could increase the motherboard firmware by more than 30%. Since the Apple II and II Plus did not have this switch, we added one with the ROMX Plus. This lets us take use of 32K image sizes employed by all the other ROMX products. It also made possible for Michael Gadero to create the ROMX++, which adds many old and new features back into these early machines. Although along with the ROM 4X and 5X for the IIc and the IIc Plus respectively, there is a lesser-known version that he did for the IIe. But with this version of the ROM++, he has now covered all the non-GS Apple IIs. Here are some of the features of the ROM++, including enhanced keyboard entry of all ASCII characters, and the mini assembler is back in the II Plus. One of the best features, however, is the enhanced reset function of the ROMX Plus. One of the best new features of the MG ROM++ is the way it handles the reset key. So if we launch the image in our ROMX Plus, after booting the machine, we can then use the reset key in one of three ways. A control reset normally will give you the warm start. Hitting it twice in succession will give you a cold boot and reboot the machine, while hitting it 3 times in a row will take you to the MG ROM++ menu. From here you can boot any of your devices or use the 9 key to go back to the ROMX Plus menu. So for instance, if we hit C to run Shoplifter, and we play the game for a while and we've decided we're done playing, all we have to do is hit the control reset a couple times, and we're right back to the MG ROM, hit the 9 key, and we can go to the ROMX menu to launch another image. Having run out of machines to offer replacement ROM boards for, we started looking for other things to make. In 2022, we started work on an all-in-one floppy hard drive emulator board called Jive. Then the exit of the popular booty card from the US market left a hole that needed filling. We began discussing how to make a low-cost replacement for it, to be called xDrive. But when MacFX announced that they were now going to revive sales of booty, we just put that project on hold. Back to the drawing board, we next took a look at the RAM scene. It was a no-brainer to release our own version of the venerable Saturn 128K RAM card. But we wanted to make it the ultimate iteration of this design by including switches to choose the reset behavior as well as the ROM sharing protocol Apple had started with its own ROM card. So with its low power, low heat static RAM chip, as well as switchable LED displays, our RAM card offered the best of all worlds, with options to configure it any way you want, including duplicating the exact function of the original Saturn board. We have a number of other RAM designs in the works, but lately have been busy with other things. In the meantime, I was hoping for an update to the firmware for the booty. I was tired of looking at the cryptic short file names and resource forks of files transferred from a Mac. Since Jonathan Adar was involved in getting MacFX to relaunch the booty, I asked him to please improve the firmware. He asked if I knew someone who could do that, and I replied, if you get me the source code, I'll do it. And since Jonathan seems to know everyone in the Apple II community these days, I should not have been surprised when just a couple days later I heard from Pascal, the original author of the booty firmware. He was not interested in updating the code himself, but he sent me the files and gave me his blessing to do whatever I wanted. So just like that, I updated the board with a new interface. The original intent was just to put out this new firmware for anyone to freely use with a booty card. However, I was soon approached by Jonathan and Mark from MacFX, who were looking for a redesign of the booty hardware. I brought the idea to Dean, who suggested we could improve on the design, adding SD card as well as USB stick support. We also eliminated the daughter card approach of the original booty, which used an off-the-shelf module to add the USB port. From this, the xDrive was reborn as a collaboration between JD Micro and MacFX. The next version of xDrive is an internal version for the Apple IIc and IIc Plus, the xDrive 2C. This is in the testing phase as we speak. One of the best features of this device is an outboard sidecar that mounts under the lower right side of the computer. Dean did an amazing job designing this so that the SD card and USB ports, as well as the indicator LEDs, are now accessible from outside the case. And finally, let's not forget our favorite April Fool's joke. That's actually a real product you can purchase. The Flux Time Machine Backup for your Apple II. And yes, they're now shipping.
Hi, Jeff. Thank you so much for that presentation. It was amazing. So the thing that was most amazing to me was how fast you got the Apple IIc cases apart. I don't know how you did that, but I'll later. We have about 5 or 6 minutes here for questions. So let's go ahead and get started. Can I have the first question, please? So the first question is from Ron McAdams, and he was wondering, what is the typical lead time on prototype boards back in the Apple II era?
Well, first of all, let me say welcome. Great to be here for KansasFest. Back then, everything was laid out by hand. We didn't have all the tools we have now, and most of the first few boards I laid out were done with, rubber tape on plastic sheets, and I would send it to someone to. We had a guy here about a couple miles away that would take those and make printed circuit boards for me. It was all done pretty much, on a one-by-one basis. But essentially, that's how the first two products were built. And in fact, in the end, I started having him, just build the boards as well.
All righty. Next question. So this is also from Ron McAdams. Do you have an archive of all your old designs, like a drawer full of cards that you've designed over the years and the prototypes?
Well, of course, I've got the prototypes. I could never get rid of them. And I, up in a closet somewhere in a cupboard, I have basically all the boards I worked on. You know, it's just that they have such sentimental value, I couldn't get rid of them.
And a lot of history, I'm sure. So
yes, and some of them are one-offs, you know, that
yeah,
were never built.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. So, yeah, next question. So this is from me, out of the 3 Apple II platforms, you had the Apple II, obviously, you had the Apple IIc and the C Plus was in there, and then the Apple II GS. Which of those was the easiest to develop hardware for, and why?
Well, let me go back to the last question and just add one more thing. With all these prototypes I have, I just like it known that I have in my trust that all of my prototype Apple IIs, because the rest of them are not worth anything, but I have a few prototypes, as well as all the boards that I did that no one else will want, but I have them in my will to be donated to KansasFest. So
nice, awesome. Thank you.
Hope Javier will take care of that. He's the contact I put down for when that time comes.
He will, I'm sure he will.
As far as which is easier, I mean, you know, there's obviously pros and cons of both. I probably had the most fun working with the 2C since it had some, you know, the boards I designed for it were much more expansive than the stuff I did for the original 2s. But all of them, in fact, that's what made the Apple II such a great platform, is that it was very easy to design for. And Woz did a great job with, you know, at least on the slotted machines, you know, making it so easy to just, you know, slap something together. And so it was a lot of fun doing that.
Great. You can surely tell, because honest, you got that case apart on the 2C. I struggle with them, but next question.
Well, when the screws are off and all you have to do, and you've taken it off about 100 times before,
yeah,
it comes off a lot easier.
I don't know. I still struggle with mine, but anyway, I don't want to break them. Anyhow, next question. So I have a ROM-X in my, this is from Joel MC. I have a ROM-X in my 2C Plus, and I do love it. So, and I'm sure everybody does. I have a ROM-X in my 2C Plus, and I absolutely love it. I don't know how I use the 2C Plus without it.
Not a question, but I'll take the compliment.
All right, next.
Well, someone asked a question.
Oh, yep. Do we have any more questions?
Well, I will say that the later machines, you know, again, working with the ROM-X and the X-Drive, you know, was definitely a different level, where we were, you know, building boards and sending stuff off to China to have them build, you know, make the boards for us. And Dean does a great job in actually putting them together, because like ROM-X, you can't just, you know, has headers that have to be hand soldered. And so it's not something that you can just, you know, send off the design and like a lot of people just have it completely built in China and sent back to you. So there's a lot of hard work that he puts into those. But on our latest one with the X-Drive 2C, we decided to go with a dip plug rather than have to solder pins on there. It's also a lot easier on the CPU sockets. You don't have to plug in these boards and then figure out where the pins are all going.
Yeah, and I know, I mean, back in the day, the through hole was a lot easier to solder than the SMD. I still trying to learn how to do that with any accuracy on there. So, but yeah, the through hole obviously was easier. So.
Yeah. Dean actually bought from his company he works for. They were getting rid of a pick and place machine that actually does all the, you know, placing of the parts, and so he was able to get a hold of that, and so he's got it in his garage, I think, and he programs it to build all the boards for us.
Oh, that's nice. That's very nice.
Yeah.
So do we have any other questions? Well, I don't think so. So thank you so much, Jeff. It was very, very interesting. Quite a history. You make me feel old, because it's like I sit there and oh wait. We got another comment here from Martin Olson. Another version for the 3 would be really cool.
I think he's, again, talking about ROM-X. We certainly talked about it, but there aren't very many versions of ROM you can put in a 3. So we didn't think that it would be worth doing, not to mention the lower number of people that might still have operating 3s. But I don't know. If you have any other questions, you can certainly put them in Discord, and I'll try to get around to it.
Oh, there's one more there we have from Michael. Any tips for someone getting started designing custom Apple IIe hardware and who has a software background? Aside from reading Jim Sather's books, which I think we all have.
Yeah, Jim's a great friend of mine, and that is certainly the first place to go. There's also a couple other books. Apple did eventually put out, I think, something about designing cards for the Apple II and IIe. And there's, of course, tons of stuff online that you can look up from, I guess, a lot of people on their GitHub that will show you how to, even write software and work with the different machines that are out there.
All right.
Well, thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much, Jeff. That was awesome.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. And now we're going to move into our next speaker, which is our very own Jay Graham. So just a note, Jay is now on the committee. About a year ago, a year and a half ago, he approached and expressed an interest in being on the committee. But for some reason, he hadn't quite retired then yet. And somehow he couldn't juggle both the work and KansasFest. I don't know why, but perhaps since joining the committee, he's hopefully not regretting his decision. But I know it's been a pleasure to have him on the committee so far, and it's great to have him on board. But today he will be telling us all about the Blue SCSI device and its untapped potential. So take it away, Jay.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, it's interesting. I retired about a year ago, and now I'm much more busier now than I was when I was working. So I'll go ahead and get this up here. Can everybody see the screen? Yes, no? Am I sharing okay? Can everybody hear me? I hear quiet.
Yes, you look great.
Okay. Well, Blue SCSI still looks great. So, all right. So, yeah, today I'm going to talk about beyond booting, and this is the untapped potential of the Blue SCSI. My foray into the Blue SCSI was interesting. It was probably about right before the pandemic, probably 6 or 7 years ago. I was looking for, as everybody is looking for, the old hard drives, the old spinning physical hard drives for the Apple IIs and the Macintoshes were dying at a miraculous rate. I actually have a whole Tupperware box of dead SCSI drives downstairs. And so I went around looking. I heard there were these things. So I was looking at the SCSI 2 SD, and some of the other things that were available. And I ordered a few of them, and they were really, really hard to use. So one day I saw this ad for the Blue SCSI. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to order one of these. It was a kit. I put it together, plugged it in, followed the simple directions for it, and miraculously everything worked. So it was like at that point, I wrote Eric Helgeson, who was one of the co-creators of it, and said, hey, this thing is awesome. Do you need people to make these and sell these for you? I think more people need to see these. And oddly enough, he said yes. And so I actually became an authorized reseller. So this is like the Hair Club for Men commercial. So I'm not only an authorized reseller, but I'm a customer. So what I'm going to do today is talk about some of the things that are the untapped potential for this. Some of the things that you wouldn't think would be in just a SCSI disk drive replacement. So I'll go over briefly what it is and how does it work, and then some basic key features, and then talk mainly about some of the untapped features. So just simply and quickly, the Blue SCSI, what is it and how does it work? Well, it's open source hardware SCSI emulator. There's a lot of them out there. This, I think, is by far, in my opinion, the easiest to use. It's maintained by a passionate community of retro computing enthusiasts, and there's everybody in there. And when they get together, Vintage Computer Festival Midwest, we're going to have a big table there that's going to be all Blue SCSI. Obviously, it was originally designed to replace the aging or failed SCSI storage. It utilizes the latest version, utilizes the Raspberry Pi Pico microcontroller. The older version used the one of the STM32s. It emulates a lot of SCSI devices, including CD-ROMs, hard drives, optical drives, and a lot more, ROM drives, and a lot more. The official website is bluescsi.com. And today, I'm not meaning for this to be a tutorial on how to do all of these things, a step-by-step tutorial. What I want to do is introduce you to some of these features that even some of the people that have been using Blue SCSIs for a while may not know about. And then I have a URL on the bottom of my slides, which will be made available, where you can go to the actual bluescsi.com website and read the how-to on how to get it started. So some of the basic key features of this is versatile emulation. It supports up to 7 simultaneous SCSI devices. It's high performance. It achieves data transfer speeds up to 18 megabits per second with the new Ultra SCSI Fast 20 support. And it has some Wi-Fi networking. So with the Raspberry Pi Pico W, the wireless version of the Pico, it can emulate a Dynaport SCSI, link, enabling some of the wireless networking capabilities. And I'll talk a little bit, before this or on this. And then it has an initiator mode on it, which allows direct imaging of existing SCSI drives, facilitating data preservation and migration. It's like using a modern PC to archive data from an old hard drive. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then the user-friendly interface, the Blue SCSI has a toolbox utility that provides a utility that runs on the native device for things like file transfer, CD image swapping, and some of the system control directly from the vintage machine without having to go through a modern computer. Here's an example. There's 4 types of it or versions of it right now. The 2 on the left are the desktop version with the 50-pin IDC that replaces the normal, internal spinning SCSI drives. The second one is the DB20, what we call the DB25, and that is one that plugs into the 25-pin SCSI port basically on the back of most of the 68K and modern Macs. Then there's a Centronics version, which uses the 36-pin Centronics, which you can plug into the back, a daisy chain into one of the back of the old external SCSI drives. And then obviously we have the portable version that runs on the MacBook and the MacBook laptop machines. So some of the advanced features, and then again, these are some of the features that even many Blue SCSI users don't know about. So we'll talk about Wi-Fi networking with the Dynaport, the Blue SCSI toolbox operations, the ROM disk support, initiator mode, we'll go over that a little bit, the Ultra SCSI Fast 20 support, the USB to SCSI bridge mode, the thumb drive mode, the raw mode operation, just a little bit on the logging of it, and then talk just briefly on some of the I2C and the quick integration on it. That's still in a closed alpha. Now notice that I have by these features, whether it's the desktop or the DB25, and then because again, some of these features are only available on the desktop only. So the first thing is the Dynaport emulation. So what is the Dynaport? This is a picture of the old Dynaport. I'm sure many of us had these over the years, and believe it or not, it's a SCSI network adapter running Ethernet at 10 megabits per second over twisted pair. You have on the back a twisted pair in the picture in the upper right. You have an RJ45 twisted pair 10 megabit Ethernet, And then on the other side, you have the 36-pin SCSI, which used that regular 25-pin to 36-pin cable. You plug this in. That's how you connect it to Ethernet. Well, you don't need to do all of that now because the Dynaport emulation has some hardware requirements. It obviously needs a Blue SCSI V2, version 2, with the Raspberry Pi Pico installed, SD card formatted for either FAT32 or exFAT. Obviously, a vintage computer. It could be a Macintosh. Important point, this works on a lot more vintage computers other than the Apple II and the Macintosh. It also works on the Atari, the Amiga, and we'll see support a little bit later on for that. And then a Wi-Fi network. Unfortunately, it only works on the 2.4 gigahertz only right now. That's because the Pico W doesn't support the 5 gigahertz. So you need one of the legacy machine, legacy wireless network, and it uses Mac TCP and Open Transport on the Macintosh, which were two programs back then that allowed you to connect to the internet. And then obviously, once you get this configured, you can connect to FTP or BBS systems, and I'll make sure that there's a list of them available, and there's a list of them available on the Dynaport. And then again, there's the URL for the for more information on how to configure it. Again, because I'm not going to go step by step on how to configure it today. Now, the next thing I wanted to talk about was the Blue SCSI Toolbox. So what is the Blue SCSI Toolbox? This is a suite of onboard software utilities that basically enhance and enable convenience for vintage computer users to access the Blue SCSI directly from the native machine and no need to remove the SD card. Some of the key features of this is a file transfer utility. It allows you to copy files to and from the SD card over the emulated SCSI interface, and it eliminates the need to eject the card and use it in a modern, and put your images on there in a modern machine. You can do it directly. It allows for CD image swapping, which you can swap between ISO images in real time within the vintage OS. And this is ideal from games and multi-disc software. System control tools, it allows you to reboot the Blue SCSI, refresh the mounted drives, and toggle some of the different modes on there. And it has a graphical control panel. I'll show you on the next slide what some of it is. Real-time configuration, cross-platform compatibility. It works on the Macintosh, Amiga, Atari, and more. We'll see on the next slide here. And then it has a Wi-Fi desk accessory for the Macintosh that basically it helps you enable the Wi-Fi, relatively easy on the Blue SCSI. And the toolbox mimics the convenience of modern storage and device management, but in a way your 80s Macintosh or other platform understands. So here's what it looks like on the Mac. There's the SD transfer that allows you to download files, the CD changer or upload files, the CD changer, and then the Wi-Fi desk accessory. So platforms that it currently supports are the classic Mac, the Amiga, the Atari, MS-DOS, Windows, and IRIX for the Silicon Graphics IRIX. In progress is the web, the Next Machine, and BEOS. And again, at the bottom, there's the URL for more information on the toolbox. So next is ROM drive support. You can actually create a ROM drive by using the Pico's flash memory and act as a read-only device. The ROM drive is assigned a SCSI ID, so it can exist on there along with other peripherals as long as the IDs are different, and it can store up to 1692 kilobytes in size. This is similar to a hard drive image, but it can't be written to once it's been flashed. It's actually flashed on the Pico. You can think of it as a CD-ROM image that's permanently written to your Blue SCSI. Because again, it's flashed with special firmware, and it actually sits on the Pico and not on the SD card. This is good for booting your Macintosh if you have a mini boot system, designed for your Atari, Macintosh, or whatever. You can, or Amiga, you can boot from that. This I think will be handy for the Next Machine. So if we can get something to boot in 1692K. You can, and again, you can combine this with the Dynaport for the ultimate retro convenience rig. And again, there's more information on there. Now, initiator mode. This is something that was new to version 2, and this is a real interesting device because KansasFest, I think it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, maybe now, I can't remember. I demonstrated how to back up your old Apple II disk drives and your Macintosh drives simply by putting this blue SCSI in the SCSI chain, having a blank drive on there, and just drag copying it. Well, now you don't really need to do that. You can use what's called initiator mode. An initiator is the SCSI term for a host device. So it's like a SCSI card or a built-in SCSI, PC. So you can kind of turn this thing into a SCSI card, if you will. And it's the device which initiates the communication on the bus. The target is the SCSI term for something like a hard drive, a CD-ROM drive, tape drive, zip drive, whatever. So the target is the device on which the initiator is attempting to communicate with and actually clone. And this is useful for cloning drives. And initiator mode compatibility, you can see there is a wide range of devices that you can back up this way. These are ones that have been tested. Obviously, there's more that are being tested and added to this list every day. So what does it look like? Well, it's pretty simple. You have a 50-pin SCSI cable like I have there. The only reason it's sitting close to my LC is I needed to power the disk drive. But if you have an external 12-volt power supply, you can power the disk drive with anything. So yes, it is a Conner CP3040A. It is working. It's one that I have working. I probably have about 30 of these things that are not working, but this one actually works. You can put an optional LED on the drive if it fits. You just basically wire a 2-lead LED, and that's helpful when you're cloning the drive because you can actually see the drive spinning on there. And then you have the blue SCSI desktop, and you just set some jumpers. There's like 3 jumpers that you set on it, and you put it into initiator mode. And then with any luck, what happens is it will start and recognize the SCSI drive, the 34A, and then it'll basically start backing up that drive to an SD image on the blue SCSI. So once you're done, you'll have an exact duplicate of that hard drive in a ready-to-use SD image for the blue SCSI. And you can, as you can see, it's pretty fast here. This is a real-time video that I did on my Conner. It's only a 40 meg drive. But you see that it actually happens pretty fast. And then again, this is real easy for if you have hard drives on how to back them up onto SD cards so that you can use them in your blue SCSI and kind of put this thing on the shelf, to let it die peacefully. And again, there's the URL on there on how to use the initiator mode. And I'll talk a little bit about initiator mode later on here. So Ultra SCSI Fast 20 support. It supports the Ultra SCSI Fast 20 timings with overclock. This overclock is like more speed for compatible cards. You're going to need a SCSI card that supports the Ultra SCSI Fast 20 with a 50-pin connector or an HD 68 to 50-pin adapter. It needs to be 50-pin, obviously, to mate, to the blue SCSI. And there's a couple of commands that you drop in the SCSI.ini file, and voila, you're off flying at the Ultra SCSI Fast 20 speeds. Here are some of the working devices right now. Most of them are the Adaptec cards. I'm not going to go through this slide. I'll let you guys read it on there. And then there's some other ones that are non-Adaptec here as well that have been tested. And again, it's the important thing is these are ones that have tested. These are not ones that have been tried. As we try more of them and people in the community try more of them and verify that it works, this list will obviously increase. Okay, next is USB to SCSI bridge mode. This is an interesting thing because I'm showing you here a picture of one of the Adaptec USB exchange devices. These are very expensive and very, very difficult to find on eBay. They're $150 to $200 is what I was seeing these things go for. Blue SCSI goes for about $50. So You can actually use the initiator mode on here. It needs to be an initiator mode, but you can set this up to be a USB to SCSI bridge. And this mode allows you to connect a SCSI device to your modern computer over USB. Now, the caveat here is that your host OS needs to support the file system type that you're trying to emulate, on there. But this replaces a lot of the expensive USB to SCSI and hard to find USB to SCSI bridges. There's also a thumb drive mode, and it lets your SD card show up as a USB drive for easy file transfers. Interesting feature. I don't use it all that much, but I use it sometimes. But when you plug the Blue SCSI in, your SD card is going to show up as a thumb drive by default. And I have a picture of it there in the lower left. You can obviously disable this behavior. You just throw a single statement in the Blue SCSI ini to say enable USB mass storage equals false. Raw mode operation. This is for advanced users. There's no real speed advantage over this to the file-based setup, but this is raw mode. This is kind of how the old SCSI 2 SDs worked. Raw mode allows you to use the entire SD card as a drive image. And instead of copying the files on there and using the file-based image, you kind of format the whole SD card as a hard drive. And this is like treating the SD card like a real hard disk, not just a file container. And you can use this mode, at the same time, though I'd back up data before attempting to do this. It's in kind of in alpha mode right now. Logging. It has a very, very, very thorough logging system. It'll log initial things, but if you put the debug equals 1 in the blue SCSI.ini, you can basically look at the entire log as it scrolls by. You can also hook a USB cable up to the Pico, a micro USB, and use a terminal like CoolTerm or something like that, and you can actually see the logging information as it scrolls by on the terminal. Now, interestingly enough, this is used for troubleshooting, yes, but it also allows you to look at the log file and improve the speed and reliability of your Blue SCSI by tweaking some of the many, many parameters that are available. And last but not least, we have I2C and Quick 2 integration, or Quick integration. Quick integration is a plug-and-play electronic system for sensors and controls. SparkFun, it's by SparkFun, and it's used to prototype some of the I2C components. And then I2C obviously stands for integrated circuit. So this will integrate with this system through this protocol, and it allows for expanded functionalities like web-based control and some other things. The Blue SCSI Toolbox, there's a web edition for this that allows you to control your Blue SCSI via a web interface from your iPhone or your Android phone, or even a modern computer, or even your retro computer. And it supports things like mounting drive images, ejecting images, runtime configuration of the Blue SCSI, and a lot more. Now, here's an interesting one where I did this. Oh, by the way, the thing on the right here, and this is on the website, you need to use a Pico that is wired specifically for the for the Quick and the I2C Connect, and there's instructions on how to do that. But you'll notice I have a button there, and I have my Toolbox Pico W, and then I have my SCSI desktop there. And then here is Eric Helgerson's. You see he has a dial, a button, an I2C display, and obviously the Toolbox one there. And then there's some examples of the web edition and the web interface there. And if you're more interested in this, more is being developed on this. And obviously, go to the URL at the bottom here, and it'll show you more about the Toolbox web. So where do I get a Blue SCSI? Well, if you go to bluescsi.com, many of us are resellers of this. I'm selling them on eBay under the name JWG1. And obviously, this is an open source project, so you can get all of the things you need to build your own. Now, what I want to do is I'm actually going to give away 2 Blue SCSIs, and I have a couple of questions to see who was paying attention to my presentation. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to do this by going over to the Discord chat, and whoever is the first one to type the answer in the Discord chat, I will DM you after the presentation to get your mailing address, and I'll send you a Blue SCSI. Now, I only sell the DB25 and the desktop, so you need to say, or I'll need to ask you which one you want, either the DB25 or the desktop version. So I'm going to, yeah, it's a test. So I'm going to, again, say, go over to the Discord, get ready to type, and get ready to answer the questions. Spelling and grammar do not count. So all I need to do is be able to legibly read the answer to the question. So I'm just stalling a little bit so I make sure that everybody's over there. All right, here we go. So the first question is, what is the name of the onboard software suite that allows native file transfers, CD image swapping, and system control without removing the SD card? Testing, testing, testing. All right, I think I have an answer over there. So it is the Blue SCSI toolbox. So next question, last question, is what feature of the Blue SCSI lets a vintage Macintosh connect to a modern Wi-Fi network using SCSI emulation? Ooh, initiator mode. Close. Nope, very first thing I talked about. I'll give some hints there. Yep, somebody got it. The Dynaport. Yep, the Dynaport emulation. So I'll do this. I'll do this later. I can't see who won because it's scrolling by so quickly. But we'll announce later who won the 2 Blue SCSIs. And like I said, I'll DM you, get your address, your shipping address, and whether you want the DB25 model or the desktop model. That is all I have today. Any questions?
All right. Thank you so much, Jay. We have quite a few questions, and I probably won't be able to get to all of them, but let's just start here. So DJ Pop-Tart asks, I have a Apple IIgs ROM 1. What would be a recommended SCSI card to use with the Blue SCSI 25 that I use on my Macintosh SE?
That's a very good question. And actually, I showed that at KansasFest a couple of years ago. Obviously, the Apple SCSI Fast SCSI card will work in there with the DB25. I've tried that. I've actually tried the CMS SCSI card, and obviously the SCSI from card emulators from like GG Labs will work as well. And again, you can go out on the bluescsi.com site, and there are all of the boards that have been tested there. Now, the one thing that I should mention is, like the Mac Plus, some of the SCSI boards for the Apple II do not supply what's called terminating power. Some of them allow you to solder a diode on there and modify the card to supply the terminating power. But if they don't, and again, it's all on bluescsi.com. If they don't, you'll simply need to power that DB25 Blue SCSI from the micro USB.
All right, thank you. Next question. Pitar says, I need to use my Blue SCSI a lot more. Does Blue SCSI support virtual SCSI tape drives?
Ooh, it will support tape drives. There are some out there on there. I have not personally tried it with a tape drive. I do have a Hewlett-Packard tape drive down there that I could try. But yes, it will support tape drives, especially. I don't know why you would want to do this, but you can. I've seen and heard of people using the initiator mode to dump their tapes to the SD card that way, because the magnetic media obviously is aging. But you can actually, dump some of your tapes to the SD card on the Blue SCSI using the initiator mode. Good question, Peter.
And then very last question, Peter asks, are there technical reasons why the Apple II doesn't support the Blue SCSI toolbox or networking? And you have 1 minute.
Yeah, it's real easy to answer this. Simply, the code hasn't been written for that yet. Obviously, we are looking to do there. You know, the whole community, Eric and his crew are looking to do that. But they got a lot of them in works. But again, this is a community-driven project. So if somebody wants to take it upon themselves to write the toolbox or do the networking for the Apple II, I'm sure we won't complain. You know, in the community.
All right. Thank you so much, Jay. I think that's it for this talk, and we'll move into the next talk. Jay, did you want to, I think, let's see, the next talk is the Apple IIgs Release Day Dealer Display by Petar. And Jay, if you want to take over emceeing again.
Absolutely. So Petar is going to talk to us and take us back into time to September 27th, 1986, the release date of the Apple IIgs. I'm excited to see this. He's going to create the full dealership experience using rare hardware, display materials, and authentic accessories from his own Computerland store in Canton, Ohio. And if you don't know what the Computerland store is, there way back in the day when I was a younger man, there were Computerlands all over the United States, and you could go in there to not only see the Apple equipment, but all kinds of equipment. So I really looking forward to this. So this is another video. So let's cue the video.
Hello and good morning. KansasFest 2025. My name is Petar Piskarich, and behind me you'll see my various stuff in my lab. Currently I'm working on a few projects, but for this presentation I'll be taking you through my setup and display for the 1986 dealer display for the Apple IIgs, and hopefully you'll find some interesting things in there, and I'll be telling a few little stories along the way of how either I acquired things or what makes some of the things on the display special in some way or another. The source for this will be primarily a video that I had from the Vintage Computing Festival Southwest this past June 20th. A friend of mine actually took some video of the display, and they got some really good shots of it for the 2GS display anyway. And it was one of 4 tables that I had this year. So yeah, I'd like to get started and show you what we have going on here. So this is the left-hand side of my display. We'll get to a full view here in a couple moments. But the left side of the display was kind of set up as my old, let's see, there would be the Akron Canton area Computerland in Ohio when I first bought my system. And my display basically is set up very similar to what they had, except unfortunately I didn't have really good contact points for the really stubby short stands for the Bose audio speakers that they were also pairing with the 2GS at the time. And we'll get going on that. And basically in here on this side of the display, I have an image writer buffer card that was out at the time. A friend loaned me the box underneath the Bose speaker that has an Apple modem, I believe 1200 in it, and then the Apple IIgs box. And this is actually my Apple IIgs box from childhood for the machine, the casing anyway, that's sitting there on the table for display. And I happened to pick up my GS in '86. That was September 27th when they were released. I got mine 2 weeks later because that's when my Computerland actually got the first shipment of the 2GS. Let's see. And then that's a little bit of my Franken Mac Amiga 500 on the side that she was taking. And then down here, a couple shots of some boxes I had to make the display look a little bit even. So we got a Super Serial card on top of an Apple 3.5 drive. And then the box on the bottom, I believe, is a Apple IIgs monitor box that another friend loaned me. And it was kind of neat to actually have some of the real boxes. And then in the upper right, you can see part of the store sign that I'll talk about here in a couple of minutes as we get in here. So there's basically me talking to another fellow user. He was playing Task Times in Tone Town. There's my booth number and my little YouTube channel called Petar's Place. If you happen to catch it, yeah, please join and subscribe. All right. So this basically comes in and talks about the sign. So this sign is kind of special because it was given to me in trade. I'm still working out the trade with them. Eventually we'll get square. On this sign, which was actually used in a Dallas, Texas area dealership when the GS was released. So this sign actually was in a store. I thought it was pretty awesome for the display. So yeah, we're about to make history all over again. And yeah, and they pretty much did, I think, with the GS, with what they actually did with the sound and the graphics and everything, even if things were a little bit limited upon release. And I'll talk about that as well very shortly. Let's get going. So I get a better view of the full display. So I had the boxes on the left and the right for different new items. And I had the Bose speakers on the left and the right. And I think this is where we get a nice shot, yes, of the Bose ornamentation. So these speakers are actually 100% from a dealer at the time. And what makes them dealer only upon release was the fact that it's the Bose black logo, but it has the apple shaped logo in the multicolor. And there's a little piece of plexiglass that sits on top of that particular Apple logo on all the ones I found. Currently, to date, I have 5 sets of the Bose Apple speakers in my collection that I've collected over the years. I've got 3 sets of the ones with the Apple logos, and then I've got 2 sets where it's just the square with the rainbow colors in it. And all of the ones I've found so far have that little piece of lucite plastic, I guess, transparent plastic sitting on top of the little square. That's kind of cool. And basically what happened with these is that at the time, Apple Records was suing Apple, and as part of the GS and Sonic saga as well, part of the deal that I think we all kind of know from the time, at least, was that Apple couldn't put their logo on anything that made music. So very quickly, right about the release time, maybe a month or 2 after, that's when Apple rebadged all of the Bose speakers for the consumers to buy. And they ended up getting basically the square rainbow instead of the Apple logo on their speakers. And I've got the image writer buffer card there, and then the 5 1/4 controller up top. And those actually have the products in them. Now we're into the section where I actually have the 2GS, and it's the casing is my original WAS edition 2GS from when I bought it. That's second week after release. And one of the reasons that I chose to create this display, and I did a similar one last year at VCF Southwest as well, but this year is kind of special because that particular 2GS is loaded up with the ROM A, so basically the dash A chip for ROM, so it's a ROM 00. But by some quirk of fate, I was able to actually hunt down and find, and was offered the the right to purchase the VGC in a machine that was actually, and also a very early release date GS. That was a machine out of Australia that had the defective AMI-A VGC in it. And that was the version of the video graphics controller chip that was in my original machine in that particular casing. I can only say it's the same casing because my particular motherboard was blown up in 1992 while I was in college when I was attempting to create a very early VGA graphics card for the 2GS, which worked for exactly 5 seconds for a double E class I was taking. And then I managed to short out the entire card setup, and it took out my GS as well. And that's when I learned the wonderfulness of the old LRO computer sales that is now OWC, Other World Computing. So back when he was a teenager, when he was running LRO, he was basically selling repair parts for the GS as well. So it has another motherboard in it. But that particular motherboard is now sporting the ROM 0 and the bad VGC controller, which basically that defect will give you pink fringe in double high-res monochrome mode, which goes along with the 2GS early system discs, which basically they shipped out a version of mouse desk, which is now basically we're calling A2 desktop. And that particular video mode, basically any white dot on the screen would have a pink tinge around the pixel, and it only affected analog RGB mode. So basically what you would get would be the desktop looks like the pink in the faces on the screen in this particular video. So it's basically you had sort of black, sort of white, and pink as your color choices in that double high-res monochrome mode. I've heard it referred to before as basically it was the puke video mode, and that's about what it looks like. But that took about 30 years to find that particular chip again, because Apple, in their great business practices, well, it was defective, so they wanted to replace it. They replaced it for free, but they kept all of the chips. And just one of those weird collecting things, I had to find one over the years. Just like also finding a ROM 0 chip anymore too. They're hard to find, but not as hard to find as the defective VGCs. So let's continue on with that. When I bought my first GS, I only bought the 3.5 drive and a 5 1/4 at the time of sale. And then later on, we did buy the joystick that's there, and then the ImageWriter 2 printer, which then basically was an upgrade to my Okidata 82A that I've talked about for years. So yeah, I could actually do graphics and everything else on the machine. For the show, I also did bring several different versions of the early operating systems. I'll stop it here for a second. This particular Apple computer bag was given to me by another local friend, I believe last year for the display. And it was also from a different Apple computer store that was local into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And I just thought it was actually pretty cool to see the old bags. And then up the upper right, see if it actually shows it more in there. There we go. Checkmate Technology made the memory saver, which basically I would say was the early version and a better version of what Applied Engineering later came out with for the RAM keeper for the GS. And the Checkmate Technology one was out very shortly after release. And yeah, happened to find one of those recently, and it works identical to the AE RAM keeper, except it has a battery pack that takes, I think it's AA batteries. I have to go back and take a look at the box again, but it's AA batteries that will keep it running, the memory backed up for about a month. Yeah, And one of the benefits is that it won't catch your 2GS on fire like the AE RAM Keeper can do. I almost had that happen to mine many years ago, and that's why I basically clipped off that feature and only use it as a double RAM card with the slot mover. And the slot mover for this Checkmate device looks basically identical to the Applied Engineering version, which is pretty wild. All right, and then above that, we can see the start of kind of like my release day ephemera. I have some of the old Apple keychains there. The pen is kind of neat because I actually got that from, let's see, I believe she was the niece of Steve Wozniak, who lived in the Columbus, Ohio area, and the pen was part of a yard sale purchase I made from her. And that was kind of cool. She gave me her name and on a business card, and it said, I believe it was Jennifer Wozniak, and I asked her about the last name. She says, "Yeah, that's my uncle. That's Steve." Up in the middle, this black chip, that's another defective VGC, and it's also an AMI-A, which is defective. But that one came from a prototype motherboard that was hit by lightning by another local friend of mine. And unfortunately, it really is defective because the lightning basically killed it hard. It won't do anything. So that was my closest piece I had for last year for the early VGC. And then finally I got the working one here a little while ago. In the top there are the crystal apples that the dealers got, and each dealership got one of them. I've been collecting them over the last probably like 5 years, but actually hunting for them ever since about 1994, when a friend of mine in Columbus had one for many years at that point. I forget how he cut his, but I always kind of wanted one. But then I started finding them on eBay for reasonable prices finally a couple years ago and started buying them. So these are 2 of the 5 that I currently have in the collection. And these 2 are actually basically off by ones. So the one on the left, I think, is 741, and the one on the right is 742. I have no idea which dealers they went to, but it was kind of neat that they were consecutive values. I think this is gonna, yeah, a couple Apple boxes. The one on the left, I got at Computer Reset back in the warehouse one day. It's another close-up of the logo on the other monitor. And then this part just goes into some of the printers that I brought for the display. So I had a Platinum 2E with an Okidata 92. And then the other one was my 82A running on an Apple II Plus. So I'm going to stop that here. So that's pretty much the display I had. And I can go back to a few pictures that I have that I'm going to show. So here is a really nice shot of pretty much all of the display. It also has my my little kick in there for 8-Bit Shack software, who was also local to the Dallas area with me as well, which is just awesome to have new software so local. A really nice shot of the Apple IIgs sign. I just really kind of like it. It just survived all these years, and it's made out of from what I was told by another graphic artist that visited the booth. He was saying that particular paper was basically an early form of Tyvek, and it's kind of like coated, and it doesn't rip, but you can like delaminate it pretty easily by ripping off the top layers with a little piece of tape. But I found that out last year. But for the most part, it's still in like perfect shape, other than that one little spot I have. So yeah, so it's just kind of cool. It's an actual sign that was actually in a store for the release. This particular, the time when this video was taken in the pictures, I was running test times in Tonetown because Rebecca Heineman was actually at the show this year again as well. And she is also local about 25 minutes east of where I live. which is kind of cool. But unfortunately, I missed her as I was probably rocking around the show, talking to other people at the time. I'm sure after the talk here, I'll answer any questions that you have about the display of anything you've seen on it. Let's see here. Anything else going on? Yeah, so the joystick I picked up probably for that Christmas. I think we got it along with some software. Also, at the time we bought it, we bought Music Studio 1.0, which was copy protected at the time, and then it was a big deal when they released Music Studio 2.0, which was, as they said, free to copy. I thought that was kind of unique at the time. And then they went to 2.01 was a final update for that software, at least the official. There's been some unofficial versions that got it up to, I believe, 2.03 instead of 2.1 or 2.01. So yeah, the Apple box is my original box. The original boxes for all the peripherals there pretty much are all on loan at this time from my different friends that wanted to help out for the show. But the modem or the image writer 2 buffer card was mine. The 5 1/4 was mine, and then the GS box. I think those are the 3 that I had. The stack of floppies actually is hooked up for the show, and I was showing off different things you could do. I ended up doing a system build for another friend with Copy 2 Plus and get him going. And then also was doing some print shop in color on the Image Writer 2 with a color ribbon that I rebuilt 2 or 3 years ago. And that was pretty successful. Let's go on to this one. And there's back another view of a close-up for the Apple logo. And yeah, you can basically see that lucite covering on top of the Apple symbol. So that's kind of cool. And this is probably the best set that I have that show the Apple logos. Pretty much all of them need to be retrobrighted, cleaned, bleached, whatever. I just haven't got around to do that quite yet. And then here's another close-up of the case. So again, yeah, one thing I missed in the other part of the video is up there in the middle, there is a gray Swatch watch looking kind of thing. And it's actually an off-brand Swatch clone, but it does say Apple II GS at the top in text with the Apple logo on the bottom. And it was the only, say, Apple swag basically that the 2GS had when it was released. That particular watch I ended up buying as defective itself because it was not working and not running by the seller. And by the time it got to me from Oregon to Texas, it suddenly came back to life because it's still working today on the same battery it was shipped with. Not sure what, but hey, that's pretty awesome. Got a really good deal on it that way as broken, but it turns out it works pretty well. I searched a long time to find a watch. The plastic Apple box I got at the last year VCF, and it's just a 3.5-inch plastic holder that desperately needs retrobrighted. Then the cardboard box was found at a computer reset that I mentioned. Yeah, the 2 Apple crystal apples are basically 2 of my crown jewels of my collection. Yeah, those took a long time to find, and lots of negotiations, believe it or not, with the sellers for those to get them at decent prices. Let's see. I also have a set of the Apple IIc playing cards that were reproduced and created a few years ago. So I was kind of happy to get those. Another shot of the full 2GS system. And I think that's about it. Yeah, and there's another view from this side. And then finally back to the main thing. So yeah, that was basically my 2GS display for VCF. It was a lot of work to put together, but it was so much worth it to me to show off and talk to the different people that came to the show as well. And also here, just sharing a little bit my passion for the Apple II GS and what it can do, what it did do, what it didn't do at the beginning, and then what the future looks like. And that's one of the projects I'm working on currently. And Ed Enough will be giving his presentation, I believe, tomorrow on the A2 FPGA card. So if you've been following any of the work I've been kind of doing on Facebook and releasing out, you'll know that I'm working on that A2 FPGA, at least compiling things and recompiling things and trying to get the Apple II GS audio working over HDMI. And it's an experimental core that he's working on, and I'll let him introduce all the fun stuff tomorrow. But I can say that I was able to get it actually fully working in one of my other 2GSs. So in slot 3, you get HDMI video for the video modes, but then you also get the Ensoniq dock 5503 and the Sound GLU cores implemented in the FPGA via Verilog. And then in the end, basically, you essentially get digital audio out of the 2GS, and it's phenomenally high quality, even though it's 8-bit. My last current experiment that I did 2 nights ago that worked is I finally got the 4x4 matrix splitter HDMI. So now I have the A2 FPGA card feed the splitter, which also has an audio extractor in it, and I'm extracting it over to Toslink digital audio, and I'm pushing that into my Mac Pro 4.1 on the input side, and then patching that throughout to the speakers or headset and we're recording. At least with the monitors and gear that I have here at the house, essentially it's noise level, it's pro grade. I'm getting like minus 108 decibels as the noise floor. And on a 2GS, that's just absolutely amazing. Once Ed gets his presentation over tomorrow, I'll probably start releasing more of the stuff I've been doing with it on Facebook. So you can look forward to that. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions or feedback. And thank you for going through my presentation this year. So just wanted to say thanks again and have a great KansasFest.
Thank you very much, Batar. That was very interesting. Takes me back to the computer land in my area many years ago. So Ron reminded me graciously that I should give the speakers and the presenters a time to take a breath after questions. I was trying to cram a whole bunch of them in there. So I'm going to take a little time, and then I'll just remind everybody, if there's questions that we don't get to, I'm sure Batar will be more than happy to go over to the Discord channel afterwards and answer the questions for all to see. So
Definitely.
With that, let's go ahead and take the first question. So the first question we have is from Ron, and how long did it take to put together that entire display?
Yeah, so depending on what layer you want to ask about, the display itself took about basically 30 years to put together, collecting all the different pieces from scratch. But actual setup for the show, I had 4 tables for that particular VCF Southwest, and to unload the 2 cars, I had a friend help me from work who graciously loaned his SUV to carry stuff, and a trip to my storage unit. That, and then getting it all into the convention center where we had the event, and set up and then actually running took about 4.5 hours. It was a lot of, say, checking things as they worked. And I mentioned it several times throughout the show this year that, yeah, this was the first year of the 3 years that I've done the VCF Southwest since it's been in existence, that all of my displays worked at the same time. So, yeah, usually all the previous years, there was always 1 or 2 items that either broke, blew a reefa, or something. But this one, everything was working. Yeah, it was a good time, and got lots of exposure and traffic on the GS display once people started kind of understanding what it was. Next year, I am planning to do the for the 40th anniversary for the GS. I will do it again, I think, if my wife will let me have the time to do that, since they moved the venue further away from me a little bit down here in Texas. So now it's about 45 minutes away instead of 20 minutes. But still should be great. I want to reset that up and do the display more around all 2 GSs instead of multiple machines, so that I can show off some of the extra cards and things in my display, in my collection.
Yeah, quite a collection for 30 years. So let's see. We got about
2 minutes there, a minute.
a minute left here. Let's see if there's. What's your favorite piece of Apple memorabilia?
Yeah, and I mentioned it over in the Discord as well. My favorite pieces actually are 2. For whatever reason, the stupid crystal dealer apples are like my favorite piece of memorabilia. The other one would be my 2GS Plush book that I received from Rebecca Heineman on an eBay deal many years ago. But then she now actually has the book back in her collection when we sort of traded on loan for her VidHD card when I was trying to troubleshoot the Flying Right issue. So one day we'll swap it back and and I'll get the book back. But till then, I'll be using the PDF version. But sub that, my other piece of memorabilia that I really love is actually the 2GS watch. That was probably the longest I waited to find a piece of 2GS ephemera. And there's many more things out there to find, but that was one. Those are the fun ones.
Yeah, I guess there's quite a market for dealer stuff, memorabilia or whatever. So, yeah, I have 2 pieces here. I don't know if you've ever seen one of these. These are yeah, that was from Richland Computers in Washington. And then, believe it or not, I have one of these.
Oh wow, I haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah, it's not an Apple sticker just stick to a piece of marble. It actually is an piece of Apple memorabilia. Got that from the University of Pittsburgh when Apple was in there. Well, thank you so much. We're out of time here. We're gonna have coming up a 15-minute break here. But thank you so much, Pitar. That was very, very awesome. It was very nice seeing all the collectibles.
You're welcome.
All right. I don't know, Ron, that music was making me kind of sad. So, no, it's actually really good. All right. Well, our next speaker is Rob Kim. And just a quick introduction. So I first met Rob, I think, a couple Kansas Fests ago, and he had some really interesting hardware that he wanted to show off. And it was the Tangy Pack, which lets you hook up an Apple IIc to either HDMI or to VGA. And then last year he had developed it further, and he was just kind of selling them as one-offs to whoever asked about it. But then for some strange reason, he and I foolishly talked ourselves into thinking it would be a good idea to actually sell these. And so he started making them kind of on demand whenever he could. And then I would put them up in my store, and they've actually been kind of selling like gangbusters. And it's actually been a lot of fun to work with Rob on this and see how it has evolved. And so in today's presentation, he will tell us what's been going on with the Tangy Pack over the last year. So let's roll the video.
Hi, my name is Rob Kim, and today I wanted to go over some learnings and updates regarding the Apple IIc Tangy Pack since last year. But first, what is an Apple IIc Tangy Pack? Tangy Pack is a scan doubling video display device for the Apple IIc and IIc Plus presented last year at KansasFest 2024. It plugs into the video port of an Apple IIc, takes the digital video data from that port, and generates a VGA and HDMI/DVI compatible video signal, allowing you to use a modern display device with your Apple IIc. There has been a couple of firmware updates since last year. Version 1.01 is a minor bug fix related to signal polarity. The latest firmware version available is version 1.10. It draws a thin border and displays the firmware version number on the lower left corner on the first power-up for around 10 seconds. Video image from an Apple IIc after you scan double is 560 by 384, which is smaller than the 640 by 480 VGA resolution. Some monitors and screen capture devices, which tries to auto-center and size the image, has a hard time correctly adjusting to the smaller image. While there is a way to manually turn on a border after power-up, some monitors and screen capture devices had no way to rerun the auto-calibration process after the power on. So having the border turn on first is a way to help these devices sync. Second feature added with the version 1.10 is a laser 128 support. The device will automatically detect when used between Apple IIc versus laser 128 and change mode appropriately. There are a few limitations with laser 128 support. This table shows the difference in DisplayPort pinout signal between Apple IIc and the laser 128. The laser 128 does have an RGB mode, but the current hardware of the Tangy Pack is not connected to all the signals needed to support this mode, so unfortunately this mode cannot be supported. The Tangy Pack decodes the digital video data out, the SIRT out, similarly as the Apple IIc. But the digital signal available on the Apple IIc, some of the signals are missing from the laser 128, specifically the GR signal, which is used to automatically kill the color in text mode or mixed text mode. So on an Apple IIc, when you're in the color mode, all text will have the classic color fringe. You can manually change to one of the monochrome modes if you work with a lot of text. Second is the CREF signal or color reference signal. This signal is missing from the laser 128, and unfortunately this signal is needed to correctly map the inherently monochrome display data to the correct color. I get around the fact that this signal is missing by generating an internal CREF counter that is reset on the start of each horizontal video line. This generates correct colors for most modes, but when you change to double high resolution mode, the relationship between the start of the video line and the CREF changes, and you will get incorrect color, and there is no way to detect this in an easy way with the signals I have. So you can manually change the internal CREF state to get to the correct color. Unfortunately, this process is manual, so if you switch between double display, high resolution, and regular other video modes, you will have to manually change it back. The other change that was needed to allow Laser 120 support is the case design change. The original design, the case design on the left had to be modified to fit the Laser 128. The STLs needed for 3D printing the case is available on the GitHub page if you have a 3D printer and you need to reprint the case. If you do not have access to a 3D printer, please, and you need the Laser 128 compatible case, please contact me. A lot of details on compatibility with various video devices is on the GitHub page, but I wanted to highlight a couple of electrical shortcomings and workarounds I found. First is many consumer HDMI TVs, which has HTCP, will not detect the HDMI signal from the Tangy Pack because it is missing a 5-volt signal on the DDC or display data channel pull-up resistors. There is a device called 5-volt injector or power inserter, and it does exactly what the name suggests. It plugs in line with the HDMI cable, and it will allow the HDMI TVs to detect the video signal from the Tangy Pack. Second, some video display or capture cards do not like the AC coupling drivers of the Tangy Pack Tang Nano 9K HDMI output, and this typically shows up as a display artifact on especially the solid color regions of the screen. There is something called an HDMI booster or repeater that seems to fix this issue. On the GitHub page, I have a list of few of the devices that I've tried that seems to work, and some of these devices even have a 5-volt injection port, which will serve as a 5-volt power inserter. Regarding HDMI capture card, the compatibility with the HDMI capture cards are a real mixed bag. I have tried many of these devices, and I have gotten reports from many people, and some of these capture cards flat out will not work with the Tangy Pack. Some, such as this device here and this large device here, will work correctly if you have the HDMI booster circuit as mentioned in the last slide. After trying about half a dozen HDMI capture card, I recently found a capture card that seems to work well with the Tangy Pack without the need of boosters or injectors. This Ugreen Full HD 180p unit seems to work well by itself, standalone. So, what's next for the Tangy Pack? The PAL support has been an often asked for feature request, and I'm highly motivated to just try to see if I can get this working. The PAL mode requires 50 frames per second versus the VGA, which has 60 frames per second. So in order to support PAL, I will have to move away from the very simple scan doubling type architecture I've been using, and I will have to implement a triple frame buffer, which is a rather big change for me. Unfortunately, things have gotten very busy for me end of last year till now, so not very much progress has been made, but I am trying to get back to working on this update. Now, before I end this presentation, I have to give a huge thanks to folks from the VosFest, but especially Jeffrey Lee, Craig Bradley, and Martin Doherty. Thanks to them, I now have access to not one, but two PAL Apple IIc test machines. So thank you very much for your help. For more information regarding the firmware, downloading the firmware, instruction on how to update the firmware onto the device, the STL file for the case, and detailed information on compatibility is all available on my GitHub page, listed here. And also, if you want to pick a Tangy Pack, please, they are available on Chris Torrance's store, ct6502.org. Thank you very much for your attention, and this concludes my talk.
Okay. Has everybody turned their volume back down? All right. Well, thank you so much, Rob, for that talk. That was awesome to hear all the updates over the last year. And yeah, I'm actually really excited to see the PAL output. I don't actually have any way to test it, but I think that'll be fantastic. Any other? I do have a few questions, but I'm just wondering if there's anything else you wanted to just say.
Just want to say, well, first of all, can you guys hear me without blowing out your ears? Sorry about the audio. Actually, that was the second attempt at recording and encoding. Something about my flow, I guess, is killing the audio level. Yeah, sorry about that. Try to do it better next time.
No, I had the same issue. I think it's I don't know. It's just you never know what volume to hit it. Speaking of audio, I'm going to ask my favorite question, which you hate, but what about audio output on the Tangy Pack, since there is the audio signal on the video port?
Right. So the audio signal on the back of the video port is actually an analog signal. It's not a digital signal.
Okay.
So I think I made you one-off, basically, yes. That routes that out as an audio output, but it's gonna be hard to actually, digitize that. And then I think Pitar was mentioning how he's working on the HDMI audio input. It's not that easy. The audio is actually packetized and inserted in the sync area. So it's fairly complicated actually to get that audio inserted into the HDMI part. So I think this might be a little bit above my skill set at this point, maybe further down the line. But yeah, it's gonna be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of imagine it's almost the same problems as like writing an emulator and trying to emulate the 1-bit sound from the Apple II, right? Where you're taking something that's essentially an analog signal, trying to digitize it into like modern digital signals, as opposed to.
I think it's a little bit easier because by the time it comes out of the video port, it is actually a composite signal. So I don't have to actually try to, model that whole. I think there was a talk a while back about someone trying to actually model the speaker, how it responds to that 1-bit thing. So it's not that kind of a problem. So it's a little bit easier, but yeah, I would still have to digitize the whole thing. So
yeah.
Cool.
Okay, and let's see. We have a question from Jay Graham. Can you use the HDMI and the VGA at the same time?
Yes. So HDMI and VGA actually is outputting the exact same video at the same time at the same resolution. So yes.
Great. Excellent.
So I think we had a chat earlier on the Discord about how I have some weird fascination of having all three display, like the composite VGA and the HDMI output, sending same video from one output on 3 different displays. So you could do that if you want.
Yeah, cool. Okay, and then I have one last question. So there's some other devices that have come out which are HDMI only. So like the A2C DVI. And the one advantage that those have is they have a much smaller form factor. I'm kind of curious, do you think there's anything that you could possibly do to shrink the size of your device, or is it really limited by the VGA?
So actually the VGA part of it is the actual most of the device footprint is from this the Tang Nano 9K. So cutting the VGA off doesn't really shrink the footprint very much. unfortunately, because I saw the newer A2C DVI device, the real compact one. That is really nice, actually. I really like that form factor. So, that actually I think is closer to the RF modulator that I sort of was trying to emulate with this. In terms of the Apple IIc used to have this RF modulator thing that used to like snap on the back. So that's where the Tangy Pack came from. So yeah, that would be cool. But yeah, unfortunately, my device is, depending on this development FPGA board, which is fairly bulky. So yeah, hard to make it smaller.
Yep. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, I think that's about all the time we have. But Rob, thank you so much for joining us this year. And like you said, you have a GitHub out there where people can go and look at the schematics and everything. And then it's also available on my store if people are interested. But yeah, looking forward to seeing what you do over the next year as well. So thanks again.
Oh, thank you.
Jay, you're muted.
Yeah.
How many times did we practice during COVID and I still muted? So, all righty, everybody. So thank you, Rob and Chris. So I just want to remind everybody to go over to the Discord, and again, ask questions in the proper channel over there, and people will be even answering them after the session. So our next session up is an interview with Chuck Morrow. Randy Kinnig did this for his Floppy Days podcast. You can watch the full interview over there. What we're going to see today is a shortened edition that Randy kindly provided us for playback at KansasFest. Now, if you don't know who Chuck Morrow is, Chuck frequents the Apple II enthusiasts Facebook forum over there and recants us with a lot of interesting stories. So he was basically Apple employee number 57. He was hired personally by Steve Wozniak and worked on the Apple II with the two Steves. And then later he left and formed ALS, or Advanced Logic Systems. They made a bunch of adapter cards. I have one of their Z80 cards, which is awesome. And then, he left that for 1980 and to make those cards. He recently authored a book about the first half of his amazing career called A Silicon Valley Memoir, From Apple to Zilog. So without further ado, let's roll the video.
I want to introduce a gentleman who's been an entrepreneur, an early Apple employee, had many key impacts on early computer developments, and most recently has become an author. Hi, Chuck. Welcome. How are you, sir?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good. I feel like I know you already. Yeah, there's your book, which we're going to be talking about extensively in this interview. But having read that recently, and all the back and forth that we had preparing for this interview, I feel like I know you pretty well already.
Well, thanks. Same here.
And as I stated, you recently wrote a book chronicling the first half of your amazing career, which included a stint with Apple Computer. In this interview, I'd like, with your permission, to just touch on the incredible work you did in those early years and leave all the juicy details for the reader to discover once they buy your book. Can we just give them a taste of the story outlined in your book, which is called From Apple to Zilog, a Silicon Valley Engineer's Memoir? Does that sound good to you?
Sure.
All right, well, let's start out just by having you tell us where you live and what you do these days.
Well, today I live in Portland, Oregon, and a part owner of a engineering business that does professional electrical engineering work for various markets like the automotive market and the trucking industry. We do embedded systems that control various features of the big bus size RVs, and we do manufacturing line tools for companies like Daimler and Daimler Freightliner. In that case, I'm basically a person who's got a tool that we design that works on the manufacturing line, and if the tool goes down, the line goes down, and I'm responsible for a $10 million loss. So I don't want that.
No, I imagine you don't.
Well, it's a risk, but we do manage the risk, and it works.
Okay, good deal. Sounds like you're staying busy. So I'd like to start out just by talking about how you got started with early home computers, and it sounds like your dad was a big influence on that.
He really was. I mean, the whole bottom line is he was in EE before he became a manager, and he basically had a big influence because he monkeyed around with the stuff at home, right? So he built stuff, and I was standing by his side, and I'm fascinated by all these little tiny goo guys that were he's soldering them together and doing something useful with them, and I'm like, how do you know how to do this? I want to do this too. So yeah, here's a case where a person's father had a big influence. Now, that being said, he was never home. He basically worked for the U.S. government through like Lockheed or RCA or GE or one of the big companies back in the day, and he worked on the Fleet Ballistic Missile Program and various stealth programs like that. He can't talk about it, and I wish he would, but he can't. But yeah, he had a big, even though I didn't see him that much, he had a huge influence on me.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it reminded me of how similar that story was as it was for Woz, for Steve Wozniak. His father was very much a big influence on him when he was at home as well, and it sounds like you guys have a similar story in that regard.
Oh yeah, when I first read Woz's what's the name of that book?
He's got one called I Was that I read.
That's right, it was I Was. I'm reading this going, you could put my name in there. This would be me.
Right, exactly.
I didn't trust because Dad knew my dad. I don't know.
Yeah.
I never asked.
So in those early years, you actually built a Mark 8 computer, and you're the only person I've ever encountered that actually built one of those. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, first came on the block with a desktop PC. Well, actually, it wasn't called a PC then, but that was one heck of a journey. I mean, that taught me so much. If I hadn't done that project, I probably wouldn't be where I am today. I paid $50 for PC boards. Oh, by the way, Jonathan Titus, the author of that article, is still alive and well. I've talked to him on the phone. He's a mutual friend with another friend of mine.
Oh, nice.
One of the market.
Okay.
Jonathan said that it sold about 6,000 board sets, which is a lot. That's pretty good deal.
That is pretty good.
Yeah, no, I got the boards that dance around the living room. So very happy to have these boards, and then I said, "Oh, I don't have the parts for this thing. I need to get parts." So I spent the next year collecting stuff to solder down. And I didn't, Jonathan did not use a plated through hole process in the board, so you had to solder on both sides of the board for one pin. And holy smokes, was that a lot of work! Let's suffice it to say that I did make that many errors, and one of my good buddies who was an engineer spent a lot of time with me sitting down and debugging the whole thing. And if you didn't have a scope and various equipment like that, you could not make this work. It was way too complicated.
Yeah, it sounds like you got a lot of practice soldering, which I'm sure came in useful in your later years.
Yeah.
And then you actually used that for a science project, I understand.
Yes, I submitted it to the state science fair in 1976 at the state level, the highest level, and I won second place. I should have won first place because the guy that won first place, as far as I was concerned, he cheated. He basically submitted the same project year after year after year for 3 years and didn't use anything new and innovative about it. He just simply did stuff like change the monochrome display to color. Okay, it looks prettier, but it doesn't do anything different. It's not better. It's not new. It's not challenging in any way. So I was irritated by it, but you know, second place, okay, all right.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was pretty incredible. Something else that I remember reading about your early years, and has always been fascinated me, is the Homebrew Computer Club, you know, which was probably the first computer club in existence. And you got to attend some of those meetings, which had to be amazing.
Yeah, the engineering friend I was referring to a minute ago, he and I used to go together. And that's Bruce Kinney. He's passed away, unfortunately. But Bruce was a real engineer. He was an engineer's engineer. He'd roll up his sleeves and, well, he'd just get anything done. And he wanted us to go to this together because he felt it had a lot of value for me more than him. And you know, I was just ready to start college, so I didn't have a lot of extra time. So I only went to some of the meetings.
Okay. So were you actually considered a member? I mean, was there a formal membership associated with the Homebrew Computer Club?
I really don't remember.
Okay.
Well, yeah, pardon my memory. It's been 45 years. You know,
Sure.
Almost 50 years.
Is there any?
Randy Wigginton from Apple was there. I remember seeing him. He's a little kid.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Do you remember any other stories, you know, one particular story maybe about the Homebrew Computer Club that you attended?
No, I mean, as far as details are concerned, you know, we'd stand up and say, "Hey, I got this problem. I didn't need this. I need help for this XYZ thing," and people would like go help you, just volunteer to help. I didn't ever really have anything to say or to ask, and I was a little intimidated too by it. It was a process that I wasn't really used to yet. I was still a kid. You know, I was barely 18. Yeah, I mean, barely 18. And yeah, I just standing up in front of an audience like that it really bothered me. So I didn't want to do it.
I understand. So you, in '76, it sounds like you got a Kim 1, and another iconic machine that's worth a fair amount of money these days. What do you remember about that?
Oh, what a beautiful thing. That Kim 1 probably made more career starts with 6502s than any other way to get there. I mean, it was well-written documentation. In fact, I was just in the garage last night looking for documentation, found my 2 blue books that make up the doc set for the Kim 1. Still pretty much prime, like Bruce knew. And well, they had all the details about how each instruction worked and the cycles that are required and the pipelining involved, and yeah, it was good stuff. And basically, you know, the board shows you how to hook stuff together. And here's a circuit. How they give you the schematics. Here's how we did it. And frankly, it was just the right thing at the right time. And the other important thing about it was cheap, inexpensive.
At the time, relatively cheap for computer stuff, anyway, right?
well, hang on. My 8008 processors for my Mark 8 were $200 a piece.
Wow, the processor was an 8008 processor was $200. Wow, amazing.
Yep. Now I talked them into giving me 2 of them for free.
Yeah,
but you couldn't do that if you didn't live here. You know, right place, right time.
I thought it fascinating too. In those early years, you actually had a stint working at Byte Shop #2, I guess. And yep. I think was that a summer job sort of thing?
Yeah, that was the same time period we were just talking about. So it was the summer job I had right before school started for my first freshman year. And I mean, you know, it's funny. looking back, it's a special thing. It really was. I mean, there was all kinds of just incredible things going on. And we all knew if we played in this business at all, as a hobbyist, as an engineer, as a, a business person, you knew that we had something special going on. Nobody had ever seen anything like this before. And the bottom line is, we're gonna see huge, giant changes in our society because of it. And here we are. And I'm talking to you over a magical set of wires that go at incredible data rates, and, well, practically for free. And did you foresee this coming from 40 years ago? No. So yeah, I mean, I worked in the bike shop, and Paul Terrell hired me, but I never really did any interacting with him. He was busy with customers, and I was sitting in the down in the dungeon, and the one person that really stood out in my mind was Lichen Wang, Dr. Wang from Stanford. Would come in with the latest punch tape. Oh, this stuff is so ancient. Punch tape, which was the current peripheral for storage, and he would load BASIC into a, I don't know what machine it was. Maybe it was an MSI. Maybe it was a processor tech. I don't remember. He'd load it up, and his little 3-year-old daughter would start writing code. And I'm like, does she know what she's doing? Just typing on keys? No, son of a gun, she's actually writing code. Look, there's a loop, and it works. It was really amazing.
Yeah, that's cool. That's very cool. I've done a lot of interviews with Paul Terrell. I'm going to, next time I talk with him, I'll ask him if he remembers you. I don't know. Have you had any action with Paul since those days?
No, not really, no.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem. So you went to university then, Santa Clara University in 76, and your major was, I think, electrical engineering, correct?
And computer science, yeah.
And computer science, okay, right. So where did you go from there? I understand you got a job with NASA in 77, so maybe after your first year at school?
Yeah, so unfortunately, at the end of my freshman year, I was pretty ill. I had to be hospitalized for several weeks. And,
oh, wow.
So I missed out on, it was a pretty big deal. Suffice it to say, if they hadn't fixed my problem, I wouldn't be here today. And so I applied myself at my NASA job. NASA was a cool place to work. NASA is not in the space business. They're in the science business. They are an amazing organization, and it's probably the best way we can spend our tax dollars is to give NASA all our money because they're so good at what they do.
Mm-hmm. What kind of projects did you get to work on there?
Well, I was in a department called Aeolian something, but anyways, it's weather related events like temperature and wind speed and associated parameters. And bottom line is to that was I had to run. This is like Buck Rogers stuff. This is really cool. I had to run experiments that collected data, and we're talking very useful data, but very old technology to get it, like strip chart recorders and Hasselblad cameras and very basic stuff. And I had to collect data about Reynolds numbers, actually about turbulent flow to laminar flow across the surface. In this case, maybe the planetary surface, and the data was used by a real high-powered PhD guy that worked on our team. I don't know what he did with it. He basically was deriving new physics. We'd never seen. And this is low-pressure, high-velocity stuff. We were running it up to 200 meters per second, which is a pretty good clip. And but the pressure is so low, it would just be a breeze against your face if you could feel it. This was practically a vacuum. It was only like 1.8 torr. That was really low pressure. It's like space. So I did data reduction work. I did data collection work. I cleaned the the chamber every time we make a run because it was so dirty. You know, a fine layer of dust on everything. I got to run my computer was an HP 65.
Handheld programmable calculator, right?
Yeah. I had some equations that were programmed into it. That, you know, I entered the data, push the button. Now comes the answer, and it's instantaneous. And so the bottom, I shouldn't say that. So the end result that I collected, I handed up to the PhD physicist guy, and physics guy, and that's it. I never saw it again.
Okay, very cool. Well, that's that's pretty neat that you got to work for NASA, but then pretty neat too that in '78 you got a job with Apple. Can you explain how you managed to get that job?
Well, it's pretty obvious that maybe it's not so obvious. You know, if you know about it, I knew about Woz. I've met him before at HBCC, and he's written a bunch of articles by then, and he had his dial joke telephone number you could call it. So I had many ways of keeping track of Woz. And one day I'm laying on my dorm room bed, and I said to myself, you know, you can't just talk to him because he's becoming famous now, and he's basically busy. So put that clean out of your head. So then the other half of my brain said, oh, baloney. He puts his pants on the way we do. Give him a call. All right. So I called Apple up, and lo and behold, they transferred my phone call to Woz's desk, and he was there. And I said, have to have the battle, you know, finding him. And I said, Steve, you know, I really want to come work for you this summer, and do you have any openings for that? And he said, yeah, we'll make one, and come on in. So we'll do an interview. So I came in, and he forgot to go to the interview. So here I am sitting in the lobby of Apple, twiddling my thumbs, going, what next? And so Steve apologized for that, and so he sent Rod Holt out to do the interview. Rod was a good guy, and he took me around the building, introduced me to everybody, and they had already decided they were hiring me. So it was pretty much in with Flynn.
Was that as an intern that you were hired originally?
Actually, no. It was just an assistant to Woz and junior engineer.
Okay.
And yeah.
So Apple was pretty small at the time. I understand you were employee number 57. So Apple was pretty darn small at that point.
There was less than 40 people there.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. So who were some of the names of people that you worked with at Apple, if you don't mind telling us?
Let's see. So in my department, it was system software. It was Randy Wigginton, Dick Houston, myself. You can include Woz. He writes code, but he doesn't doing a whole lot of it anymore. Let's see. Dick's brother Cliff, Elmer Baum, Daniel Kotke, he's a good guy. Rod Holt, Wendell Sanders, and then other people that came after me, Rick Riccio, John. What's John's last name? I'll think of it. Forgive me, I'll think of it. And a few others. Gary Shannon.
Okay.
That little group of people there cranked out some amazing stuff.
Yeah. Well, a lot of well-known names there that you just mentioned for people that know Apple. What were some of the projects you worked on while you were at Apple?
Woz says to me, "We have a problem with high." This is day one, by the way. We have a problem with high-res graphics. Now you have to understand this one seems brand new to me. I've never seen an Apple II before, so I don't know what's in there, and I know it's 6502 processor, so that makes it feel good. So he says we got a problem with high-res graphics. and we need to fix this. So I'm going to do it in code. How do you fix hardware with software? I never did get that, but I wrote code that caused. See, if you drew a line, if you drew a high-res line, in a given color, say orange, and you draw it across the screen at some angle, some of the pixels were missing because when they were combined by the video circuitry as it's scanning across the display, it caused an artifact to happen that caused the certain pixels, and it's a numerical thing, to not light the color you needed to. So I had to first figure out how that'll work. I had no idea. I never really did understand how some of that worked. And so I wrote code that actually fixed it. And I also fixed the problem with drawing shapes, that you had a √2/2 growth of the shape size if you rotated it through a certain angle. And I fixed that too. I used fractional angles. And it worked.
Nice. It's nice that you remember all of that, what you did all that long time ago.
It's funny, memory's a funny thing. I can give you all kinds of detail about my job, about other jobs I had, about people I worked with, about their personalities and so forth. But I never, can remember that kind of detail for current memory. I don't know why. But my long-term older memories are just crisply burned in my head. I can tell you I can almost tell you what the air smelled like back then. Smoke like that.
I thought fascinating too that Chuck Peddle actually came in as an Apple employee for a while. I never knew that he was an Apple employee, and I guess you got to work with Chuck.
Yeah, it was not it was not really a well-kept secret back then, but not anybody remembers it really. Yeah, so Chuck Peddle sat in the cube right across from me, and he didn't last very long. They stole him. So Apple, I remember that was that he couldn't stay because he had to go, meet Chuck Peddle or something. But I knew who Chuck Peddle was, but I really did not associate him with anything we were doing. But he came in to do, I don't remember what. Now here's a situation where I know he's there. I know he tried to make an impact. I think he's working on some of the new product development. Yeah, I think that's right. Like Annie, like Apple III, and I was really worried that he wasn't going to. I heard a rumor that he said he wasn't really happy about having to deal with all these really young engineers. I thought I was going to lose my job. Because at age 19 or 18, that's a pretty young engineer. And he said, "No, that's wrong. You guys are the future. So I want to foster a relationship with you guys." So after that, he basically was butting heads with people like Jeff Raskin and other marketing and salespeople, and he basically left because he wasn't making any impact. It wasn't working. It was a coup to get him, but we couldn't keep him.
Gotcha. Okay, so I understand while you were working at Apple, you developed a smart term card, and you want to tell us about that?
Yeah. So basically, I'm sitting here working. I was working on Apple III graphics. I was on Apple III's software team, and so I'm assigned the task of developing low-level graphics core routines that fundamentally give you the ability to do all the drawing and plotting and all that stuff. And so I'm working on this thing, on this beast, and what happens next is they wheel into my cube. So you got your desk and a cramped cube, and I have my Apple II and the monitor sitting on top of the desk. and a cart gets whirled into me, and they go, "Here, Morrow, hook this up." Well, what is it? Oh, you figure it out. Okay, so I plug it all together, and it's a terminal, like a Hazeltine terminal or Ad3A or something. And so I'm like, what? Oh, this is this bulky thing in my office. Now it's taking up more space. I don't really like it here. And it's only for, you only get to use it for working on this particular set of applications that we're running on USD Pascal. And I thought, well, this is silly. This is people are spending $2,500 for an Apple II, a fully blown system, and another $2,500 for a terminal to talk to it. I said, there's got to be a better way. And so over the Christmas break, I basically hammered out what would be, for the future, essentially, a $2,000 terminal in a little card. You plug it in. It uses soft switching to get the Apple display to route through it versus the onboard display signals. And I had this monster technology in my hands. I had no idea at the time it was going to be that good. And I mean, I was basically solving a problem for myself. And I showed it to one guy and he said, "Holy crow, I want one of these." And before you know it, I got the whole engineering department filing through my cube, wanting to look at this thing. And the management got a hold of this. And they basically talked it over. And Jobs came up to me and said, "Morrow, did you use our stuff to build this?" I said, "No, this is out of my head, at my home, on my hours, my time. This is not owned by you, it's owned by me." He says, "Well, okay, how'd you start a company and to get this, to build this for us?" And I said, "Let me think about that." So the real genesis for why I left Apple to do my company is because Jobs kind of pushed me out the door to go do it. And I had no idea that product would do so well. I mean, the first order I got out of Apple was like 10,000 units. And for peripherals, that's a big deal. I mean, it's not exactly the cheapest peripheral out there, but it was certainly a very functional, very useful tool to have. We did very well. I think we sold the better part, several 100,000 of them. Yeah, over a few years.
That's quite a few.
Yeah.
So before we leave Apple here, do you have a story about Woz or Jobs that perhaps was not in your book that you can share?
I've got one story that I am not going to share because I promised him I never would.
Okay, that's fair.
I'll leave it that way. It's embarrassing, and it's not an image I want anybody to think about Woz or I. I will tantalize you by saying, "Yeah, I got one," but no, it's never coming out of a closet. That's good. That's the wrong.
That's just teasing us. That's all you're doing is teasing.
You're locked away. No,
all right. No. Okay. Well, I know you have some stories in your book, so people can go read your book and hear a few stories about both Jobs and Woz, which I found very interesting. So you left Apple and you formed Advanced Logic Systems.
Yes, sir.
And what were some of the products that, besides your Smart Term card, which you sold to Apple, what other things did you work on there?
So we were basically a peripheral card company for Apple, in the beginning. And let's see, so Smart Term was doing really well, going like gangbusters. We were making millions of dollars, and I said to my buddies that were my executive management buddies, said, "We need another high impact peripheral like this, but I have no idea what it needs to be." So, I was going to the shows with my marketing and sales department, and I was walking the show floor at a small West Coast computer fair. I can't remember where it was. And I go, what's that? And I was in like a distributor booth or something, and I saw the demo of the soft card being played. I said, wow, you can really make other processors working on an Apple II? How does that work? So I had never actually really dug deep in how to do a bus master on the 6502, or at least on the Apple II. And there was not a whole lot of data available how to do this right. So I had to basically drag my scopes out and really dig down and look at bus signaling and relationships and stuff. And I went to one of my partners and said, we got this ability to do this, and should we give it a shot? And they said, go tinker with it. So maybe a month later, I came back and said, this is what I got. It's Microsoft's got this thing called the soft card. I don't know what you want to call ours, but basically, I can do what he did in like half the parts. So I can lower the cost, and I can get the reliability up, and we can see how we make this part. So the soft card, Z card battle began. So ours is called the Z card, and basically we basically so kind of reformulated the company around the Z add-on, and we had the Synergizer, we had the Z card 2, Synergizer, CPM card, which is huge, and the Synergizer was a basically a clever bundling play. It worked really well. We had DBase 2, WordStar, and SuperCalc. Those are leading software technology companies that they were doing a great job with that stuff. And we bundled it with CPM and my memory card and my video card. You had never pay for a video card. And we called it the Synergizer, and went to convicts with it, and came away with millions of dollars worth of orders. And boy, we were very happy because. So we were doing, I think, about $500,000 a month in sales at that point, which is how big Apple was when I joined them. So now I have a way to relate to where we stood. I said, just a couple of years ago, Apple was sitting at the same position, so maybe we can make that into a bigger company. And we tried, and we kept cracking out good stuff.
Yeah, it sounds like you did some really great work there. I understand you had a couple of visits from Bill Gates while you were demoing some of this stuff at Comdex.
You have to remember, Bill and I had a relationship already. When I was at Apple, Randy and I were the two guys that basically, would deal with phone calls from Microsoft, and they were a tiny company back then. So Bill and I knew each other. We talk on the phone. I talked to Bill about bugs we found in AppleSoft, and so he came to my booth in a particular Comdex. I don't remember what year this is. It's like 83 or 84. No, maybe 81 or 82, I think. So anyway, he walked in the booth and said, "Oh, he came with the guy who designed the hardware for the soft card. I cannot remember his name. He was from LA. That's all I'll remember." And he walked straight up to the portion of my booth that had the Z card in it, picked it up and showed it to for you guys. He showed it to Bill, and Bill said, "Okay." He's stroking his chin and looking it over, and he said, "Yeah, I can do this. I can convert our design to do this." They never did it. They never changed it. So I had the cheaper of the two solutions. Our Z card sold for MSRP for $199, and we sold it into the channel for $99, and I built it for $9.
Wow. Okay, that's pretty nice.
It was a great. Well, and you're selling to value. So the bottom line was people liked the price because they got a lot of value out of it, and it didn't bother them to spend $200 for a card. We just cranked them out. Apple came to us one point and said, "Can you make those?" So we were making a COM card, Apple had that small little comp card, and we did one too. And they said, "Can you crank out 6,000 of these in a week, in 2 weeks?" I said, "Yeah, we can do that." I hung up the phone and ran over to my CEO and said, "How the hell are we going to make 6,000 of these things in 2 weeks? Because we got to do it." And we did it. We basically went to 3 shifts. Hired a bunch of people. I went crazy on purchasing parts, and we cranked out 6,000 comp cards for Apple in 2 weeks. So you don't know a lot of what we did. People don't realize that ALS was a big player back in the day, because we had a lot of OEM stuff going on. People didn't even know that, and we had software we were selling, and hardware we were selling, and bundled stuff we were selling. Even Apple was a customer, right? So they sold the video cards, they sold the comp cards. I don't know what else. It was good. We had so much fun. I loved my job. I had more fun I had a lot of fun when I was at Apple, but I had even more fun on my own.
I understand this is the first edition of what is going to be 2 editions to talk about the rest of your career. So do you want to talk a little bit about the book and what was your impetus for writing the book?
Sure. I felt like, let's see, impetus, huh? Well, COVID came along and really messed up the world. And we had to, we weren't supposed to go to work. Stay at home and shelter in place, as they were saying, and do your work from home. And I got to actually get in the car and drive to work. I can't just do work at home. I won't do work. I'll watch TV. So I went to work, and I was the only guy in the office for like 4 months. And during those 4 months, I cranked that the first half of the book out. Oh, by the way, the second half of the book, I'm about 50 pages into it, and it's 8.5 by 11 pages. So more than that, 50 printed pages. So hang on, guys, it's coming. And I kind of built an audience. I mean, I had this expression, "Hey, everybody, it's Chuck," and they loved it. And I made a lot of new friendships out of that period of time. No, I know people that caught COVID and died. So it bothered me that it was that serious. So I didn't want to go outside. I didn't want to get near the rest of humanity. I hated grocery shopping. You got to eat, but basically, yeah, I think we should be sheltering inside too. But I want something to do, so I wrote this book in the meanwhile, and I got a lot of people very happy about it. They said, "Chuck, get this thing published. We want to read this." So yeah, I mean, we skipped over a lot today. There's a lot of detail that you haven't heard yet, but buy the book and you'll get to read it.
Yeah, absolutely. So did you enjoy that whole process? I mean, writing the book and trying to dig into your memory about what happened in those days?
I really did, and I enjoyed it. The bottom line is, for me, was, if I want to do a thing with my time, you get to use your time once. After you use your time once, it's gone. You can't have it back. You can't manufacture more time. Although I wish I could.
Yeah, we all wish that.
Yeah. So I thought, if I'm going to spend time doing something, it's got to be worthwhile. It's got to be something worth value to somebody, not just me. And I said, okay, I'll see if I can write this book. So I started cranking on it, and what started off to be a very hard process for me, in the end became pretty simple. I basically, able to crank out quickly and to do a bunch of edit passes to make it polished, and I'm doing more of them. So volume 2 is coming, and there's another volume, another nonfiction, another bio like this about my father. I'm not going to talk about it at all right now, but he's, I think, an unsung Cold War hero for the work he did, and whatever he's going to give me permission to write, I'll definitely write it. So that's the third one. But I'm also a fiction writer. I've got fiction books that are coming out, science fiction specifically.
Which is great because the only books I read are either computer books or science fiction books. So you're doing stuff right up my alley.
Excellent. So yeah, so I've got the first of 3 sci-fi books done, and I'll put that as soon as I get it, all 3 of them done. I'm going to put them out together as a set through the same mechanism we use right now. Same sales.
Nice. So you've really turned into an author.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a while before I actually make good money at it. But, you got to crawl before you walk, I guess.
Hi, Randy. How are you? Thank you. This was an awesome interview. So, hey, we got about a minute left here. Just wanted to ask you a question on how you set up this interview. If you can just talk a little bit about that.
How I set it up. You mean how did I manage to get the interview?
Yep.
Yeah. So Chuck showed up on a forum on Facebook somewhere, and he had posted some stories about his time at Apple, and I happened to see that, and it's like, oh wow, this guy. I had not heard of Chuck Morrow at that point, but I thought, this guy would make a terrific interview, and so I contacted him via Facebook, and it just took off from there. And I think we've really. I've got probably several interviews that will end up coming out with Chuck, including the second half of his career when he gets that book finished. And he's really a joy to talk with.
Absolutely. That's where I saw him first. It was like, hi, everybody, this is Chuck. And I look forward to the stories and that he told there. So that's great. Thank you so much, Randy, for giving us that interview. And now I'm going to toss it back over to Ron, who is going to take us into lunch. And you're muted, Ron.
Oh yeah, sorry. It takes all kinds. But yeah, thanks Randy for the interview. Thanks Jay. So I want to say to everybody that we're going to take probably about a 45-minute lunch. So go ahead and get your goodies, and we'll see you back here shortly. Hey, gang. Welcome back.
Howdy.
Hopefully you got something good to eat, right?
And quick.
Yes.
Oh,
Lunch
I got
seems to
coffee,
go
so
by a
that's
lot
all that
quicker.
counts.
Yep.
I would like to announce a small schedule addition at 5 o'clock Central. So the end of the session today, we're going to add a vendor open mic. So if you have something to say, whether or not you actually consider yourself a vendor, please head over to the vendor fair channel, let me know, and we'll get you scheduled. We're looking for something 1 to 3 minutes, so something short. This is an opportunity to share some of those last minute things.
All righty. Thank you,
Great.
Peter.
Very exciting.
Yeah, very exciting. So,
All right. Let me kill this banner. We're back. There
Yep.
we go.
There we go.
Yep.
So next up on the agenda, Ron and I had the pleasure about a month ago of interviewing Dan Bricklin. And for those of you, I think everybody may know who Dan Bricklin is, but if you don't, Dan Bricklin was the co-creator of VisiCalc, where many people thought that that was why we have the Apple II today. For as a matter of fact, it skyrocketed the sales on that, and him and Bob Frankston, were co-created it. The interview was very interesting. It ran a lot longer than Ron and I thought.
Yeah, I during the interview, I was like, he kept saying, "Are you sure? Is this going to run long?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's going to run long, but these are the people that want to hear your story, so you run as long as you want." So, part one that we're going to do today is like an hour, and then part two is kind of the second, like the remainder part of the interview.
And what a story! And what a story it was! It was not only his time at VisiCorp when he was doing, programming VisiCalc, but he talked about, other things in his career. So it was just an awesome video and very interesting. So believe me, the hour will go by faster than you think it will here.
Oh,
so
yeah. Absolutely.
So I guess, should we roll the video, Ron?
Yeah, let's roll it. Let's get moving.
All right.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us here today. I'm Ron from Ron's Computers Videos, and I'm joined by
Jay from KansasFest.
Hey, Jay. Thanks for dragging me along today. This will be really, really great. As you can see, we've got a wonderful guest with us here, Dan Bricklin. Let me just go ahead and I'll give you a little bit of an introduction. It's our distinct honor to introduce a true pioneer of the personal computing revolution, Dan Bricklin. Often called the father of the electronic spreadsheet, Dan co-created VisiCalc, the first spreadsheet for personal computers. Launched in 1979, it turned the Apple II into a business tool and helped spark the PC revolution. Dan earned degrees from MIT and Harvard Business School. Beyond VisiCalc, Dan built a notable career as a software entrepreneur and author. He founded Software Garden, developed tools like NoteTaker HD, and became a thought leader in usability. His honors include the IEEE Computer Pioneer Award and inductions into the National Inventors Hall of Fame and the Computer History Museum. Please join us in giving a warm welcome to a true innovator and a legend in computing, Dan Bricklin. Dan, how are you today, sir?
Thanks. I'm doing good.
Is there anything I missed?
In your life you do lots of things, but that's good. That's maybe things will come up.
Yeah.
But, one's life covers lots of stuff, and different people care about different things.
Mm-hmm. Well, we certainly care about all the innovations and all the contributions you've made to the Apple II community. It's such an important part of like our lives, kind of growing up or in the hobby. And so we want to hear everything you have to say today. But we've got some great questions that Jay prepared ahead of time. Do you want us to just go ahead and launch into that?
That's fine with me. I'm here to answer questions and to give you what you want, address the things that you want me to address.
Great.
Well, great, Dan. So, VisiCalc is about to turn 46 years old here, I think, in October or so. So, can you take us back to the moment when the idea first came to you for VisiCalc, and what problem were you trying to solve?
Well, it sort of developed over time in that my background was in interactive computing, screen-based computing. By that point, that would be in 1978. At that point, I had was at Digital Equipment Corporation, had developed one of the first screen-based word processing systems. We had to invent something which we call the ruler, where you can put tabs and stuff like that. Everybody who was building word processors had to independently invent things and stuff like that, which ran on a PDP-8, which is a very minimal machine, was involved in some hardware for that. I had worked at the Multics project. Multics is the operating system at MIT, and then a little bit of Bell Labs, but mainly at MIT, that then became, through Bell Labs, Unix and then Linux, which is what we use today for stuff. So I come from, and that was a time sharing type system, but I had seen all sorts of stuff. I worked on computerized typesetting. In computerized typesetting, I helped make an editing system, and I got to see the type of editing systems that they used in those days. The real advanced ones for doing typesetting for ads, which are kind of like PageMaker, except out in hardware and whatever, Harris 2200. And so I had been exposed to, I had seen Sketchpad, which is a very early influential piece of software and stuff. So I was into interactive computing. So then I wanted to get into business. I had learned a lot about computers and all by going to school, getting a degree in computer science, electrical engineering. So I figured, why not get a degree in business and learn how business works? So I can start with my friend Bob. We wanted to start a company together. And I luckily got into Harvard Business School, where they use the case method. The case method is where you read 3 cases a night. A case is printed out about 5 to 20 pages of a particular business situation with a lot of exhibits that sort of, have numbers and words and stuff like that laid out in ways that make sense. And you have to discuss it, and you discuss it in class with 80 other people, 80, 90 other people in the class. It's, in an amphitheater-like classroom. And they're big blackboards in front, and they write stuff in there. And, so I got to imagine. I knew about word processing, and I knew about doing numbers and putting them where you want and stuff like that. I knew about the mouse. I had all this background and about putting stuff for typesetting in places. And if you put all that together and you say, oh, you're sitting in class, and somebody, I had also implemented a little bit of helping implement a little bit of BASIC, a little bit of a Lisp system and stuff. And I had led the development of APL and been involved with the development of APL twice for the Multics system. I was involved in that. So I was used to interpreted systems. So if you take that together, interpreted systems that do 2 + 2 = 4 and stuff like that, and then you take word processing, word wrapping, and what you see is what you get. You sit in business class and you have numbers on the screen, on the blackboard, and you make them, and somebody said, well, whatever, instead of making this 15, how about if it's 16? Erase it. And anybody run the numbers for that? We all had a calculator. Oh, this is my calculator. This was my calculator. Yeah. I couldn't afford the HP one. I had the the one
TI,
TI one, yeah. Mm-hmm. And so, I started thinking about word processing with numbers. And what I did was I'm sitting in the front row of it's, sort of like that. Yeah, you got one. And, daydreaming about it. And I imagined that this had a ball on the back, which is how mice sort of worked in those days with a rolling ball. If you remember the old mice.
Oh, yeah.
And this has enough keys to be able to do shifts, to be able to do alphabetics. And, there's a sum button over here and stuff like that. And I imagined it had a head-up display, which we now call augmented reality, where you can sort of see things at the same time you're looking at other people. And I imagined being able to type in some numbers and being able to circle it to select a range and then push the sum button, and I'd see the answer, and I could negotiate with somebody, because we did negotiation, games with that. And, I would know the answer. I could change the numbers and stuff. So I had this idea of what would be an electronic spreadsheet. We used spreadsheet paper, which is paper for actually doing that stuff. Mm-hmm. And let's see if I have some of that here. And I moved it over. I could show you whatever, but what I wanted is, like, I worked on plain old paper a lot, where you can put things anywhere you want. And then I decided to actually prototype it, and sat down in a time sharing system, a DEC PDP-10 time sharing system, and started trying to figure out how to build this thing. And out of that came the rows and columns, the ABCD 1, 2, 3, 4, the stuff that we have today. This plus this, point to that, etc. Came up with that idea, wrote a specification for it, and my friend Bob Frankston actually programmed it. So that's where it came up with it. Does that cover enough? That's a lot to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
No, it's a great history. Something I've always been curious about is, with all the personal computers that were on the market in 1979, you had the TI-99, you get the
no TI yet, not yet.
Not yet?
No, there were 3 that you could buy easily that weren't kits and stuff.
Mhm.
could buy the TRS-80 Model 1, but there
One,
was no
yeah.
Model 2 or Model 3.
Right.
You could buy the Commodore PET, which had a cassette tape for input, and you could buy the Apple II. Okay, those were the three of the day that you could go into a store and buy and take home and plug in and use.
So
And
of
the
those
question
three,
was-
though, yeah.
Yeah.
Why
so
why did you pick the Apple II?
So what happened is when I was trying to figure out if this is a useful thing or not, I went to my professors, some of my professors, and tried to explain to them what I was thinking about. This is spring of 1978. And I went to my first person I went to is my I wanted to go to my finance professor, but he was busy. So I went to my professor who did operations, manufacturing and stuff like that, and try to explain it. He said, well, you're talking about something, maybe you could use a modem or whatever. Do you know that people fly in every week from companies? They fly into one office and they have blackboards that go from room to room. And they run the numbers to be able to do material resource planning, MRP. And how much of this I'm going to use, and where you sell this many, I need this many of these and this many of those. And if you could do it with a modem at a distance, that would be really great, save a lot. Maybe this is an interesting thing. Then I went to my accounting professor. His name was Jim Cash, like money. Okay. And Jim turns out had a master's in computer science, not just a doctorate in management or whatever, but big guy. He had played basketball in college, and I think may have been in the NBA for a little bit, but decided this is what he was going to do. And I explained it to him. He said, Dan, I don't fully visualize what you're trying to do. He was good to say that, because that's true. Almost nobody, if you explained it to them, but you're talking about the human interface, and that's important. So you should do this thing because the human interface is important. Jim went on to be the head of the Harvard's MBA program. There's a building named after him, Cash House. He's now retired emeritus. He was the first tenured Black professor at Harvard Business School. He was on the board of Walmart, General Electric, Microsoft. He was, he knew what he was talking about and all that stuff. So I got some good advice with that. And he gave other advice to me over time. But then I finally got to see my professor of finance. And I went down to see him and I said, Charlie, here's what I'm thinking of doing. Real estate agents can do. And he said, he's looking up from his listings from printouts from Fortran programs or something. He said, Dan, there already are financial forecasting tools. Why would anybody want yours and run on a personal computer? But I have a second-year student. You're a first-year student. I have a second-year student. His name is Dan Filestra, and he's working with personal computers, and he's trying to sell software for it. And he'll tell you why real estate agents won't buy personal computer to do your thing. And that's how I met Dan Filestra. Personal Software was the name of the company.
Yeah.
Personal Software became, at the time, one of the largest, if not the largest, it was up there with Microsoft maybe at the time, sellers of prepackaged personal computer software. They sort of came in a baggie with a cassette or something like that. They sold, the big killer app was MicroChess that they sold, and some other stuff. And Dan, being an MBA, he understood that this, I explained about this thing, and he said, you should do it for an Apple II. You should do it for a personal computer. I was thinking of building this thing for some mini computer-y type of thing. But you should do it and he really loved Apple. I think he got pre-Apple. He may have gotten pre-public stock in Apple. When his company was growing, he got some of the same board members in the same PR agency as Apple. He moved out to Mountain View from being in the Boston area. And he told us, he said, look, we're obviously going to put it on all three of the computers because that's what we do at the time. And then there's this new one coming out called the Atari 400 and 800. And we'll do it for that, but that wasn't available for about a year. But Apple looks like, as I remember him saying, they had made a deal with Sugar Associates, who made the floppy drives, to say, look, we want to buy every one you can. Can you give me all of the rest of the capacity you haven't given out, promised this year. And Apple had the floppy disk drives, and the other manufacturers couldn't get floppy drives as much. They had to get it from Tandon or whatever, but they're not the main one, which is Sugar. So it said, so why not do it for Apple first? Because that would be probably better. Even though we would run off of a cassette, let's do it off of that. So we said, okay, we'll do it for the Apple first, and then we'll do it for the others later. I was still in school. Bob would do the programming. My friend Bob Frankston would do the programming. He had done a little bit of programming for personal software, and he knew the 6502 chip. In fact, we had access on the Multic system. We had access to an assembler and linker and stuff that we could use on the time-sharing system and then download for testing. And that's how we actually built the first one. So Bob had worked for a company called ECD that made a board computer or something that was pretty advanced, but I don't know if they ever shipped it or whatever. It was a competitor to the Apple II. So he was familiar with programming and machine language, the 6502 chip. So why not start with that? So all of those things together, plus they had an extra Apple II for me to borrow and use and do a prototype. And in the fall of 1978 in BASIC, I think it might have been Floating Point BASIC, I built a prototype of what became VisiCalc. I had already figured out by using a time-sharing system, ABCD 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. But I was going to be using a mouse. I wanted to use a mouse. There is no mouse on the Apple II. So I said, I'm going to use the paddles, right? Mm-hmm. Go out. I have an Apple II out in the garage. I should go get my paddles with that. Just got it out of my warehouse and put it in there so my grandchildren can have an Apple II. And I tried the paddles. And what I do is you would go left and right, and then you push the fire button, and then you would go up and down. Okay? Pretty cool. Mm-hmm. Well, but it used like an RC circuit in the way it didn't really have a pointer. I just could do cell, cell, cell. It wasn't very good to do that. It didn't feel right for my little prototype that I did. So, well, the Apple II has 2 arrow keys, left, right, hit the space bar instead of the fire button, up and down, right? And you have in the upper right corner, there's either an exclamation mark or a minus sign, which tells you which way you're going every time you hit it. And that's where I worked on the prototype. Initially, I had it make a sound as it calculated each recalculated cells. It went ding, 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 ding. So I found out that the dink sound was 3/4 of the time to do a recalc. So I got rid of the sound. So I did a prototype and then worked on the user interface, wrote a specification, and then Bob actually programmed it, took that same computer, borrowed it, put it in his attic using a modem to download what he did. He happened to have a terminal, a nice terminal from the job he had, and he wrote the code, almost all of the code. We eventually hired an employee who got finished things like getting divide working. I ended up writing the transcendental functions. Now we had this thing. You remember Byte magazine?
Oh yeah,
that was the big magazine back then. So Filestra was one of the head of our Filestra, Dan Filestra and Peter Jennings were the heads of the personal software. They would publish it, and we were the author, and they would pay us money and stuff like that. And they would actually manufacture it and sell it to stores. And Dan Filestra was one of the founding editors or something of Byte magazine, and a good friend of Carl Helmer's, who was the editor-in-chief. And so we showed it, early before it came out to Carl Helmer's. Carl in Byte magazine had a review of it before it came out in the summer of 1979. And he gave an example that he made up because he didn't have access to it because he couldn't get it. We had it, but we hadn't given out any beta copies yet for press to play with. And so he used transcendental functions since we told him we were going to have them. We didn't have them yet. You sine and cosine and you do this. Now we were thinking you'd be using it for doing like checkbooks and financial forecasting and stuff like that. But his example said we were going to have transcendental functions. So we had to have transcendental functions. So I had to go program that. That fell to me. And I had given that problem. I happened to run into somebody guy by the name of Monty Davidoff. I ran into him, and he said, "Hey, there's this book you can get that has all the algorithms, how to do that." I was at Microsoft summer intern, and that's what I used to do Microsoft Basics.
Yeah.
If you get Bill Gates's most recent book, which you would, I highly recommend Bill's new book, Source Code, especially if you have to raise. It's about raising children. It's about raising difficult, challenging, very bright children, and he had great parents, great grandparents, and it's a wonderful book in terms of that. But in that, he talks about Monty and about that, and Monty's name's actually in the inside cover, on the listing, So there was there's connections there, and then we shipped it in the fall of 1979, fall of 1979. Now we were worried about piracy because people could just copy it, and and that was an issue back then with stuff. So one thing we realized that people would copy it. Well, the people at Personal Software developed some techniques that we could put on to make it hard to copy. They used some sectors that don't copyright, or I don't no idea, that we could do to make it harder to copy. But just in case, we felt what you do is you'd make a copy, you test it, it works, you give it to somebody. So what we did is we said, oh, the Apple II drives, they have write protect. If you wrote on it, you probably don't have the write protect. So we'll just write on the disk all the time, okay? And that way you'll destroy it when you do it, okay? What we didn't know is that I guess Apple did not QA the disk, the read tab that well, that switch, or maybe it was flaky. I don't know. One of the people who had that problem was Steve Jobs using it. We got rid of that feature. Okay. So that's those are some of the stories from back then. We handmade the first I think 5 copies or so, and gave it to the first people who had actually paid for it. Mm-hmm. And that is and then it went out to computer stores. We got, let's see, it came, I don't know if I can see it.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah. This is what it came in. This is a little later version. This is like a few months after, I think, but it looked like this, and it came on a floppy like this, with a card to send back and a reference card. And my father printed the reference card and stuff like that. There was a demo. Here's a demo disc. We sent demo discs out to computer stores. Computer stores could run the demo disc. It had basically macros that would play, that would make it do things. And so it could put some text up on the screen and actually run. And people actually, that's good. So the stores just put the monitor in the window and just had it auto running. And if you flipped it over the other side, it's a one-sided disc, but we made it flip. The other side actually had a working copy. So some of them sold it, and I don't know. But what happened is, so that shipped in October 79. I think Spreadsheet Day is supposed to be the 17th of October or something, they say. That must have been the day when the first physical copy may have been manufactured and shipped, because I know that Personal Software got it, I think, the next day or so, or day after. I have a note in my logbooks about that. And then some Saturday, I think on a Saturday, the following Saturday, I got a physical copy, by overnight FedEx and stuff like that, Saturday delivery. And it's gone from then. Computer store people told me the good ones learned that they would just ask somebody who came in what they did for business, and then ask them and then started a little bit maybe doing a spreadsheet for them. At that point, the person would take a credit card and stick it in their mouth and say, please take this. How much is that? And what's all the hardware I need to run it? Mm-hmm. And those that learned to do that became very successful computer stores.
Yep.
There's one in Westport, Connecticut, that became extremely successful with that. That's what Cy Marin used to tell us how he sold it. People out here at the Computer Store, they became the #1 Apple seller, I think, in the country. I had shown it to them early. Some of their employees joined Mitch Kapor later and helped found Lotus Development Corporation. They learned a lot about that. So that's some of the early days. That give you,
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and we didn't sell that many copies to begin with, but a lot for Apple. I mean, you know, we could tell how many Apples we're selling by how many copies of VisiCalc we're selling. You know, more or less, because we were like on every other machine or something. I don't know. And it just did better and better. And if you look at what Steve Jobs has said, there's video of him saying it. You know, if it weren't for VisiCalc, you'd be interviewing somebody else right now. You know, when I saw that video, it was done by WGBH. They have a nice interview with Steve, done in the 90s, where he talks about the early days and all that, and how important the disk drive was, because that's one of the reasons why we put VisiCalc on his machine. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have been Steve Jobs. Wouldn't have got to do what Steve Jobs did. Was what he said. So that's said that, you know. So that's pretty cool. And then we eventually put it on other machines. We put it on the Commodore PET. We did a translation of it into machine code for the TRS-80 and sold a lot for that, et cetera, et cetera. So.
Nice. So, well, speaking of Steve Jobs, Dan, did you end up ever working with Steve Jobs directly at Apple at all, and as part of the development process?
Our publisher, Personal Software, which moved out and later named themselves VisiCorp because they liked the name so much, they named the company after it, renamed the company after it. They were the interface to Apple, okay? And so I would only meet Steve and Wazen. Those were the main people that I would meet initially at trade shows and stuff like that. I remember meeting Steve there, and definitely and meeting you know, Steve Jobs and Wozniak. And I mean, at later points, you know, I got to see, there was at one point, for various reasons, I ended up in a hotel room alone with Steve Jobs having dinner, just the two of us, which was, you know, kind of, it's a whole long story about that. But I've actually had dinner alone with Steve, you know, where they roll it in and stuff like that, at a trade show. And I did see Steve the last time he spoke, that Steve Jobs spoke at the WWDC, the Worldwide Developer Conference for Apple. So the last time he was at a public Apple event, I got to go over and say hi to him, and you know, one-on-one for a minute or two before he went over and went to see his wife, because he knew this was the last time he was going to be doing that. He was not well. So, but I got to know the Apple III product manager, I think at the time, was Jeff Rakes, who then later on went to Microsoft. So I got to know him really well. We were on the board of the Software Publishers Association together. It was VisiCalc that convinced him that software was the thing to do. So that's why he ended up moving away from Apple and going to Microsoft, and then he ended up running the Gates Foundation, I think. So really good. There's some really good people who were in our industry back then. Some of the techies back then, you know, have been really good people for the world in many ways, and that's where their mind was at. You can learn what, you know, a lot of what was in Bill's head, Bill Gates's head, by reading his book. He had a good writer working with him who did a lot of research. Where he would say in his book, like, I thought I remembered such and such, but when actually shown my report card, it wasn't all A's. You know? So, but you know, whatever. It's interesting. When you read Bill's book, you hear about scrounging for computer time, like, you know, the one computer in the school type of thing, and how hard it was. and even at Harvard, how hard it was to get access and stuff. And in my case, I was able to get access to a computer at a school that was near me, a public school. I was at a private school, but my cousin David went to a public school that was one of the few in the whole school system in Philadelphia that had a time-sharing terminal. And I was able to learn there. And then I went to work at, I took a course, a National Science Foundation course at the University of Pennsylvania in the summer of 66, I think it was, 1966, or 67, maybe 67. And had a lot of access to computers. And then I worked at the Wharton School after hours, after school, when I was in high school. I worked at the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania in their computational services. So I had access to big mainframes and stuff like that. And then I went to MIT where, you know, through Project Mac working there, I had an infinite computing time with computers or whatever I wanted. So it was, you didn't have to scrounge. Early on, I had to scrounge. I mean, I had to beg the Bureau of Public Education in Philadelphia. I had to ask them, could I use your 1401 computer downtown that you use to do payroll? And they would stop payroll for a second to run on tapes.
Mm-hmm.
I have the tapes under there somewhere to run some of my programs as I was trying to do stuff and use their so that's when I was sort of scrounging for it. But by the time I got to college, it was really easy to get computing time and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So those are like those days. And then personal computers started, becoming more normal. It was Ronald Reagan came out with a budget, and in the early 80s, I guess it was, and the Wall Street Journal had an article, an editorial, and they said, all over Washington, yellow legal pads and VisiCalc spreadsheets are trying to figure out about this. And they assumed you knew what VisiCalc was.
Mm-hmm.
And they assumed you used it. What they didn't know is when we developed VisiCalc, we wanted to make sure it worked like this thing, right? So therefore we used decimal base 100 actually, but basically decimal arithmetic, so that we would get the same type of numbers, not the 1.99999 or whatever, I mean, it would work the same way that you would get out of decimal arithmetic as opposed to binary arithmetic. And we had to figure out what was the maximum number of significant digits. It was, it was scientific notation, but how many digits do you need? So, and if you had too much, because we had to allocate, in various chunks, how much memory. It's done, well, what would we possibly use this for? I mean, is anybody going to use it? Let's take, what's the biggest number? How about the budget of the United States of America in dollars? How many, what's that? And we figured out how many significant digits, and that's what we did. And it turned out that's what they used it for. You never know. You never know what's going to happen in this world about that. So,
funny.
You want any questions on that or anything else?
Yeah, actually, a follow-up.
As long as I wanted, and I got lots. So
yeah, I was going to say a follow-up on just what you said right there about the how many digits? How big do you make this? Where do you cut these things off? I mean, what were some of the biggest technical challenges that you and Bob Frankston faced when developing VisiCalc for the Apple II?
Okay.
I mean, would the limitations of the Apple II kind of restrict the design?
Yes. So why was that helpful? Well, first of all, because it didn't have a mouse or whatever, it got us the arrow keys, which meant you could just do whatever, and that was better. Okay. A mouse, it's still good to use an arrow keys, even though we have a mouse now. But one of the things about the Apple II is that the Apple II had 25 rows of 40 characters if you're in text mode.
Yep.
So you can't fit much on the screen. So we had to come up with things. We couldn't fit very much. So therefore we had to come up with locked panes, where basically, titles, they call them locked panes today, but we call them titles, where you could lock the first row or two, and then scroll things through it, and you could still have that. And We allowed you to have two windows at the same time, and they could be synchronized. That if you scrolled in one window, you'd also scroll in the other window in the same direction or something like that. We had to develop that type of stuff so that you could work with huge spreadsheets. It handled, what was it, 63 columns by 256 rows was the max we could do. Not all of them at once, but you could go either 63 wide or 254 high. We could handle that much on the Apple II. You could put your totals up here and this, and you could change it there and get around because it was restricted. And that meant we could work with very big things where if we had a little bigger screen and restricted ourselves to the screen, we would have been much smaller. So it actually forced us to put in user interface. Now we're talking about a very small program. It ran in 32K. Okay, if you didn't use the, I think if you ran the tape version of it, the disc version did too, but you wouldn't have very much free memory. It had to be that every time you ran it, it used the same amount of memory. That required using a certain type of memory management. That if you, no matter what order you did something, if you did the same thing, you'd end up with the same size. Okay, so that therefore, if you saved it and you only had 3 bytes left when you saved it, when you came back and loaded it up again, you'd only have 3 bytes left. And we did that. And 123 ended up using a similar style of doing that. So a screenshot of today's VisiCalc is bigger in bytes than that was to fit all this stuff in there. That include the operating system and the screen buffer. Wow. If you think about it. Wow. Bob really, in order to be able to fit things in, every byte counted. So for example, if you hit slash, we wanted to have a help system, but there was no memory for a help system. But at least if you press slash, and which is the command for commands. I'm born with bent little fingers. I don't like hitting the control or shift key, so I couldn't reach an octave as a child. You hit slash, it would show you the letters that you could type as a prompt. And then if you typed one of the letters, it would show you the letters then. Well, it turned out that those letters that were then put on the screen were the same lookup table that were used, that when you type the letter would look it up in that. He didn't have a separate list for print, for displaying and for testing. I mean, as a programmer, you'll understand. Bob, he also wrote it using a macro assembler that it has like almost no go-tos in it, even though it's in machine code. He did it all using macros that had if, then, else, and stuff like that to do the way you're supposed to do it without go-tos and stuff. The code had, shall we say, very few bugs. It was well tested by a lot of people, and we then actually, when we made the TRS-80 version of it, the listing would be the Apple version and the TRS-80 version, and the person who wrote that, the TRS-80 version, actually used the comments that were in the Apple II version. It was an almost idiomatic translation from one to the other. The IBM PC one also came out of the TRS-80 version of it, and that sold the most number of copies we sold was the IBM PC version.
Yeah. So when you're talking about your trials and tribulations that you and Bob had, was there ever a moment when you and Bob thought, oh my God, this might not work? And how did you overcome that?
I don't know. You have to have belief in what you're doing, and we knew it was useful. We didn't know how it would become this useful, so that we just thought, we had both done some stuff that was successful. I had done a word processing system that sold for 10, 15 years. The DeckMate, later it was sold as DeckMate. That was the original software for the cost 10. It was a PDP-8 and a desk. I was project leader of that, and I wrote a goodly amount of the code. So I'm used to some stuff, but I knew that sometimes it doesn't work. Multics did not become very popular. Only a few Multics systems were sold. It was an incredible system. But out of it came Unix. Out of Unix came Linux, and the world runs on Unix and Linux, and Mac OS. and all that are all derivatives of the same thing.
Mhm.
And if you knew Multics, you do some of the Multics commands and the same things work in the later systems. So so you have to believe your program. I mean, everybody believes that their system's going to do really well, and you always think it's going to not do well, but you're scared about that, and you got to put this in it, you got to put that in it, you got to try this, you got to try, who knows? I mean, look at all the stuff we put in. We didn't need to put in. We didn't have to put in, double windows and all that. It still would have been useful. People would have put up with it. Wouldn't have been as good, but so.
VisiCalc's interface was pretty groundbreaking. How'd you decide on the grid-based structure and commands?
There's a video you can watch. It's on TED.com where I go into detail with visuals of it. But basically, I needed a way to be able to give you would be able to point to something, and the computer could put something into the formula that was readable by you to know what it is. Okay. And to do that, I ended up with a grid, A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4. And that did it. But then that let me have ranges of cells so that you can do, some from here to there and stuff like that. So because originally I expected to use a mouse and let it be free form. You could put things anywhere you want, because that's how we did text. It was not supposed to be a database. It's not columns and rows that are heterogeneous and stuff like that. It's, you put stuff where it makes sense to you, and the text is maybe part of it or it may not be. And, you put, text and words and numbers, and, that's, you want to put, somewhere you're going to put a value here. This is a constant, but this is calculated. It just came about from what the idea of what I wanted to be able to do, and it had to be useful for business. And I had lots and lots of examples being in business school. I was the right person at the right time. There were lots of programmers, but they weren't in business school. And those that were not programmers who developed interactive computing stuff. Not many people developed interactive programs in those days. So, so I was the right person at the right time. And Bob had free time to be able to develop it and could afford to do it, to take the time off to do that.
Okay, well, yeah, that's awesome. But so you talked about all the features like the double windows and so forth in that. Were there any features that you wanted to include but couldn't because of the hardware limitations? And I guess a follow-up question to that, yeah. when you ported it to all of the other platforms, was there feature parity across that, or did the IBM, for example, have more features because you had more resources to work with?
There was so much we wanted to have in it. We would have liked to have had, natural order of recalc rather than, to go either across and down. But we realized that to do that, you needed more memory space, at least one more bit or something like that. And probably, you'd use a chain or something like that. And that we didn't have the memory space to do that. So we didn't program that in. Okay. We didn't have a help system. Of course, we wanted a help system, in terms of that. Of course, we wanted more functions. We would have liked upper lowercase, but Apple II didn't have upper lowercase. It wasn't until later versions and stuff like that. So there are all sorts of things. We did have macros, and there were companies that took advantage of it. That basically, when it read from when it saved the file, it basically saved the keystrokes necessary to recreate it. The greater than symbol meant go to, and then you would have the cell number, and then colon was like a carriage return. So it was like go to, A5, and then put the thing in carriage return. That is what the save was. Well, that was any input. So you could actually have macros, that were the keystrokes necessary to do whatever you want. And that way you can import all sorts of data. And there are companies that are still around today that got their start making interfaces to VisiCalc like that. And then of course we did start taking advantage of upper lowercase, more memory, but because of the difficulty of having a manual and all the documentation and everything like that, we tried to keep it all the same, because we ended up being on many, many different computers, of the day, and everybody kept coming to us and wanted to have it. So that's so like the IBM PC, we took advantage of more memory and stuff, but it basically is the same one. So if you get the IBM PC version that I put up, I got permission from the company that ended up buying our stuff. Was Lotus ended up buying our intellectual property, and then they were bought by IBM, and I got permission from IBM to be able to put a copy on my website, and I did that, and people downloaded it from there, and now it's available for like any Apple II, IBM PC emulator. They probably come with a copy of VisiCalc. It's not copy protected because one of our employees, David Reed, happened to save an uncopy protected copy, which I ended up having, and we ended up using that. David's one of the developers of, later on went to be one of the developers of the internet. Where was it at then or before then? The slash of TCP IP, he's the slash.
Oh, wow.
And he wrote a very important, still important paper, and worked with us. As a close friend. So we came up with an advanced version, which we put on the Apple III, and then on the and then I think on an IBM PC and all that VisiCalc advanced version. But by the time that actually could be on IBM and all that, 1.2.3 was coming out, and there were a whole lot of other issues, and it was pretty late for that. So, but to make the dock and all that the same, and it was just, and we all off of this similarly as much off of the same code base, so that the bugs are the same and stuff like that, so we could fix it. So it was good enough. I mean, it didn't have certain things. Everybody wanted commas and numbers, the 1,000 separators, and we wanted graphing. I had very simple graphing because you could, you could say, repeat this character whatever number of times the value is. So you could do bar graphs sort of sideways. We wanted to do graphing, but of course we didn't. But 1.2.3 put in graphing because people wanted graphing. They put in commas, and they put in different width columns, not all the same. VisiCalc, you could change them, but they all had to be the same. And this, with 1.2.3, that was the main thing. People, when they heard about 1.2.3, said, does it have variable column lists? Does it have commas? If it does, I'll take it. Does it read VisiCalc files? Yes, it can read VisiCalc files. So that's helped 1.2.3, which was like the 50th spreadsheet or 30th or something. It was not the second, not after us. I think SuperCalc was the next one.
Yeah.
And and then of course after that there were various companies that tried using graphical user interface with it, and then Microsoft did really well with Excel, and they did Multiplan, but Multiplan did they tried to be on all the same on every machine with the same software, and they used their environment that was restricted and how big it could be.
Yeah.
And 1.2.3 just ate their lunch by coding it specifically to the IBM PC, and then Lotus tried to develop this cool thing called Jazz, which was going to do everything and be this and that and word processing, whatever. And Microsoft said, no, we'll just do the best damn spreadsheet we could. We'll call it Excel, and put it on the Mac and then on the PC, and it's held its own. It's a wonderful product.
VisiCalc is kind of credited as being the first killer app for kind of home personal computers outside of programming and things. And you spoke earlier when you sort of kind of realized that it was driving a lot of sales for Apple II. Did that get you any sort of special treatment inside Apple? I mean,
I don't know.
You talked about having dinner with Steve, but
I wouldn't know. I mean, Personal Software talked with them on it. I know they threatened to make their own copy, and with AppleWorks and stuff like that eventually. But but I mean, I saw the Macintosh well before it was released. They came to us, and so I mean that type of stuff. I saw the Apple III before. I remember having an Apple III in my desk. It was in our secret room, which was behind a double door and whatever. And one of the business press calling up saying, is Apple having this or is IBM having that? And I don't know. I'm sitting on one of them. And we didn't ship the Apple III version, as I recall. I don't know if it's right. The Apple III, we finally okayed the Apple III version, and Apple, when we finally okayed it, Apple went public like the next day. They had been holding off.
Yeah.
So I don't know, because they needed to have, you had to have that VisiCalc on. IBM knew they had to have VisiCalc on their machine. They came to us and said, "Hey, can we have VisiCalc?" We said, "Sure. We'll do whatever we can to do that." So, and converted and made a translation of the original code to make it run on the IBM PC. I think the person who did most of the conversion works on Outlook in Microsoft. He's still there.
Okay, rumor has it that Mitch Kapoor spent some time working at VisiCorp before launching Lotus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What do you remember about his
Lotus.
role and his contributions during that period? And did you have a sense that he might go on and create, something as impactful as Lotus at that point?
Oh yeah. Let's see. Do I have any of his software up there? I have a copy of Microfinance System somewhere up there. I have. He was developing software back then, and I remember having dinner with him and Mr. Filestra of Personal Software, and when Dan was visiting from California after they had moved to Mountain View from or San Jose or whatever from Allston, Massachusetts, and he was saying to us, we really need a product manager for VisiCalc. This is really, and Mitch said, "What about me?" And so Mitch became the product manager for VisiCalc. So he knew all about the advanced versions we were working on, the features we were going to have. He knew all the competition. He knew more about the world of the spreadsheet market than most anybody in the world, probably, when he was there at Personal Software. And Personal Software raised some money from venture money or something, and then were getting really tough with their authors, and we ended up in bad relationship with it. They ended up suing us, and we countersued them, whatever. But they finally said to Mitch, Mitch had made a product called VisiTrend and VisiPlot, which was a plotting type program that worked with VisiCalc, and they bought him out. He took the money, but he had a non-compete. So he wrote the non-compete. The non-compete, though, said he was allowed to make this product called Trio. Okay. And they didn't even look at probably the thing. And Trio was a spreadsheet combination with, graphic and word processing and database or database or whatever. He built 1, 2, 3. I remember him coming to me. I didn't know what he was doing, but he said, "Hey, Dan, any advice?" I said, "Hire the best programmer you can." And he did. He hired this person we knew who had actually implemented spreadsheets a couple times. He had built the 2021, I think, or something. Had been a Data General who we knew, who had been a housemate of the person who became my wife, this guy, John Sachs. And John wrote 1, 2, 3, and Mitch specified it. And Mitch called me over to see it, and I got to see it before they shipped. And I looked at it and said, "Wow, that's really cool. They're going to sell $60 million the first year." I was off by 10 million. Everybody else thought they were going to sell 10, but I got it pretty right. They were, there was a whole thing about that world. And Personal Software got really upset when they heard about that, and especially when one of their investors, Ben Rosen, who later became investor in Compaq and head of Compaq, the chairman of Compaq, Ben, invested in Lotus, and so they were real upset about that. But I remember, telling Mr. Filestra at a thing, I said, "Look, I can't tell you. I've seen this thing. I can't tell you, but Mitch is working on something." And he said, Mitch is a nobody. Unfortunately, I told Mitch that. And Mitch wasn't a nobody. Mitch, obviously, all sorts of stuff in our industry and stuff. Co-founder of the Electronic Frontier Foundation and stuff like that. Mitch assembled like a dream team. The head of documentation and manufacturing and stuff was the person who was editor-in-chief of the McGraw-Hill magazines like Byte and stuff like that. He, Chris Morgan. He hired the top Apple salesman in the country from Computer Store to be his head of sales and stuff like that. John Sachs, who had implemented spreadsheets a few times, basically, as his programmer, who had been a Data General and other places like that. And then Mitch had been product manager. He was a beta tester of Multiplan. I think maybe the first time I saw Multiplan, or one of the first times, was when Mitch showed it to me. He put together an incredible team of incredible people. One of the top venture capitalists who also funded Compact. So it was a dream team, and 1, 2, 3 became the dream product, and nobody was able to knock it off on a DOS machine. It was only Windows, which Lotus didn't go after. They didn't want to help Microsoft. They went after OS2 instead.
Yeah.
So that's and anyway, each time there's a new set of hardware and stuff like that, new operating systems and all. Sometimes it's a time to change.
Well, how did competitors react when they first saw what VisiCalc can do, and why is imitation the most sincere form of flattery?
Well, there were competitors to Apple. They obviously wanted it. Okay, so everybody come and wanted it. So that's that's good, right? Except it meant that we had to develop a big company just to be able to put it on as many machines and do the thing of making them all the same, so we could use the same testing and the same documentation, etc. And we weren't advancing as far because we were doing the horizontal. I mean, as many as possible in terms of that. The competition, we looked at patenting, but in those days you couldn't patent software. We talked to lawyers about that. But in 1981, which is 2 years later, which is too late to patent, the Supreme Court said you could patent software. And so had we patented it, we would have gone after people. We did go after people who did pirate it. Copyright law. We use copyright law and stuff like that. The world would not be better if we had done that. It would not have advanced as much. Mitch was willing to do things in the user interface that we weren't willing to do yet and stuff. And Microsoft was willing to do things that Lotus wasn't willing to do. Mm-hmm. So there are advantages that there weren't some of that. But there were lots of competition, but, you had to be on the right machines and, and everybody. Oh, like Microsoft, when they first came out with Multiplan, instead of using A1, A2, A3, they used R1, C1. Remember row 1, column 1, and whatever. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they used a very mathematical, techie way of doing things. Ridiculous. Of course, they had to go back and do what did Mitch do? Mitch said, we'll keep everything VisiCalc has that's good. And only when we have to do something different and we can do it better, will we do it better. And he did that. So it doesn't have variable columns. We'll put in variable columns. They're not willing to have labels that go long because there are issues about scrolling backwards. We'll put up with that. The glitches in that are okay. We'll put up with those glitches. So he was willing to make those trade-offs as a product manager and product developer, designer, in terms of that. So, that's so there were competitors when SuperCalc. I remember SuperCalc came out. I think Adam Osborne wanted VisiCalc on his Osborne 1. He wanted to bundle it with it, and he couldn't make a good deal with personal software. So he convinced this company called Sourcem. Sourcem is micros spelled backwards, to develop a product which became known as SuperCalc. I remember talking to some of the developers at a conference, and they didn't have some features. And I asked them, why don't they have that feature? They said, I don't know. Why would you need it? I told them, oh, okay, we'll add that feature. That happened all over the time. I remember, Microsoft people looking at, oh, you have that feature in this product of yours, we can put that in Multiplan, and they did, and whatever. It was just, but, there was a lot, everything was growing in those days, and it wasn't the money, it wasn't the same. I mean, I didn't become any, gazillionaire or anything like that out of this, which is unfortunate to a lot of schools and other places that would have Bricklin buildings and stuff like that, but they don't. This is the Bricklin building. It's my home. And that was even paid for by Dan Bricklin's demo program, a program that I did after VisiCalc.
I love that one.
Yeah, that was for the IBM PC. That was a real influential program. Got all sorts of awards for it. I have them up there. Best programming tool, beat out Microsoft and Borland with this prototyping tool. I wrote this Note Taker HD for the iPad. I wrote all the code for that. I wrote all the code for demo, Dan Bricklin's demo program, and for Demo 2, and for a lot of other programs. Now and for the Macintosh stuff, the iPad stuff. Now I'm developing with some friends who run a company called Alpha Software Corporation. It's been around for many years. They had a product called Alpha 4, Alpha 5. Many might remember it from the 80s, the 90s, and whatever. Yeah. And they're still around. We still have Alpha Anywhere, and I'm in it's a business. It's business software for businesses to use to write their own applications. And the software I write is for data capture. It lets you use your phone disconnected from the internet and whatever, and be able to fill out forms that are very, very complex, and design those things and use them. And we're used in factories, around the world and stuff, like 24/7. They use my stuff. So I'm still developing software, but now mostly what I write is in JavaScript, and or had been Objective-C, and I guess I'll be writing in Swift soon. And I'm a little late with that, but we have AI to help you learn languages a lot and to program a lot easier. So it's the world is a little different than it used to be.
Well, I am enthralled.
Me too.
I can't wait for part 2.
I can't either, and that's coming up tomorrow. So it was a very interesting interview, and unfortunately, Dan will not be here to answer questions live. He is on vacation in Greenland, and Ron and I didn't want to strong arm him into answering questions. However, he did agree if we paste the questions into an email, he'll definitely answer them to the best of his ability to do so. So I'll gather the questions out of here later. And
or it's an amazing opportunity for us to have him back.
Yeah, exactly.
Do a KFest supplemental in a couple of months or something like that.
A third interview. Yeah,
yes.
Exactly. So
great.
Thanks,
Jay. Thanks, Jay, for having me along for the ride. I appreciate it.
It was awesome. It was awesome. And yeah, he has more stuff to talk about tomorrow, which is super interesting. A lot of it beyond VisiCalc. So the demo program, I used that a lot when we distributed software at Pitt. It's just unbelievable. So
thank you, sir.
All right. You are welcome. Well, okay. On to our next session. And Mike Neal is going to be here after his video to answer questions. And Mike is going to talk about various projects he's done to enhance the Apple IIc, like the A2C DVI and the internal power supply and a few more. So this should be an interesting one, and more hardware for the Apple IIc coming our way. So let's roll the video.
Hello, my name is Mike Neal. This is Hacking the Apple IIc. It's the story of me developing the A2C DVI suite of products. A little bit about myself. This is my first KFest. I had an Apple II Plus in middle school and high school. You can see me down there in the left-hand corner. The gentleman next to me in the middle is my computer teacher in high school. We're both staring at, of course, an Apple II. Don Pinkham was a great computer teacher for me when I grew up in Michigan. I went to the University of Michigan. I worked for Apple, developed Gus as an interesting side project while I was there. Left and went to Connectix, where we developed Virtual PC and Virtual Server. I left Connectix and went to Pixo, where we developed the iPod. Went back to Connectix, and not long after that, Microsoft acquired us. And I spent almost 19 years working for Microsoft, developing projects like Hyper-V, which is the virtualization and hypervisor for Windows Server. Went on to work on Azure, and then some of the Azure Silicon at the end of my career. And a couple of years ago, I retired. I've always really loved the Apple IIc. I thought the design was iconic. Frog Design just did an amazing job. And back in May of 24, I reached out to Jonathan Adder, and he sold me my first Apple IIc, which is packaged up there in the boxes in his driveway and delivered to my office. And so what I decided was, what do I do next? And so I decided that I think I might try making some sort of remote video thing, like an RDP or VNC-like device for a 40-year-old Apple IIc. So you have to start off with the Apple IIc video signals. And there's a 15-pin port on the back of an Apple IIc. And I studied the schematics for that. I got a logic analyzer. I had never bought one of those before, and hooked it up to the pins and started to really kind of stare at the signals and try to understand what all the various different signals did. Woz had a really amazing circuit for video in the Apple II. And some of the basic signals that are inside of a typical Apple II with slots are externalized as part of this video connector. And I think originally for the LCD display that was always shown in the 2010 beach scene, if you will. So there's a 14 megahertz clock that is output from the connector, and serial out, which is really the serialized bit stream coming out that represents the memory or character output for the video. And those two signals together allow you to see what is being output as an NTSC signal. But with window and sync, you can find where the lines start. Window is a active low signal, and so drops low at the left-hand side of a line and rises high actually a little bit before the end of the line, which is always problematic. And so with those two signals, you can find out where the lines are and how the frame is structured. On top of that, there are also signals that tell you whether or not the graphics are being displayed or text. So you can display things in either color or suppress color and do it in black and white. And so my first thing to do was I took the output from my logic analyzer and I actually saved that into a text file and wrote a little program that went through and parsed these signals and figured out where the various different lines are and recreated that as an additional text file with just X's and O's to show me ones and zeros. And so my first output, if you will, was displayed here in Notepad. Notepad is not a display engine, but obviously you can see that with the zeros and ones, I could see that I was decoding the lines correctly. There's a little bit of jitter in there, as you can see. But overall, I was able to see the things that I expected to see. And I knew I was at least on the right track. And so from there, I went on to build a prototype. And this proof of concept that I had, one of the first things you have to solve in any of these types of solutions is interfacing the old 5-volt TTL signals from an Apple II to in this case, an ESP32C6, which takes 3.3 volts. And so the 245 is the typical chip that's used by most people to do that. And so I bought one of those, wired up a little breadboard, and then I had to figure out how to decode those signals with the ESP32C6. One of the things that the ESP-C6 has is a parallel I/O input. And so I could use the clock with a 14 megahertz clock, and I could use the data input as serial out. But I had to synthesize a chip select. And there's a fancy little piece of technology as part of the C6 called the event task matrix that allows you to do things like program multiple signals to control an additional signal. And so I synthesized the chip select using WNDW and sync. And this allowed me to be able to do my first actual capture of the video signal. And of course, I wrote one of the most common programs that I ever had in BASIC, a little quick BASIC program that printed out Mike is cool over and over again, and recorded that onto my display. And you can see the output of that in the right-hand side. And so this was back in June of 24. And so this was really exciting. I felt like now I had something working and I could probably move on to building a real solution. So the ESP32C6 has built-in Wi-Fi capabilities. And I had to pick a networking protocol. Makes sense to use UDP for these types of display protocols because it's lossy. There's no reason to take the overhead of TCP. But at a full rate of 560 pixels by 192 pixels and 60 frames a second, that's 6.5 megabits per second. Well, it turns out that the C6 can probably do about 3 megabits per second. So I had to come up with compression schemes to compress that video to send it across the Wi-Fi in real time. And so one of the first things I added was the ability to do differential compression. It was simply, I just kept track of the lines that I had sent. And if the line didn't change, I didn't send it again. And this helps considerably, especially if you're sitting at a basic prompt. Only a few lines at the bottom of the screen are going to be changing at any given time. I also then added a dictionary compressor. And so what I do is look for a specific number of bits. It might be 2 bits or 3 bits or 4 bits or 5 bits. And if I see those replicated within the bit stream, then I can just use a smaller number of bits to represent that and compress that. And I can do that very, very quickly, even on the ESP32. So as I was building this, one of the things I realized that I really need to have telemetry. All of this stuff happens in real time. And so being able to understand what's going on in the device and measure things and measure improvements was critical as well. Along the way, I decided I was going to build myself a PC board. I'd never done that before, so I learned KiCad, very exciting tool, and I built my first PC board for that. And so you can see the first PC boards here. This was in September 24, and came together great. Really very simple, 3 components, some additional jumpers for future expansion and test points. And plugged it in, turned it on, and of course it didn't work. And so it turned out I'd reversed power and ground, which is not good. And I hadn't actually damaged the device when I did this. And so I ended up having to cut that with a Dremel and then a few extra wires, and I was able to wire everything back together again and get an actual working device. So let me show you a quick demo. So what you see here is the Windows client application for View2C running on my Windows desktop. And it's communicating with my Apple IIc with the View2C device connected to it. That's about a few feet away across Wi-Fi. And so one of the fun things that I can do here is I can come in and I can actually pause the display. So I'll do that real quick and just show you some of the things that the application can do. I can copy the screen to the clipboard. I can copy the screen as hex, as text into the clipboard. I can copy off the telemetry as well. I can run it in full screen, which we are right now. I can scale it if I want to. And then I have different color modes. And so I can go and I can switch to 1-bit if I want to look at it that way. I can switch to monitor, which gives it a much more Apple II monitor look. I can look at it from a TV perspective. I can use the HDR decode algorithm so that we get the very nice NTSC look with all the assorted artifacts associated with that as well. That's one I actually like a lot. I can turn on scan lines and all those types of things and obviously show and clear the telemetry. So I'm going to unpause so that we can watch the video here. And if I look over on the right, we can see the telemetry that's coming from the device. And so the first column is telemetry coming from the device. And then on the right-hand column, the far column, we have the client telemetry, which is coming from the actual client application. And so there's lots of interesting information here. Down at the bottom, you can see what the current temperature of the chip is. It happens to have a temperature sensor built into it, so I thought I'd chip that over. We're at 33 Celsius, it looks like. Not too hot, which is good. I've also done a lot of optimization work on this. So we're running with a fairly substantial amount of idle CPU power available to us, even with all the compression work that the device is doing. I can look and see how many trickled lines are occurring. I talked about the fact that I use UDP as the protocol, which is lossy. And so every once in a while, I scan through all the lines, and if they haven't been sent in the last second, I send them. And this keeps the lines fresh on the client. Maybe you saw that when I unpaused the display. There was a little bit of a glitch there. Those were those lines coming back, being sent by the trickle. So within 1 second, the client should sync up from any packet loss or pauses like that. We talked a bit about compression. I'm doing pretty well here running Choplifter, getting about 60% compression. And you can see how many packets per second we're sending and how many bytes per second we're sending. Over in the client telemetry, one of the things that's fun is you can see what the various different optimizations for the compression are occurring. BB black line is basically anything that's a black line. I just send a single byte across that says this is a byte at this location. Some of the dictionary compression that I talked about. So this is for 2, 4, 8, and 16 different pixels. And so the compressions are actually being utilized pretty significantly across those. If I compress everything and it ends up being bigger than a uncompressed line, then I send the uncompressed line across. And here in the little title sequence, there are a few things that don't compress well. And so you end up sending that entire line across. And so that gives you an idea of how the client can receive all of that information, process it, and then provide the video display here. The latency is very good, certainly good enough to play games and things like that on. And of course, I'm running it right now in full screen mode, but I can also switch back and just run it as a window as well, which is nice if you're doing something on your 2C and you want to have other things up on your monitor as well. So that's a quick demonstration of the client for View 2C. So I was pretty proud of View 2C and showed it to a few friends, and they liked it. But one of the common questions I got was, well, what about HDMI output? And obviously there are solutions out there in the market, but I thought this would be a fun extension of the work. And so I sat down and started thinking about it. And do I want to design my own board? No, not really. But I knew that the RP2040 and 2350 with Pico DVI can do DVI output. And I knew that A2 DVI, which is based on these techniques for slotted machines, was open hardware and software. And so I thought about it, why not put an A2 DVI board into a 2C? How hard could that be? A2 DVI for slotted machines uses a set of 245s to interface between the 5-volt Apple II bus signals. And why couldn't I just hook those up to the same signals coming out of the 2C that I use for View 2C? And so I went ahead and built this prototype, this proof of concept, the schematic for it here. And it's very simple. It's all passive. It's just a 50-pin slot connector and a few wires wired up to the 15-pin port on the back of an Apple IIc. And it has all custom software running on it. I was able to use quite a bit of the A2 DVI, especially the Pico DVI functionality for the actual video output. And so with that, I went on to do the software development for A2C DVI and got that working pretty well, actually. And I went ahead and built myself my own little board just to have something that was easier to handle and deal with. And along the way, I added a 12-volt to 5-volt power supply to it. And those KiCad files and designs are available on my GitHub. And KMac Vintage sells them today. So if you're interested in having one of these, you can use this with an existing A2 DVI card. Along the way, the family started to grow. On the left is the View 2C device. Number 2 is the prototype POC. On the number 3 is the board design with the prototype. And number 4 was the first one that I saw was from Joshua, and Joshua went ahead and built an integrated device. Down at the bottom was his V1 version, but the V2 version, which is much smaller and compact, is available for sale today. And then I was also contacted by a gentleman from Korea who was building his own solution, and that's number 5. And so it was pretty exciting to see the community come together and start to develop these things. I didn't ask anybody to do anything. Most of it was done, even without much of my knowledge. And it was great that the designs that I had, along with the firmware that I'd written, helped these folks develop these solutions. So I would encourage folks, if you're interested in these, reach out and purchase one of these products to use with your 2C. And so the integrated boards are pretty exciting. They're nice and compact and small, fit nicely on the back of your machine. And it's a great solution for getting HDMI and DVI output from your 40-year-old Apple IIc. So quick demo. So this is, of course, Choplifter. You can see the colors are very crisp. No jitter, etc. There's a single button on the device. You can use that to change the video modes. And so if I tap that, switch to black and white, green, amber, I can turn on scan lines, etc. But if I hold that button down, it'll take me to the configuration screen. I had a little bit of fun with this, kind of an 8-bit version of LCARS from Star Trek. One of the things I can do is I can go down here and switch over to Baz's NTSC emulation. And that'll show you a nice NTSC emulation with the expected artifacts that you would see, which looks really good on these displays. And I think it's one of my favorite ways to use the solution as well. So what's coming next for A2C DVI? The next thing on my list was sound. And this has been an interesting one. There's a 1-volt peak-to-peak sound that comes out of pin 5. It's an AC signal. It's generally centered around ground, a little offset up. I bought myself an oscilloscope and started to look at that signal. I realized that this is just a 1-bit data point for the sound output from an Apple II. And so I tried to build a number of different 1-bit solutions and ultimately didn't really succeed. So instead, I started to use the analog to digital converter on the Pico. And that actually started to work pretty well. I had to build a little bit of an analog front end to offset the voltages and kind of get the right range and deal with some noise in the signals. But overall, I got pretty good results. But for some sound output, it wasn't all that great. And it turns out, after watching a number of the KFest videos, sound on the Apple II is actually surprisingly tricky. In many cases, some of the more complex sound solutions out there actually use signals that are greater than 100 kilohertz. And you might say, well, that's well above hearing. But what's happening is that they're just using that for the physics of moving the speaker. And so these very short bursts start the speaker moving in one direction or another. And so what I needed to do was to sample at a much, much higher rate than you would expect, like 44 kilohertz that you normally use for a CD. And so I actually sample at 352.8 kilohertz, 8 times above that. And then I take those values and average them together to produce a signal that I output as part of the DVI stream. Audio is not actually part of the DVI. It's part of the HDMI specification. And there was somebody out there that added this as a POC to Pico DVI. And it was very helpful in developing this solution. But unfortunately, they did all the processing, all the checksumming, all the parity bit calculations, etc., on the same thread as where all the video processing is happening. And so it was interesting, if I ran in 720 by 480 mode, I could kind of get it to limp along. But if I switched down to 640 by 480, it seems a little counterintuitive, but it wouldn't work. And so when you're running at those lower resolutions, you're actually running at a lower clock rate. And so it actually runs the processor slower, and all of the work that I need to do is pretty finite, a certain number of pixels wide that need to be processed. And so what ends up happening is you run out of time, and the video breaks up. So after a bunch of restructuring and optimization work on that code, I was able to get it to work very well. And I also built a POC using one of the V1 A2C DVI boards from Joshua. And so this is a quick demonstration using this prototype board. No product announcements here, but hopefully you'll see some exciting new hardware that has audio capability coming. So what does the future hold? One of the things that'd be interesting is potentially backporting some of the A2C features like the NTSC modes that I have, or audio back to the slotted Apple II A2 DVI cards. Of course, I'd probably have to buy a slotted machine to start doing that work, but that could be a fun project. I've been working on an Apple IIc internal power supply. I'll show you that in a second, that I have a prototype of. And I also did a Bluetooth conversion of an old Craft joystick, but I think you could do this generically for any of the Apple II joysticks. And I have a proof of concept of that as well. I'd like to also look at potentially extending the A2 DVI support for more of the Apple II GS modes. My understanding is that there are several of the higher resolution GS modes that aren't currently supported. So that might be an interesting project as well. And of course, I always like to listen to 80s music while I'm working, so definitely more 80s music. So here's a couple of the future items that I've been working on. One of them is a replacement power supply, the internal power supply for Apple IIc, and one that actually can run off a battery, which is kind of fun. And so that's something I would like to work on and complete. And then down in the right-hand corner is the guts of the Craft joystick. All of this can actually be put inside the body and closed up. But that's an interesting project to continue. That one was built with an ESP32. I just want to thank the community. Obviously, Jonathan for getting the machine, Joshua Clark and Chris were really helpful in all the hardware work that I did. Baz for the NTSC coding. I hopefully helped him out with his emulator by speeding up some of the code and doing lookup tables for his NTSC emulation. Javier built a great solution for a case for the A2C DVI, and has also done some really good testing. We now know that it works with NTSC and PAL, and we also know that it only works in black and white on a Laser 128. Obviously, the A2 DVI team has done a great job. It's an amazing device. It was really nice that they did all of that as open. And obviously, there's many, many more people who have helped me along the way. If you want to check out any of this, it's on my GitHub account of Far Left Lane. I like to do things. I like to build things. I'm really not much of a selling things and supporting things kind of person. So I do everything under MIT license. You're welcome to take any of my ideas and run with it. And I hope you enjoy them. So thanks very much. And we'll do Q&A.
Hi, Mike. Thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation. It was awesome. More and more hardware I see for the Apple II, the modern hardware. I'm wondering if there's more modern hardware for it than there ever was hardware, back in the day. But thank you so much. We got a few minutes for questions here.
Sounds great.
Dan,
I do.
we have-
I do also have a little raffle, so I was just going to cue that up. But,
all right.
But I'll ask the question towards the end.
We'll take a few minutes for questions here. So if we can have the first question, please. So this is me. I asked, does your Wi-Fi, do you use the Wi-Fi in infrastructure mode or ad hoc mode?
Yeah, it's in infrastructure mode, so it connects to your local network in your house. One of the challenges there is provisioning, and so how do you get the SSID and password to it? So I tried a couple of different mechanisms, but the one I settled on was actually OCR. Since I have the video bit stream, I OCR the text display. So you just drop into a basic prompt, and then you type in a little magic key, and you type in your SSID and your password and another magic key, and it will interpret those, see them, and say, okay, you want to change your SSID and password. And so that's how it does the update for that.
Oh man, that's cool.
Yeah, it's fun.
All righty. So Ron asked, will you be adding support for the Pico 2 or adding firmware updates over Wi-Fi?
Yeah, so the RP2040 based designs don't have Wi-Fi on them. They could, but none of them do today. So it can do over the air. I would actually like to do a 2350 design, something on the list of things to work on. There's a couple advantages there: the faster processor, more memory, but it also has native support for doing the HDMI differential signaling. So that's that one looks like it's a pretty interesting change. The code in theory supports it. I've just never tested it. So
okay, nice. One more question here, and then we'll get to your raffle here. So Michael asked, could you go into more details about optimizing for the 640 by 480 res?
Yeah, so it's interesting. The way that this works, the way that Pico DVI works, is that basically it's very much overclocking the processor, and the clock rate of the processor is based on what the pixel clock is for HDMI. And so when you're running at 720 by 480, I'm trying to remember the numbers off the top of my head. I think you run at 27 megahertz, or sorry, 270 megahertz, 27 megahertz pixel clock. And if you're running at 640 by 480, the processor is then only running at, I think it's 25.2 megahertz, or 252 megahertz. And so what happens is you still have 560 pixels to process in either one of those modes. And it's just slow enough, especially with the audio computations going on, that you run out of time. So, because you've basically got to convert the scan line and get it ready to go out through the DMA engines, in real time. So, yeah, and that was a tricky one, trying to get sound to work at the lower resolution. And in fact, one of the things I'd like to do that I have on my list is to actually go lower and go down to 576 by 384. Some monitors will support that, and that'll give you a full screen view with no black borders, which would be nice.
Oh, nice. All right, you said you have a raffle, so
yeah. So I'm going to ask a question, and so whoever types in the answer into the chat window, and this is the Discord chat window, first will win. Joshua has donated one of his devices, and so the question is, what was the processor that I used in the View 2C? Well, we got at least one of them. Good.
We have a winner?
I think we do. I think it's Martin, at least on my
Oh, there we go. All right. Well, thank you again so much, Mike. That was
this is great. I'm really enjoying it. It's a little bit of a daunting thing to come after Dan on the
after Dan Bricklin. Yeah. Well,
exactly.
yeah. Well, I guess we are on a 15-minute break here now, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. And then up will be David Schmenk talking about RGB to DHGR image conversion.
remember how we started not so long ago. We dreamed of giving everyone a personal way to grow. Our dream became reality, and now we're making history. We took imagination and let it lead the way to a new world of discovery, touching lives every day, bringing smiles to children's faces, opening doors to brand new places. Apple II forever, making life better and better. Apple II forever and ever, bringing the rainbow to you. Apple II forever. Ooh, yeah. And as the world keeps changing, we'll be changing too. Reaching out with new ideas, bringing them all to you. Our future keeps on growing and growing. Our colors keep on showing and glowing. Apple II forever, making life better and better. Apple II forever and ever, bringing the rainbow to you. Apple II forever. Apple II. Apple II. Leading the way. Apple II. Apple II. Apple II forever, making life better and better. Apple II forever and ever, bringing the rainbow to you. Apple II forever, making life better and better. Apple II forever and ever, bringing the rainbow to you. Apple II forever. Apple II forever.
From High Technology, the computer store, introducing Apple II, the easy-to-operate home computer. Just hook it up to your TV to create dazzling color displays. Or you can balance your checkbook. Kids can teach themselves arithmetic. Or the family can invent their own Pong games. The possibilities are endless. It's called Apple II, the personal computer. See it at High Technology, the computer store.
Watch what you can do with this Apple II personal computer and any color TV. You can store over 100,000 pieces of information and find a single piece instantly. You can print your own reports, talk to other computers and get information like Dow Jones reports, chart your biorhythms, teach your children math, improve your chess game. Physicians can use it to get continuing education credits, and there's lots more.
Of course, I'll never forget the day that I was down at the first professional engineering symposium of my life. And all of a sudden somebody comes out and they go over to the mic and they say, would Paul Terrell please go over to the door? So I get up and walk over the door and they say, you've got an emergency telephone call, you've got to go answer this phone, you know. So I go over to the telephone And I get on there, and it's Kramer Electronics. And the guy says, I just had a couple of guys in here. He says, I don't believe this. He said they were in here to buy parts to build a computer, and they had a written purchase order from you for 50 Apple I computers. And these guys have convinced me that if I sell them the parts and give them 30-day terms, that they will build these boards up, they will deliver them to you, you will pay them COD. You know, I thought, hey, that's the deal. God only knows where he built it, but he showed up on the doorstep on the day with the parts.
Remember how we started not so long ago.
I wanted a computer my whole life. That was my big thing in life. But I could never get even near enough to actually toggle the switches and put my own program in. And all of a sudden I just realized, hey, microprocessors, all of a sudden it's affordable. I can actually build my own. And Steve went a little further. Steve saw it more as, you know, a product that you can actually deliver, sell, and someone else can use. Well, I remember driving down Highway 85, we're on the freeway, and Steve mentions, I got a name, Apple Computer. And we kept trying to think of other alternatives to that name, but we couldn't think of anything better.
And also, remember, I'd worked at Atari, and it got us ahead of Atari in the phone book. Remember, an Apple I was not particularly usable for too much, but it was so incredible to be able to have your own computer.
It sort of said, when you buy a computer, you don't want a bunch of switches and lights to toggle stuff in binary. You want a keyboard to start typing, and you want a video display to display all the characters.
It was sort of an embarkation point from the way computers have been going in these big steel boxes with switches and lights to a completely assembled computer on a single board that you could be using within a few hours after buying it.
Still, the audience had to connect it to their own video monitor, connect their own keyboard.
Well, yeah, some people put them in these beautiful walnut cases, and some people put them in big metal boxes, and some people didn't put them in any boxes at all.
And then having the club as a socializing gathering was a good way to show off. And I would hold the PC board up in the air and answer a few questions, and some of the questions, what do you plan to add to it? And one of the things I thought about was color. A simple technique for generating color based upon just studying TV when I was in high school. So I started thinking, I'm always thinking, how do you reduce the number of components? And I came up with a much more optimal design that was half the components and twice the power. Plus it had color, paddles, sound, and all that in the end. That was the Apple II.
Every few days, Woz would, say, God, I've made an incredible breakthrough. Saved a few chips here and there. And I remember this iterative process of watching him get to this incredible stage, but then figure out a way to take another few parts out and add 3 more features. And it kept getting better and better and better. And it was like a polishing. It was like you had something really neat to start with, but then you just polished it and polished it, and it got better and better and better and better and tighter and tighter. And it ended up, of course, being legendary. Our dream was to have a computer in a plastic case, sort of, as a statement against those big metal boxes. And then Jerry Manick was the person that designed the Apple II case. From the time I met Jerry Manick to the time we had final drawings was 3 weeks. So we didn't try a lot of things. We just did what we thought would be great. And I think, if you look at an Apple II today, it still looks good. And that's not something that most products can say almost 10 years after their introduction.
We started small. We started with nothing. 2 guys and $1,300. And because of that, we've had to depend very heavily on other people, the users, the dealers. And so we established a much better relationship with our dealers and our customers.
And the dealers loved the Apple II. I mean, the dealers from the very beginning loved it because they could just sell this one box for the first time. They didn't, remember the early dealers used to have people in the back rooms assembling the kits for people that didn't want to assemble them themselves. And it was sort of a real hobby hangout.
I had this retail store in 1975. We opened the bike shop, officially opened the doors. I remember Steve one day came by and said, this is insane. You have to build these things. That somebody should make an assembled computer, and this thing would just grow so much faster.
We've helped create an entrepreneurial computer programmer. You can sit at home, write a program, and hope to make $1 million off it, just the way a rock star could hope to cut a tape, make a record, and make $1 million off that.
All righty. Well, that was a blast from the past. So next up is David Schmenk, and who's going to talk to us about RGB to DGR image conversion. Before we get to that, though, I just want to take a second and announce the two winners of the Blue Scuzzies. The first one was Josh Clark, and he chose the DB25, so I'll be mailing that out shortly. And the second one was Brian Weiser, and he's going to inventory his hardware and see which version he needs, either the internal or the DB25. So congratulations, folks. And next up is David to talk about the RGB to DHGR. Plasma is about ready to get a very big update. Many new features, but probably the most exciting is the double high-res graphics library. One of the tools for DHGR is an RGB image converter using a brand new technique to create images that would have been thought impossible back in the day. So Dave's going to talk to us about that, and let's roll the video.
This presentation is the spiritual precursor to my KFest 2017 presentation on NTSC Artifact Colors, the next generation, with the Apple IIGS's super high-res graphics mode. This presentation is using the Apple IIe and IIc's double high-res graphics mode with the Plasma double high-res graphics toolkit in the Pleiades environment. Feel free to ask questions on the Discord server, and I'll get to them after part 1. Okay, so the joke here is that the double high-res graphics mode memory map is so difficult to work with, only someone as cool as Darth Vader could have come up with it. We're looking at a screen capture of the Apple Win emulator using its color TV output. Take note of the colors and resolution of the DHGR image. For comparison, here is the output from an actual color CRT. Modern video solutions have gotten exciting with the HDMI adapters capable of NTSC artifacting. Here is my Apple IIc Plus with the A2C DVI adapter on a very cheap monitor with horrible black levels. When we switch the emulated output to an RGB card, notice how the colors and resolution are affected. As you can see, this technique works best on real and emulated composite color output. I'll be using Rob Sheehan's presentation program for my slides. Links to all software, videos, and disk images can be found on the Discord server. This presentation is all about creating a slideshow of pictures converted for display on a 128K Apple IIe or IIc using a new and unique algorithm. The first step in conversion uses an image editor, such as the GIMP, to prepare the image. Here I found an image of our hero from a speaker profile website to use as our test subject. We need to ensure the image is an 8-bit per channel RGB image before cropping it to a 4:3 aspect ratio. Cropping an image doesn't have to be perfect. Just make sure you keep the subject matter large enough so the details don't get lost in translation. Once the image has been cropped, it has to be rescaled to the resolution of the double high-res graphics screen, 560 by 192 pixels. You need to break the link between the horizontal and vertical scales because this definitely is not a one-to-one scaling. Finally, the image has to be exported as a portable network image format using an extension of .pnm. Make sure it is exported using the RAW format. The first conversion option is to import the PNM file to the Apple II. Here I am using Apple Commander to import the test image into the 32 megabyte Pleiades Disk Images DHGR Toolkit Utilities directory. Booting the Pleiades disk image in an emulator, or preferably accelerated Apple II, change the directory prefix to the DHGR Toolkits utility. Let's look at some pre-converted images in the samples directory. We can convert the Darth Vader image from the intro. If you are running in an emulator, now is the time to max out the emulated speed. The converter displays the results in real time as it reads the RGB pixels and displays the double high-res graphics image. To end the conversion prematurely, press Ctrl-C. Run the converter without parameters to see a list of options. Some of the earlier samples were in a more simple format with a .rgb extension. To convert these image files, use the -R option. Include a second destination file name to save the resulting double high-res graphics image into. Here I save the test.pnm image into the test.dhgr file. Under most circumstances, the default options will create an acceptable result. What do you think? The other conversion option is to use the command line interface on a modern operating system. For Windows, download the executable file and run it just as the Plasma version in a command window. For Mac OS, Linux, or Unix, download the converter C source code and compile it before running it. Again, run the converter just like the Plasma version. You can optionally compress the resulting image file using the LZ4 compressor, but I don't actually recommend this. You then need to import the DHGR image file into your disk image. At this point, we're ready to run the slideshow on some pre-converted images. For starters, we can run the slideshow on compressed images and see why I don't recommend it unless space constrained. Under the DHGR Toolkit Utilities directory is a slides directory containing some compressed images with the LZ4 extension. We can run the slideshow telling it to decompress all the files ending in LZ4. The decompression operation leaves an annoying pause halfway through displaying the image. Image quality isn't affected except in certain cases. But again, this is a feature I don't recommend. Press Ctrl-C to exit out of the slideshow. Here we will run the slideshow on regular double high-res graphics images ending in DHGR. Notice how much better it looks. The default is to pause 4 seconds between images. This can be overridden with a command line option. Press space to immediately advance to the next frame and Ctrl-C to exit. If there is only one slide to display, it will stay on the screen until any key is pressed. The converter has a rudimentary gamma adjustment useful for final tweaks to the lowlights. The values range from 2 to -2 in integer increments, 2 being the darkest and -2 being the lightest. 0 is the default. It is better to adjust the light levels during the initial image manipulation in the GIMP. I've pre-converted the test image using a range of gamma values and displayed them in a slideshow so you can see the effect of the gamma. The NTSC conversion algorithm calculates the subcycle colors every time it's run. This allows a tint adjustment to be easily done. The values is in degrees and usually between -22 and 22, but large values can also be used for interesting effects. Here is a slideshow of increasingly large values. For the best conversion, error propagation is used to ensure colors are represented across the image. The default is 4. A smaller value tends to make the image too noisy. Larger values reduce the noise level. A value of 0 removes error propagation altogether. This slideshow displays the increasing error value, which is the inverse of the propagation strength, thus reducing the noise. The final option I want to cover is the composite gray hack. It turns out that the 2GS, certain RGB cards, and some emulators treat the two gray values as distinctly different, light and dark gray. This is annoying and doesn't match the NTSC composite color output. Here is the Virtual 2 emulator with the composite hack disabled. Notice the light and dark gray values ruining the image. And again, with the composite hack enabled, which is the default. The effect of the composite gray hack is significant on the hardware and emulators that differentiate between the grays. The effect is much smaller on physical CRTs and NTSC emulation, but not insignificant. Here is AppleWind's TV out setting displaying an image that gets pimples in areas of smooth gradients like skin. By disabling the hack, those smooth gradients will look better. Yes, it is subtle, but for the highest quality conversion, and the output is known to be a CRT or NTSC emulation, disabling the composite gray hack gives the best fidelity. Hack enabled, hack disabled. Hack enabled, hack disabled. Special thanks to Rob Sheehan for his K2 presentation program, written in Plasma by the way, and all those who have supported Plasma over the years.
All right. Thanks, Dave, for an awesome presentation. So, do we have any questions from the audience?
We do. Actually, this is two-parter. So I'm guessing we're pausing here, Dave, just in the middle to kind of catch the first half of questions, and then we'll play part 2, and then we'll go to the second.
Right.
Yeah.
Great.
So I know this is a very compressed presentation. I did it beforehand just to make sure that I didn't lose internet because I have Starlink, which usually works, sometimes doesn't. But yeah, definitely very compressed.
Yeah, I'm curious about what Dave called the saving to standard double high-res graphics format. I didn't know there is a standard. I know Beagle Brothers came up with a file save load method, and there were probably others.
Yeah, so it's just an ordering of the auxiliary memory and the main memory components of the double high-res graphics screen. Programs like Dazzle Draw, 816 Paint, all kind of defined the ordering of of the bytes. So I just, that's just kind of what we call a standard. What was the comment in Discord? Michael, I guess, also has a pointer to sort of the standard orientation of the bytes. You can kind of pick one of the two. I think everybody sort of decided to put the aux bytes first and the main bytes second. And that's just so you can import it into other programs like these paint programs and manipulate the image further.
Okay, thanks. Do we have another one? Yeah, Michael again is asking, how did you come up with the new algorithm?
So it took a long, long time. So if we go back to my initial comment about this is the spiritual precursor to my 2017 presentation on doing artifact colors, but using the Apple II GS's super high-res graphic screen, which doesn't seem like it'd make any sense because that's usually an RGB only mode. But if you plug in an NTS monitor into your Apple II GS, you can actually get these artifact colors out of it. And so that started a long history of trying to calculate the best way to convert RGB images, taking advantage of the NTSC color cycle. And we'll get into the gory, grimy details here shortly. But just like Mike was talking about in his A2C DVI, hooking up a scope to his output of his Apple IIc and looking at the bit stream that the Apple II spits out and thinking of that kind of in reverse. So instead of trying to generate an actual RGB image from the output of the Apple II, I was trying to think in reverse how to manipulate that bit stream the other direction. So that's kind of the conceptual thinking it took. Instead of using the more standard, just convert RGB image into sort of a simplified RGB model of the Apple II, it went down to the bit stream. And we'll get into the grimy details in part 2, which is a much longer part of the presentation. Hopefully nobody goes to sleep.
Well, Ron asked again, how big is your collection of double high-res graphics pictures and how many megabytes of classic cars and Star Trek ships does it include?
Too many is probably the right answer. Yeah, this has been a long process trying to figure out how to convert some of these images. So as we'll get into the next section, artificial colors or artificial images like cartoons or things with lots of solid colors don't actually convert all that well. No. Natural images, pictures, of people and nature seem to work well because it sort of relies on a noisier image. When you get something that's just a one flat color that doesn't convert super well, it actually ends up looking like our surround here, where you get combinations of colors that don't look as smooth as they would in a true RGB image.
Not a lot of fidelity, yeah.
So I have lots of pictures of old cars that tends to be my go-to source.
You'll have to publish them online at some point.
Yeah.
So Michael asked, do you process a single line or 2 or 3 lines, and how big is the local pixels for adjacent colors?
So interestingly, it's done a pixel at a time. We'll get this into the next part of the talk. I do propagate the differences, the error basically, forward, so to the right and to the bottom, and so that's where you'll see some of what looks like dithering. It's just error propagation. I do no actual intentional dithering. So it's a very, very simple algorithm, and the next section will actually get into the horrible details of what this algorithm looks like, but it's incredibly simple is all I'll say about it right now.
Uh-oh. Eric asks, can you briefly describe some of the features of Pleiades?
No, it's going to take forever. No, so Pleiades is sort of the evolution of the plasma environment. And so what you saw me working there, and again, this will be sort of the follow-on part 2 of this. It's my command line interface. It runs on top of ProDOS. Everything that you saw was actually written in Plasma, and it's just as a programmer, as somebody who interacts with the computer at a low level, I like a command line interface. So Pleiades, what we saw there was just interacting with the Plasma code and ProDOS. With the command line, I added tools for doing file globbing, so you can use like a wildcard when selecting files. So that's how I was able to do the star.lz4 and get the whole list of files that were compressed and ending with .lz4.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Any other questions? I think we do not. So I think we'll go ahead and dig into the details then in part 2.
Okay, and then we'll talk about, this was actually making the slideshow part. So this was the part that if you wanted to just get some really cool results, you would import your pictures, and then you could turn your Apple IIe or Apple IIc into just a 40-year-old digital slideshow. So, this was really just, if you just wanted to make a slideshow using your own pictures, that was the point of part 1 here, without getting into those grimy details. So I don't know if anybody had any more questions about how to make their own slideshow. We'll have more time, I guess, after part 2, but try to stay awake.
Well, let's dive into the details
Second half
then.
of this presentation deals with the more technical aspects of the double high-res image conversion process. If you only want to make a slideshow, you have all the tools you need. If you want to know more about the conversion algorithm, the Plasma and Pleiades tools and build environment, then here we go. NTSC stands for the National Television Standards Committee that came up with the broadcast standard used in the US and a few other regions around the world. The old joke is that it stood for never the same color. It's not hard to understand why. The black and white video standard was developed with technology of the 1930s and cleverly expanded in the 1950s to add color in a backwards compatible fashion. The subject of this presentation is 70 years old. Then, in 1976 and 77, Woz designed the Apple II around the NTSC specification. It drives all the basic timing of the machine, to the chagrin of all you Apple II users in PAL regions. We will be skipping a majority of the theory and focus on color representation and how it interacts with the Apple II. In our case, the video luminance signal or brightness is simplified by the Apple II to an all or nothing proposition because it outputs video as a bit stream. The NTSC video signal uses a clever way to encode color using a low bandwidth method by implementing a color cycle to represent colors across the screen. Often described as the NTSC color wheel, colors can be represented by changing the amplitude of the video signal throughout this color cycle to sum up to a displayed color. Imagine rolling the color wheel across the screen, in the Apple II's case 140 times. Some simple examples would be a zero signal through the entire cycle would output black. A full signal for the entire cycle would output white. According to the NTSC specification, the 3 color components of red, green, and blue peak at the phase angles of 103.5 degrees, 240.7 degrees, and 347.1 degrees. A signal peaking at the beginning of the cycle would generate a bluish hue. I have not been able to find out why these values were chosen. Woz used his knowledge of how the NTSC decode circuitry in a TV would interpret the bit stream coming from the computer as colors if the bit stream was output faster than the color cycle. The example I use, for us old people, is the local weatherman would sometimes wear a vertically pinstriped sports jacket, I think purposefully to annoy the cameraman. If the weatherman was at the right distance from the camera, those vertical stripes would alias. The stripe width would be narrower than the color cycle and get interpreted as color. The weatherman's sport jacket would erupt in an explosion of color as he walked around. Woz ended up using a bit stream 4 times the frequency of the color cycle. And because it is a bit stream, the amplitude is either 0 or 1, full amplitude, leading to some pretty garish colors. Doing binary math, 4 bits provides 16 possible combinations to be interpreted as colors. It turns out 2 of the combinations, 0101 and 1010, get interpreted as gray by the NTSC decoder. This explains the 2 equivalent gray values unless you are using an Apple IIgs, RGB card, or one of the emulators that decides to differentiate these as light and dark gray, even though the NTS decoder does not. This is the reason for the composite gray color hack in the RGB converter. The Apple II's graphics modes give varying degrees of control over the video bit stream. The low-res graphics mode generates 16 colors by replicating the high or low nibble of the graphics screen 3.5 times per low-res pixel for a 40-pixel wide screen. Regular high-res graphics can only generate a subset of colors because it halves the bit stream rate, giving 280 horizontal pixels across the screen. You get 2 bits per color cycle, but the post-Rev 0 Apple II could do a half pixel shift every byte for 6 high-res graphics color pixels with caveats. The Darth graphics, double high-res graphics mode, gives us control over all 560 horizontal pixels in the video bit stream, but boy does it make us work for it. Unfortunately, it took the 128K Rev B Apple IIe and later machines to support double high-res. A simple model of double high-res says there are 140 16-color horizontal pixels. The Apple IIgs, some RGB cards, and many emulators treat double high-res in this way. But in reality, NTSC color generation is much more subtle. The reason is that the NTSC color cycle isn't 140 independent cycles across the screen. It is actually a sliding window of color summation. Now we know how the bit stream is converted into a color image on the screen. Getting an RGB image represented faithfully using this model is more difficult. The traditional method has been to treat the double high-res screen as 140 independent 16-color pixels. This has the benefit of simplicity and using time-tested algorithms to convert high-color RGB to low-color RGB, doing a best attempt to match colors to a subset color space and dithering to spatially spread out the error. This method is capable of taking advantage of those display implementations that differentiate between light and dark gray, which can be quite useful, but to the detriment of an effectively lower output resolution. My algorithm, which I think is unique, calculates the RGB values of the NTSC subcycle pixels. A variety of values can be used for this calculation, but the default is to use the maximum RGB phase angles from the NTSC specification. The full horizontal resolution of 560 pixels is used to match the incoming RGB values, and by propagating the RGB differences forward, the best match should be found even if it is further into the color cycle than the current subcycle. The hard part to figuring out the algorithm was with the sliding window summed RGB value. I tried many variations looking at the preceding color cycle and scaling with different values to best match the RGB values, even looking forward to a possible future best match. But in the end, the simplest approach provided the best output. My final algorithm simply keeps a running sum of all matched NTSC RGB values scaled by 3/4. The incoming RGB pixel is compared to the previous summed and scaled NTSC output with and without the current NTSC RGB color subcycle. The best match is chosen and the difference is propagated forward. Because we are dealing with a bit stream, there is only one decision to make. Is it a 0 or a 1? By using the full horizontal resolution of the double high-res screen, diagonal lines can retain their full resolution and reduce the blocky look. Small details are retained, but colors may be lost or aliased. I will add that the results of the conversion look very good on monochrome screens as well. Colors are lost, but details are retained. Here is our test image of WAS using the Apple Win Color TV output. As we switch to the monochrome green screen output, look at the quality of the conversion. On a physical CRT, the results are quite impressive. The Apple Win emulator has the best color composite and TV output simulation I have found, but the new GS2 emulator is showing promise. The new crop of HDMI devices for real Apple II hardware is very exciting. They are works in progress, but I hope they can get to Apple Win's level of fidelity. The advanced features of the converter provide for different phase angles used for calculating the NTSC RGB values. Surprisingly, the conversion differences are not that great. The options break down as follows. The default is to use theoretical NTSC phase angles. The ideal phase angles for 4-bit subdivisions of the color wheel, equal spacing of the phase angles at 120 degrees, and simple spacing, which uses 90 degrees between red and blue, then 135 degrees between red and green and blue and green. More advanced options of the converter include brightness, which adds a value to the incoming RGB pixel to lighten or darken the pixel before matching. Saturation adds a value to the calculated NTSC RGB value, perhaps not the most accurate way to adjust saturation. Tint is adjusted by adding a value to the initial angle to start the NTSC color wheel calculation. The default value is 22 degrees. This was determined empirically with many tests. I can't explain why 22 is the best value. Perhaps being half of 45 is a clue? Still not exactly sure. The internal state of the algorithm can be dumped to the screen before conversion takes place to ensure the values are correct. The NTSC RGB values are the most interesting to review. There is always room for improvement that can be made to the algorithm. I'm unsure how much these improvements would increase the fidelity of the conversion, but here they are. Using cosine to calculate the color wheel values may not be according to the specification. I wasn't able to find the definitive answer as to how the RGB values are to be calculated around the color wheel. Saturation adjustment is a janky implementation, probably not a valid method for image saturation. And matching solid colors isn't as good as I hoped. Error propagation and the color wheel calculations may contribute to the poor performance matching pure colors. The Apple color logo required a lot of tweaking of parameters to get a close match. I would like it to reproduce such an image without so much adjustment. We'll now shift gears and check out the Pleiades environment running on an Apple II and the tools written using the Plasma double high-res graphics toolkit. Let's look at the Darth graphics demo code that ran at the very beginning of the presentation, just to show you what the double high-res graphics toolkit allows you to do very simply. Here at the very top we have our include files, which will bring in the different modules for the plasma environment, the double high-res graphics toolkit, and the sound sequencer. We then set the system flags to reserve the double high-res graphics memory. Then into our actual code, where we define our variables for our string dimensions and the actual string itself that gets printed out at the end of the demo. Then all we simply do is read the font file. The Trade 54 is a very large font, and bring that into the graphics toolkit, calculate the extents of the string, which we'll use a little bit later, and it's all very simple, right? Then we set our double high-res graphics mode, the color mode. Currently that's the only mode you can set. On the RGB card you can do a monocolor mode, but that's not enabled yet. And then we simply read in our converted darth.dhgr image. Then we use the plasma sound sequencer to play our Imperial March converted from a MIDI sequence, and it will play until a key is pressed or it is complete. So all very simple to play that whole sequence there. The library will auto-detect a Mockingbird card and use that if found. Then we set our color and we print and draw our string centered on the screen based on the extents we calculated, and down just a little bit from the top. All pretty straightforward. And then we wait for a key press, and then return to text mode, and we're done. That's all it took to code up that simple demo. Conversion of the MIDI and the image is what took most of the time. I should mention that in the Pleiades command line environment, C will catalog files, P will set the current directory prefix, and slash will back you up a level of directory. So let's edit the double high-res graphics toolkit's test harness. This file has most of the API for the toolkit is exercised somewhere in this file. Much of the data is included in line as it was written before the tools to generate sprites and other images even existed. You will find the double high-res graphics toolkit sample code under the build/dhgr.tk directory. You will also find the necessary include files to build against the double high-res graphics toolkit in the inc directory underneath the toolkit directory. Let's navigate to the double high-res graphics toolkit's binary directory and see what we have there. Under the test directory, we can actually run that test harness that we looked at earlier. It starts off drawing full double high-res graphics resolution lines. Then loads the WAS image and does a copy from one part of the screen to the other before showing us some compiled sprites and then drawing some colored graphics lines. we get to see some text, some sprites, some dithering, some more color dithering, even more color dithering. Now this is really just to show how to programmatically generate additional colors in the double high-res graphics mode. Let's navigate up and over to the demos directory. Here's the Darth graphics program that we saw at the beginning of part 1, so we can run that from here as well. Now you've already seen how simple it was to create that demo. Now that we've checked out a couple of the double high-res graphics toolkits, test and demo programs, let's head back over to the build directory and let's bring up our double high-res graphics image converter. I don't think I've mentioned that I'm using the Pleiades text editor to bring up all of our source code and edit it here on the screen. And this is at an emulated 1 megahertz. Hope you can appreciate how fast the editor is in 80 column mode. Now at the top of the file we find all the constants for things such as the NTSC, phase angles for RGB, a bunch of data for the scanline order, and other variables used by the algorithm. Things don't really start to get interesting until we get a little bit further down and we see this routine called dist. This is what calculates the distance between the incoming RGB value and the color we want to match to. It uses 32-bit integer math because it has to square values. Now we've come to the routine that calculates the RGB values of the color cycle. Now it's using some fixed point math shenanigans to avoid switching to 32-bit math. The RGB value is saved off into an array that is referenced during the color match operation. And the RGB color match follows. This routine is the guts of the algorithm. It starts off by taking the previous red, green, and blue values and multiplying them by 3/4 to get 75% of the summed previous RGB values. These three variables are global variables, and here they are defined at the top of the file. There makes them just a little bit easier to reference. Head back to our routine to show that we then take the potential current RGB color match in the saved chroma array from above, and then calculate the distance between the incoming RGB color to the current NTSC RGB color and the distance between the incoming RGB color and the previous output NTSC colors. If the distance to the current is less than the distance to the previous, then the current RGB colors will be updated to be the previous RGB colors, and we will output a 1. The difference between the incoming RGB value and the output RGB value will be propagated to the following pixel and the pixel below. What follows are the initialization routines that fill in the gamma arrays for the different values of gamma that read in the header for the portable network image format, read in the scan lines for each image, and then call the matching routine. So all that is just sort of the utility routines, and then at the bottom is where we see the output for the help message. Now that we've seen the source code and can edit it, let's move up a level and let's compile the converter with the Plasm compiler. We will output to a binary file called DHGRB. I sped that compile up quite a bit, so we weren't just watching it slowly churn away. But now we can run the resulting Plasma module, and without any parameters, it will give us the help message. All this information and more can be found on the Plasma Pleiades GitHub webpage. At the bottom of the page, you will find links to documentation, YouTube videos, and disk images. Clicking on the Plasma language and compiler page will take us to the main Plasma tutorial and definition page. This was the original Plasma page. I've now moved down here just for the language description and tutorial. About everything you'd want to know about the language itself can be found here. Documentation for the libraries and low-level bytecode interpreter, as well as other source code, can be found in this link, which is really a link to the wiki pages on GitHub. As you can see on the right-hand column, there are links to almost all of the libraries with descriptions and API, tools and utilities that can be used from the command line. And here we're looking at the actual sprite editor for the double high-res graphics toolkit. Here is the page for the image converter itself, where we see all of the details for converting RGB images. Most of the information presented here is available on this page, so if you need to reference more detail, feel free to go to this page and check it all out. Lastly, there are links to videos. There is a Plasma video playlist on YouTube that contains a whole tutorial series on Plasma from the very beginning to the final double high-res graphics toolkit introduction. I won't claim it's the most exciting video series you'll ever watch, but it does cover quite a bit of information and can supplement what you find in this presentation pretty well. I hope you like this introduction to Plasma and Pleiades. Thanks for listening, and we'll start taking some questions.
All right, thanks, Dave. All I can say is wow.
So I realized that was pretty dense as well.
A lot of complexity in there. So, well, we have a few questions here. So, without further ado, let's get started. Michael asked, Dart H. Well, he didn't ask; it's more of a comment. Dart H graphics is such a pun and great test image too.
Yeah, well, it's because double high graphics memory map is literally insanity. We all know the high-res graphics screen is pretty complicated to figure out, and double high-res graphics kind of is brain melting. But it's what we were handed back in 1983. So I know there's going to be a follow-on question about how a beginner might want to start learning about double high-res graphics. And because it is such a crazy memory layout, I think the easiest way is actually to start with one of the multitude of libraries that are already out there. I think there's a few basic extensions that maybe Bugle Brothers, I think, has for double high-res graphics. Of course, I'm going to promote Plasma, but I don't know if any beginner wants to start with Plasma or not.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Thanks, Woz. Right. He optimized it, and we have a wicked high res and double high res graphics memory map. So
yeah, but it save gates, right?
Save gates. Yep. Save chips. Exactly. Well, Ron asked, what got you interested in this topic?
Well, to be honest, graphics was my career, and started out with literally the Apple II, and I started with the Apple II Plus. So I never really spent much time with double high res graphics until literally about 9 months ago, and I always knew that it was going to be a lot of work to really make it sing. So I put it off as long as I possibly could. and so I did spend time on the Apple II GS's, super high res NTSC artifact color output. And I thought, okay, I'll never have to go do that again. But then you start thinking, well, there is always double high res graphics that we haven't tried out yet. So Bill Buckles has done a pretty amazing tool years ago for doing image conversion, RGB image conversion for double high res. Plus, he did it for other modes as well. And I always thought, is there a different way to think about this process as instead of the more traditional, converting RGB to RGB, which was kind of the way, to do it, is to kind of go back to the bitstream concept and how it interacted with the NTSC video signal, and kind of go back to the core principle of how video is generated on the Apple II. So it was a deep dive, and it took quite a while. Daniel Henderson and I went back and forth quite a bit, comparing ideas, and he would send me over some artwork to play with, and so it was kind of nice to have somebody else to collaborate a little bit with.
Oh, very cool. So Andrew asked, and you talked about Bill Buckles.
Oh, Bill Buckles, yeah.
Yeah, way back in 2012, I found a Windows utility, Clipshop, by Bill Buckles, to convert BMP to double high res. Did you get any input from him when you were creating your code or methods?
So no, I didn't. His is a great tool, and I think it really pushed forward the state of the art for image conversion at the time. And so I always kind of held that as sort of the gold standard. And if what I came up with couldn't improve upon what he had done, then I would say, next and move on. I in fact used a lot of his images that he used in his experiments, and I feel that there's some of the images work better with his algorithm. Some of them work better with mine. One of the things that my algorithm struggles with is, I think, artificial colors, like cartoonish, solid colors. I think Bill's algorithm does a much better job dealing with those kind of conversions. When it comes to like a natural image, a photograph, I think my algorithm actually does better than his.
Oh, that's interesting. You guys should combine and.
Well, Bill's been pretty quiet. I hope Bill's still around. I haven't seen him post anything in a while, but yeah, it'd be fun to get together and compare and contrast.
And compare and contrast, yeah, that would be
interesting. See if there's a way forward to even combine some of the two algorithms.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think you touched on this one, but is there any more that you can really add to this? That was my question, is what do you think are the most important concepts for beginners trying to understand this?
First off, that it's kind of a crazy
It is.
memory map. For a beginner, honestly, I think picking up one of the pre-existing, toolkits, an AppleSoft Basic extension, just to play around with it, just to see what can be output. Because it's funny to go back to a computer that's 40 some odd years, 45 years old, and see if we can make it do new and unique things. Maybe that suggests we have too much time on our hands. I don't know, but I think there was a lot left on the table. Things moved so quickly. By the time DHGR came out, we were already looking at the IBM PC was coming out. The Apple II GS came out just a couple of years later. So it didn't, I think, get as much love as it could have if it was there from the beginning, perhaps.
Yeah, I prefer to call it pushing the envelope rather than too much time. Yeah. So, do we have another question? Yeah, from Ron again. What is your, and this is an interesting question, what is your original method for getting the images into your Apple II? I mean, there's no USB port where you can plug your camera in. So do you directly scan them in? Do you download them online?
Well,
Usenet, Ron's showing his age.
Well, that was probably one of the things holding us back in the day to getting images onto an Apple II to really play with them. I mean, I know I have some old Apple II literature. I think it came with the Apple II graphics tablet, and they had some digitized images. But back then, I mean, it was a chore to get some kind of a digitized image onto your Apple II. I mean, it was a big deal. Nowadays, it's fairly trivial, and I went through the process of using the GIMP as as my pre-processing. Now I know I think Chris Torrance may have written a front end to Bill Buckles conversion program. Maybe Chris can jump in a while ago, and he sort of simplified the whole process where you just drop a JPEG or something, and it would do all the actual work of scaling it and getting it into the right aspect ratio, and then spitting it into an actual disk image. So I will say that I do have the C code versions of this converter. If somebody would be willing to take that and make a Windows or JavaScript or some kind of front end, I think that would go a long way to simplifying the process of taking something from your photo library and making it into a ingestible format into our real Apple IIs or our emulators. And that's what I use. I use an emulator. I used Apple Virtual 2 that you can share your directory structure as a ProDOS volume. So I would just literally copy the file, either the PNM file or the DHGR converted file over to a directory, fire up Virtual 2, and be able to manipulate it inside Virtual 2 directly. Now, Virtual 2, as I sort of demonstrated, doesn't do the best job of NTSC emulation. So I have an intermediate disk image that I share between Virtual 2 and AppleWin. So I run AppleWin on my Mac by way of Wine that allows you to run Windows applications. And Wine does an amazing job of running AppleWin. AppleWin, it must be very, very good about not doing anything esoteric with the Windows system. So it runs great under Wine. And so that was how I did a lot of my, first pass tests to make sure things were going the way I wanted. And then I convert that disk image onto a USB stick, and I pop that into my CFFA 3000 onto my actual Apple IIe that has a composite monitor, Apple Color monitor on it for final testing to see that it indeed did, looks as good as possible. And that's the challenge with emulators and even our new DVI hardware, is to emulate those subtleties of composite TV out. It's all analog, and we now live in everything full digital, so it's hard to match some of that analog warmth as the old school audiophiles will say.
Exactly. Well, thank you. I think we're out of questions and we're out of time. So
okay,
thank you so much. And if anybody wants ask any more questions of Dave, go over into the Discord channel and
I'll hang out there for a bit.
Yep, and he'll hang out for a bit. Thanks, Dave. All righty. Well, that brings us to next up, where Apple II TS and Back to the Future in your browser. And it'll be our very own Chris Torrance, and he's going to demonstrate some of the exciting new features in his Apple II emulator.
Hi, and welcome to KansasFest 2025. I'm Chris Torrance. Today, I want to talk to you about my Apple II TS emulator. I've been working on this emulator for several years now, and each year I make some new updates and add new features as well as fix bugs. And so this year I wanted to tell you about what I've been working on over the past year. So let's get started. As you can see, I'm actually going to be doing my entire presentation using the Apple II TS emulator, and I'm actually doing this using a piece of software called K2, which was written by Robert Sheehan and released just a few months ago. This was actually written using the Plasma or Pleiades software by David Schmenk and is available out on GitHub. What is Apple II TS? So first of all, it's a Apple IIe emulator written in TypeScript and React, and it emulates either an unenhanced or an enhanced Apple IIe with up to 8 megabytes of RAM. It has a full debugger as well as support for multiple speeds, color options such as full color or black and white or green screen. It has a variety of built-in disk images, including Total Replay and a bunch of other cool titles. It supports a variety of file formats, including the common ones like DSK, DO, PO, WAS, as well as some of the hard drive formats like 2MG and HDV. It has support for saving and restoring the entire state of the emulator, so you can come back at a later time. And then it has a variety of other features, which I've listed at the bottom. It's actually deployed on GitHub pages, and you can see the URL there in the top. It's apple2ts.com. It's a client-side only application. It doesn't need any server backend. And it works on all major browsers on all platforms, including mobile as well as desktop. And then finally, it's deployable as a progressive web application in case you want to have a standalone app on your desktop to double click. What are some of the new features that I've added in the past year? It's actually been very productive, and I have to give a lot of credit to this to Lawrence Sanchez, who came onto the project about a year ago, I think perhaps after stumbling across my KansasFest talk. And he just added a ton of cool new features, starting with the first one there at the top, which was cloud access to Microsoft OneDrive, and then we extended that to Google Drive as well. He then also added support for downloading disk images from the Internet Archive, as well as saving them as favorites. And I'll be demonstrating all of these features in just a little bit. And then finally, he also worked on doing a hot reload of disk images. And this is something that Quinn Dunkey had asked about last year at KansasFest. And so now I can finally report that we have successfully implemented that. We've also added support for a scripting language called Expect, which lets you control the emulator from a programmatic point of view. We've added support for themes, and then finally we've added a slew of other features, including scan lines, the Video 7 card display modes. There's a guided tour now that walks you through the application, and there's been a lot of bug fixes, the most important of which is supporting a lot more copy protected disks. Let's jump into some of these features. First of all, here is the emulator itself, and you can see there's a variety of buttons along the bottom that control either the current state of the emulator or preferences. If you want to know more about what these do, you can actually try our guided tour, and if you select that, it will just walk you through the different buttons and what they do, and then you can click on them and try them out at your leisure. At the top of the toolbar is a variety of buttons, including things like boot or reset, as well as saving and restoring the state. And then on the bottom are controls for things like the different colors. Let's take a look now at the new themes. So we have 3 themes. This is the classic. We also have a dark theme. And if we switch over to that, you can see it's now dark mode. And then finally, we have a new minimal theme. And this is very useful, especially if you're on mobile devices where you don't have a lot of real estate. So you can see all the controls have been collapsed and they're just on these little hot buttons in the corners. And you just click on those and it will expand or contract the UI as necessary. Let's go back now to the main emulator, and we'll take a look at the support for new color modes. First of all, let's take a look at the scan lines. Let me bring up Total Replay. I'll click on the Load Disk Images button. This is a palette of all the available disk images that we are shipping, and we'll just click on Total Replay. And then if I go under the color menu here, you can see I can do a variety of different colors, as well as amber, black and white, or I can even do black and white inverse. And then finally, let's go back to color and I'll turn on scan lines. And you can see now we have scan lines that are going through the entire image. And this will work no matter which color mode you're in. And it'll also work for text as well. So that's a new feature. And I mentioned that we have support for the Video 7 card, and this was a somewhat esoteric video card that came out in the 80s that lets you do a lot of different both low-res, high-res, and colored text modes on the Apple II. And unfortunately, it wasn't that popular, and so there wasn't a lot of software written to use it, although the Dazzle Draw program actually supports one of the modes. Interestingly, the Video 7 modes are also supported by the A2 DVI card, which is a new card that came out from Raleigh Palaviv and Torsten Brem. And that actually plugs into your Apple II, II Plus, or IIe. It has HDMI or VGA output, and it also supports these interesting Video 7 modes. The next feature I want to talk about is actually the hot reload. So to do that, let me actually load my presentation back up. So I'm going to load from a local disk, and I'll pick my presentation, and I'll start it up again by typing +K2 KFest 2025. That's the name of it. And then once it starts, I'm just going to go ahead and advance a couple of slides here. And when I was putting this together, I noticed that I had forgotten to include support for binary images in my list of file formats. So if I just switch over to this other tab, I actually have the K2 software loaded up here in edit mode. And so this is the editor that comes with Plasma or Pleiades. And I'm just going to add in bin, and I want it to be lowercase. So let me turn off all uppercase and delete that. Okay, and then I'm going to hit escape to get into command mode, and I'm going to hit the W key for write. But what you'll notice is this is actually going to save it to a disk in my local file system. My other tab over here has the exact same disk loaded. There's a special feature here called hot reload, and so I have to enable that because it's a little expensive to keep checking your local file system for disk changes. But once I've done that, if I go back over here and I just hit W for write, you can see it turns red there, meaning there's changes, and then it's going to turn white again. And then if we go back over here, you can see that it automatically reloaded the application. This is a feature that Quinn Dunkey asked for last year. In her use case, she was working on an Apple II game and she wanted to be able to compile the assembly code on her desktop and then have it automatically get loaded into an Apple II emulator so that she could instantly see the changes. So you can imagine if this is my game here and I just go over to, say, a terminal, here I'm just going to do a touch on the file, but you can imagine this would be the same thing as just compiling the code. And as soon as I do that, you can see that the emulator notices that the file on the local system has changed and then instantly reboots. Let's talk about some of the other fun features that have been added over the past year. So I mentioned that we have support now for storing disk images in the cloud. And if I load a disk, say from my local file system, and here I'm going to load the alpha version of Skull Island. And if you haven't heard of it, Skull Island is actually a new game from 8-Bit Shack. This is an alpha version that I got from Dan Henderson. And so if you're curious about this game, just head over to 8bitshack.net. This game is actually written in double low res. And if you can hear that, it has support for the Mockingbird music. And so this is using the Mockingbird card in my emulator. And so we can just actually start in the game here. And I haven't gotten very far into this. I better start as a galley rat. Am I a man or a mouse? Well, I guess I'm a mouse. And so we can just do various things, and we can set sail and see where we're going to go, etc. All right, I just hit M to turn off the music. So let's say that we've been playing this for a while and we want to save it to the cloud because we want to be able to access it from another computer. What we can do is click on the disk here and we can say save to either OneDrive or Google Drive. And I'm going to go ahead and do that. You might have to enter your credentials for either OneDrive or Google Drive, but you can see here I am in my Google Drive, and I'll just select the top level folder here and I'll save it. And so now let's just reload the page. So we've emptied out the disk here. I'll go back and I'll just say load disk from OneDrive. And you can see here's all the disks. So here's my presentation that I was working on. Here's Skull Island. I click on that. I'll just say select. And it's going to download it from OneDrive and start the game up again. And then if I make changes to this, so let's say, for example, I'm going to go in, I'll say yes, and let me turn up the music here, and we're going to do new game, and we'll start as a galley rat again, and I'll say I'm a man, and let's say, what's my status here? Okay, good, excellent. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and save the game. Okay, so it says saving, and you can see it's red indicating there's changes, but then because this is actually saved out on OneDrive, you can see it's actually synced, and it tells you the time that it was synced. And in fact, if I click on this, it'll tell you to sync, it'll ask you whether you want to sync every minute or every 5 minutes or don't sync at all. And then in fact, you can actually just do sync now. And what it'll do is it'll actually update the disk image out on the cloud. And so you can just have it do this automatically. And so you're always in sync. And Google Drive works essentially the same way. I talked about OneDrive, I talked about Google Drive. Well, what about the Internet Archive? Let me start over again, and I'll just click on the disk and I'll just say load disk from Internet Archive. This comes up with a dialog which lets you search the entire Internet Archive for any software title. We've also curated some special collections. So you can see, for example, we have the software library for the Apple, game library, we've got Apple Educational, and then finally we have the 4 a.m. collection. So if you just click on one of these, it'll just take you to a subset showing just the disk images that are in that collection. And then when you find a disk image, there's a couple different things you can do. You can actually favorite it, and that's this little star here, and you can see I've already favorited Muppetville. But we can also just click on one of these and have it just load up. So for example, let's say if we wanted to play Plasmania, we click on that, it's going to download it from the archive, and then just start it up in the emulator. Okay, and then if I really like this game, I can just click on it, and I can just say add disk to collection. Now, how do we get to the collection? If we just go back to our choose disk image dialog, you can see we actually have 3 tabs up here. So the first one is the built-in ones that are just shipped with the emulator. The second one are new releases. These are not shipped with the emulator. We actually just go out and download these on the fly. So for example, if you wanted to play the new Glider game by Colin Leroy Myra, you could actually just click on this. It would download it from its URL and then just start it up. And it just came out a few months ago, and he actually wrote this when he was learning how to program in Apple II high-res graphics so that he could write a clone of the Shuffle Puck game from the Mac. And it's actually a really cool game, and I'm kind of really getting into it. So I would strongly urge you, if you've either never played it on the Mac or you just want to give it a try, go out to the emulator and try out Glider. If you click on the Favorites tab, it'll show you all the software titles that you saved from either the Internet Archive or from Google Drive or Microsoft OneDrive. And then if you click on these, it'll just load them up. If you no longer want it to be saved, you can actually just click the star to remove it. Some other fun features that I really didn't get a chance to talk about. So we have support for serial ports, and so you can either print to a built-in image writer, or you can actually hook up your own image writer to your desktop PC or Mac and actually print directly from the emulator to a real image writer. We have support for MIDI, and so you can hook up a real MIDI device like a keyboard synthesizer and actually play music from the emulator out to that. And then finally, we have support for parameters in the URL. So you can see here I'm just going to apple2ts.com, but we can actually do things like turn on the debugger. We can load a particular game, for example. And to do this, all you do is add little parameters onto the end of the URL. So for example, if I just wanted to fire up this one, here I'm loading Apple IIts, I'm telling it to make the color white, I'm telling it to make the speed fast, and then I'm giving it a URL. Some other things you can do, you can actually embed AppleSoft programs directly in the URL. And so here we've actually changed the color to green, and we've just done a very simple AppleSoft basic program. These could be as long as you want, as long as it's not longer than the maximum URL. And then finally, because it's a basic program that's running, you can see here in the help on the right-hand side, we've actually shown just some examples of how to use AppleSoft Basic. Another thing we can do, you can load a binary file. And so here I've loaded a binary file from a URL, and then I've told it the actual binary address at which to load it. And you can actually drag and drop a binary file onto the emulator, and then if you do that, you'll get a dialog asking you what address do you want to load the binary file at. We now have the ability to load particular games from within Total Replay just by embedding them in the URL. And so you can see here I'm telling it to load Choplifter. And one other feature I wanted to point out is we have full support for gamepads. So if you hook up a gamepad to your desktop or your mobile device, it'll support any of the standard, Xbox, PlayStation, generic controllers as well. And you can just play whatever your favorite game is, and yeah, it works great. There's a lot of other features. I didn't really even get into the debugger at all, so I strongly urge you to play around with that. So for example, here we can pause the program, and so now we're in assembly. We can actually step through as we're going, and then you can do things like see what the memory map looks like. You can actually modify memory on the fly. If I load a program with graphics and then I pause the emulator, we can go over to the memory editor here, and we can actually switch to this high-res graphics mode. And when we do that, a special magnifying glass comes up, and this actually lets you look at the pixels on the screen in a highly magnified view. If you click there, then it actually takes you to that region of the screen, and you can actually modify the pixel values on the fly if you want. You can add breakpoints, and so we have regular breakpoints where you can have an expression perhaps, so only stop if the on a certain address if the accumulator is greater than a certain value, or it's been hit a number of times, and then depending on you can select a different memory bank. We have watch points, So if you want to choose a particular address to look at to see when does the value change, and then we also have built-in support for all of the standard soft switch addresses. And then finally, we have instruction breakpoints. So we can say if you ever encounter a branch carry clear, and it is, say, some sort of special addressing mode. So for example, one of the AND modes here, then stop when it hits that instruction. There's a lot more features. I didn't talk about time travel at all, so you can stop the emulator and you can go back in time. So if you're playing your favorite game and you've accidentally killed one of the hostages in Choplifter, you can just go back and pretend like it never happened. There is the scripting language, which I briefly mentioned, and which just looks like JSON, but you just put in a variety of commands and text to look for on the screen, and then you can control the emulator that way. There's a whole host of other features, and I just urge you to go and try them all out. So what am I working on next, or what are the other GitHub contributors working on? I have a bug where the emulator will occasionally drop keyboard characters if you type too fast, especially if you're in one of the super speed modes, like on ludicrous speed, for example. If anybody else wants to work on that, that'd be great. I'm hoping to add a way to assign particular cards to different slots. Right now it's all hard-coded. You get the Mockingbird in slot 4, for example, and that's it. It'd be fun to add a built-in code editor for Applesoft using this panel over on the right here to do something like that. There's a project that Lawrence Sanchez has been working on, and I'm anxious to see that. And then finally, we welcome ideas from the community. So I have a GitHub, and you're welcome to go over there and either log issues or bugs or feature requests, or join in the fun and help us extend the emulator even further. Special thanks to Lawrence Sanchez and Michael Morrison, as well as Univta0001 for lots of contributions over the past year, as well as a variety of others, including Colin Leroy, Jawad Bazyar, John Conrad, and many more. Thanks for watching, and let me know if there's any questions either here at KansasFest or in the Discord, or if you're watching this later on YouTube, feel free to add a comment below. Thanks for watching.
Awesome, Chris. I like the debugger. That's my favorite feature. I'm going to try that. So,
excellent.
So yeah, I think we had a lot of questions here. With the Discord was really hopping when you were doing that. So Michael asked for hot reloading, do you reset the entire drive state?
Yes. So whenever the emulator gets reloaded like that, it resets everything. So all the memory, all the soft switches, the hard drive, all the disk drives, and everything gets completely reset. Yeah.
Okay. Rob K, do you have any info on Video 7 mode? Are there any other software that uses that mode beside K2?
Yeah, that's a great question, Rob. There are very few software titles that use it. So I mentioned Dazzle Draw. That's one that I know of that had an optional Video 7 mode. I think there's a couple others that I stumbled across. To be honest, the one that I used the most was actually just the demonstration disc that came with the Video 7 card. And that had a way to test all of the different modes. And it's actually really confusing because the Video 7 company came out with their card. I think Apple came out with one. I can't remember the name of it, but it was like the RGB something. Yeah. And they're all slightly different. So some of them supported some of the modes. Other ones did not support all the modes. And the demo discs are slightly different. So it's a little bit of a mess. And the fact that, not very many software titles used it made it wasn't really adopted. But it is fun to play with, and it sure makes great presentation software.
And the card's hard to find too.
Yep.
So Melody asked, how do you get the rewind to work?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. In fact, I could really use some help with that too. I think I basically just save off essentially the entire state of the emulator. So the memory plus the drives, and it's not really configurable right now. So I think I'm saving it off like, I don't know, I forget, like 10 times a second or something like that. And so we only save, a limited amount of time, or maybe it's actually in keystrokes. I think that's what I changed to. So every time you hit a key, then it saves a new state. But you can imagine if you have a 32 megabyte hard drive image, like Total Replay, that uses up a lot of memory really fast. And so I'd love to change it to maybe use some sort of incremental update. So only save like the memory addresses that have changed, or if the disk hasn't really changed. I haven't played around with that too much. So, but anyway, yeah, that's what it does, is it just saves the whole state up to like a buffer of like 64 states, and then it just throws away the old ones.
That's interesting. So Ron asked, how long have you been working on this emulator, Chris?
I think it's been about 3 years now. And literally it did start just as a way to teach myself TypeScript. And so I just needed to, or I wanted to learn that. And so I just kind of started off just doing that, and just it's grown from there.
This is an interesting one from Mike. Not really a question, but I wonder if you could make it run as a VS Code extension and integrate, compile CC65, et cetera, to run directly.
Yep.
Create an image into the tool.
Yeah, Mike, that interesting you say that, because there's actually a GitHub issue out on the emulator for somebody asking for exactly this. And I think you could do that. I mean, it's not really my focus. And like I said, on GitHub, I actually, at my day job, we have a VS Code extension for our own language. And so I'm familiar with how to write a VS Code extension and to do that. But I think it would kind of distract, maybe at least distract me from the purpose of doing the emulator in the browser. And so I probably won't do that anytime soon, but I'm open to pull requests and contributions.
Do you still use Vite, Eric, from Eric?
Yeah. Vite or Vite is it's kind of a build tool that you use for JavaScript or TypeScript code. And the one I started out using was Create React App, which is actually a tool from Facebook. And I switched away from that a couple of years ago just because it was no longer supported. So Vite serves the same purpose. It builds all your application, and it kind of handles all the back-end stuff. And the short answer is yes, I'm still using that. It seems to still be working well.
Dan, Chris, do you have any plans to emulate other models, Apple IIc, 2 Plus, et cetera?
Yeah. So actually, when I first wrote the emulator, I started out doing the 2 Plus because that was just easier to emulate. There just wasn't as much complexity. I didn't have to worry about like double high res or anything. But then I quickly moved it away towards the 2 Plus or the 2E. I might go back and do the 2 Plus just because that's kind of the computer I had as a kid. So it's kind of the one that I'm most attached to. I don't know if I really want to get into the very subtle differences between the platforms. And so, for example, like the 2C, there are some subtle differences, especially with the ROM and everything. I don't know if that's something that I'm really that interested in. So I think the short answer is I might do one, but probably not all of them. And I'm not planning on doing the 2GS at all, no matter how many times it's asked.
Somebody else can do that.
Yes.
So Eric asked, would it make sense to integrate the emulator with AI?
Eric, yes. I've been thinking about that. I think theoretically there's some things you could do with AI that would be really interesting. I haven't thought much more than, wow, that would be cool. But you can imagine, I don't know, having it some built-in way to, ask it to write AppleSoft Basic programs for you, or maybe have some way for it to play a game or something like that. Like they have those things where you can teach AI to, play some sort of Pac-Man or something like that. So maybe in the future, it would be a fun area to explore.
Vibe coding in the emulator.
Yeah.
I think we're out of questions, Chris. So thank you so much. And I'm sure there's probably be some more in the Discord afterwards that people think of after. So
great.
See you over in the Discord.
All right.
All righty. Well, moving right along, we are going to go to our next presentation with Eric Rangel, and his is titled Resurrecting Douglas Engelbart with FujiNet. And this one actually caught my eye because, as I mentioned earlier, I teach a computer history class at the University of Pittsburgh. And one of the people that I focus on in there is Doug Engelbart. And he's an interesting fellow. And I'm sure Eric's going to tell us a lot more about him. But he was definitely the mouse and GUI pioneer. He pioneered the first mouse and graphical user interfaces that we use today. There is a YouTube video out there which I focus on in my class called The Mother of All Demos. If you haven't seen it, it's retroactively named. It wasn't called The Mother of All Demos, but it was in December of 1968 where he actually predicted the future. There's a short version and a long version out there, and I'd strongly recommend, I'll throw it in the chat what the URL is, but I'd strongly recommend looking at that. And he actually was the director and founder of the Augmentation Research Center as part of the Stanford Research Institute, where he developed the NLS, or the online system, which is what Eric's going to talk to us about today. He is researching some of the functionality of this system, and the goal of his project is to create an Apple II system that can be used to create educational videos which demonstrate these features of Doug Engelbart's NLS system using the Apple II hardware. So let's go ahead and roll that video.
I said I had a movie, and so I showed it. And you show it by running step by step through, showing here's the text, here if you want to, you move the cursor over, and here's how you move the cursor, and then you can click on the word, and then bingo, you can have it disappear, or you can move it someplace, just bing, bing, etc. And so you actually reframe some paragraphs step by step, then you go back to the beginning, and you run it real time, and it hit everybody I showed any place just abruptly that whenever they've been thinking about interactive computing, they've never thought about just how quickly and flexibly you could do things.
And so what could the left hand do? And he figured out with 5 fingers, if you counted in binary, you could get up to 31. And so he thought, well, maybe we could use a code like that. So he came home, I think I was 7 years old at the time, and he taught us this story about how if you, whatever, you could use your finger, and it was a secret code, you could spell things out. So you and your friends could have the secret code. So we learned this really fast, and our friends learned it really fast.
There are many, many things shown in that presentation that I wish people would go through and just sort of tabulate to say how many of those are things that fit into today's general pattern of work. And I think there'd be quite a few that you'd have trouble doing. The different viewing and the flexible jumping inside the documents. Because you say jump to link and click, the system will go searching downstream on that text to find a link. So some of the views you could say, I only want to see 2 or 3 lines of a paragraph in there. So you could fix it so you're looking at 3 lines and the carriage returns have put the link underneath it. So could just jump on the bottom line, say jump link, click on the bottom line. So that's the way I can move around between a lot of the views. And so I think we sort of showed people what links were like, in different cases used them. And there's one in which I just had a graphic thing that I just evolved through to show them the kind of ways conceptually that this sort of provided knowledge for people. And no one's ever asked me about all that, and I would really like to find an opportunity to tag all those things and outline the kind of capabilities that were represented.
The disk image kfest2025.hdv is where you mount it into FujiNet, and it boots into this menu. And we're going to configure this machine as a server. Okay, the IP address can be changed here, and the port can be changed here. And if it's an Apple IIc Plus, it needs to know that. And now we are waiting for a connection. Okay, this Apple IIc is going to run the FujiNet client. And it has to connect to the server. So it needs to know the IP address and port of the server and whether you are running a 2C plus. And now we're waiting, we make sure that the NLS server is running, which it is, and now we connect. And it sends and receives communication, and then we have to save the configuration file here. And then we can go to the server and save the configuration file there. If you don't have a FujiNet, you can still read several documents that were saved from the Hyperscope project. For example, if you go to number 14, you will be looking at Augmenting Human Intellect, Doug Engelbart's paper from 1962. NLS documents are structured into statements. So here's an example of a statement with 6 lines, and the lines have been broken at 64 character using some intelligent parsing. But each statement has metadata. So it's a level which corresponds to the outline level. So 1A and 1B here are level 3, number 2 is level 2, then 2A, and 2A1 is level 4. And then each node has a specific ID number, and the author of each statement is tracked. So CE is Christina Engelbart, and she worked on this April 24th, 1996 at 4:48 Greenwich Mean Time. So you have full provenance preserved for each statement of the document, and that enables addressability to specific paragraphs from anywhere else in the system. That's the FujiNet. So this is the communication infrastructure that simulates the NLS system, and that is the hardware simulating a chord key set and the mouse buttons with a 2GS keyboard and mouse. But the communications is all done over FujiNet. Say we wanted to send a dragon, we say 1D, and we have a tic-tac-toe dragon. And say we want to send an O to box 2. We say box 2, O, and on FujiNet, we can see the O on that monitor. Now let's look a little further at how we test this hardware, which is really just 8 buttons interfaced to paddle 2 and paddle 3. So this program called PaddleGraph is a high-res display of the paddles, and there is a short delay loop between reading paddle 2 and paddle 3 in order to avoid crosstalk between the paddles. So let's run this, and you can see at the bottom the 2 values, and the top half of the screen is what's currently pressed. So now let's press the thumb button on the left hand, and that's a 0. Okay, that's the number 1. Now let's go to a 2. With these 4 buttons, these are one paddle, and the other 3 are the other panel. So looking at the leftmost 4 buttons, this is a 1, this is a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, 6, 7, and then the pinky is an 8, then a 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 is all the way at the end. So that's digital to analog conversion. And the same thing applies to the rightmost buttons.
One of the interesting things that NLS does, just an advantage of being online, is it keeps track of who you are and what you're doing all the time. So on these statements, on every statement that you write, it keeps track of who you are and when you did it. So not only can people leave notes around for each other, but sort of automate it into how they... There's automated aid here that tells us who did it and when they did it. This picture in our system guide file is a picture of the overlay structure. Let's go look at move word construct. I just select this link, and here is the file. This file is written in one of these many special languages that we've designed. This language has helped us write the kind of fast, tight code that we want, that we have to have to operate in the time-sharing system, and at the same time, it's given us a lot of flexibility. It's also the phrase structure of the MOL. It's designed to sort of mesh with the block structure of NLS. So here I've got a while statement. To see what's in that while statement, I can move down and see its 3 statements, which is an if statement. The if statement is a single if statement, which has an if and an else part. And that whole block opens up to all of that. So by using the MOL like this, I'm able to move around very quickly in my MOL files. Also able to sort of zoom in and out of things. By having all of our compilers written in a higher level language themselves, we've been able to change them all the time. So we're not only able to quickly modify the syntax of the control language for NLS itself, or the meanings of the commands by working in our high-level language, but we're also able to go in and just change the compilers as quickly as we have to accommodate all sorts of new hardware features and experimenting that we do like that.
I'd like to be able to move around very flexibly. And then I'd like also, whenever I get someplace, to be able to, if there are various views that help me get the picture what's supposed to be being contained in that knowledge, help it portray it for me.
What are the different views?
All the different levels in there, and I'm showing you the way the location of them is described with alternate, like 4A1 means it's under the 4th main branch, and 4A means the first of the subordinate branches there, and then 4A 1, 2, and 3 are the subordinates of that. But these are things that, like this could be a chapter, and these are sections, and these are the paragraphs in the section. But it just lets you go arbitrarily deep, but keep track of it. And so if you might notice that every paragraph, or it's in there, there's only one line of it.
Yeah.
And that's because I've chosen, when I construct this view very quickly, I didn't construct it, I said, show me this view, and the computer constructed it. Then I said, I just want to see the first line of every paragraph just to help me understand what might be any place. And for instance, I can say, oh, I'm interested in this down here at 4B. One of the underlying concepts is, say, for completeness, I found something here. Well, let me jump to that. Oh, that's another view that, in my own hunting around and studying it, shows me something I wanted to make clear to myself. Well, then show it to me all wide, everything, so I can read it again.
Yep.
So these are the kind of flexibility. And another thing is, you'd like everything to be addressable, if you wish. So I could say, I want to jump. I want to jump to the item that's 7B. See, I labeled that there. This is down here. Well, it'll jump me to that then, see? It'll really show me that. And I see, oh, I have a link. That's what defines a link. It's an address, which can be much more sophisticated than that, pointing to anything in any of my files. And then on every time you have a link, you can specify that when I get there, this is the explicit view I want.
Yeah.
So let's just say, what if I say jump to link? And then select that link, and then say go. See, bingo. Just the particular view I wanted to see. What if I pick this statement here? I'll say I'm going to replace this statement with this one.
Yeah.
So bingo, it's there. And so then I can look at something like I can say, oh, you know, this language and methodology ought to be interchanged. Well, there's a verb called transpose that says interchange. Well, I want to transpose 2 of these statements, see? Bingo. I could transpose 2 chapters, sort of beacon this thing. Transpose branches. That's, well, yeah, transpose this whole branch with this one here. Bingo. And everything under it went with it. I can hit a question mark anytime, and that'll show me all the verbs. It only takes 1 or 2 letters to specify what you want, and then it comes out here full. Like pick a verb.
Jump.
Jump. So you see it's just okay. So I just hit G, and it says I'm going to jump. And then it says to where?
To.
Then I can hit a question mark if I want to. But these are all of the things that we ended up getting as specialized targets. That's where you want to jump to.
Okay, so for instance, word.
Jump to work, huh? Okay, then you have, what's this? Question mark, options. The first or the next. So I could say jump to the word first. Assume. I can click on it there. Jump to the first. Oh, there's an assume. See? Is there a next one? Yeah, there's an assume. Oh, is there another one? Yes. Oh boy. Oh, look, a lot of assumes. Huh?
How, for instance, do you go to your email and your address book? How do you navigate?
Well, I usually could jump. If I say my address book, I call PH for phone, see? And I could just say, I want to jump to PH, and I put a comma behind it, which that says it's expecting to find a file named PH. And I can go there. But if I want to, I can also say, I fixed it so the last names of everybody in there was actually the label of that paragraph.
Okay, so you go, for instance, to Hagland.
All right. See, that's what's in there like that. So then I'll go and I'll say, it gives me a chance of a view. So I'll say, okay, just look at what's Hagland and anything that's below it. See, there I am. Here's a message from Freud that says it's something like here. Talking about the documentary. That was 25 November last year. Well, let's jump that link on that. That was just a note under his thing. Bingo. There I am with. That's the email that Freud sent last November. But let's jump to the head of this and see what all kinds of categories are there.
Oh, wow.
Here are all the categories, and I can look down any one category.
Yeah.
See? Or I know that I've done it so that I said, after a while I stop showing categories and then just start showing files.
Yeah, because this is files and emails and notes. To say notes or whatever.
Yeah, see, under each one of these would be a set of emails. Something like that. See, your emails talking about hyperscope. So I stuck them all under something called, I just abbreviated as HS. But it was years and years of evolution with these basic concepts of let's keep evolving, finding more functions, adding them. If they prove to be useful, add them, refine them, do this and that, change the conventions. And so that was still evolving in the middle 80s from the middle 60s, so that was 20 years evolving. But the very early ones were made with this basic idea of can address anything and can provide views and jumping and linking. This gives me the view of the master set of files, see?
Yes.
And I can go down under each one just like it's a primary folder, see? I go say what's under that OHS one, it'll show me what's under there.
Yeah.
If there are more layers down there or not. So this was acting like a folder. Boom. So each of these is something I can link to right away. Whichever one I want. So the sort of link to it and then the name of it afterwards. Well, this I'm looking for a section here where these are kind of mail storage files down here. And
that's very sexist.
And so I can pick any one I want to and go open it up. I want to jump to item. And I know it's got a number, 80360, it's a numbered file. So I say, okay, I want to go there. And I say, all right. So then it says what view I want. And you asked for what view was it?
First sentence only of each paragraph.
Okay. The top level?
Yes.
How many lines do you want blank space between them or
Yeah,
not?
blank space is nice.
Blank space between them. Okay, do you want them numbered or not?
Yeah, numbered.
Want them numbered, all right. So I think we're ready to go. So we
Okay.
just say, all right, go. Other systems of today's settings are something you often go off and change, and then every place you move after that, those settings prevail. And in Augment, we have a lot of different kinds of settings that you can just do on the fly, because at that time it'd be more convenient if the setting were like this rather than like this. I'd like to include in this particular view that plex that thing's pointing to.
Yeah.
And it's pointing actually to the file I want to go. So all I have to do then is hit this other view spec, and it includes that, it includes in this view that thing that you're pointing to. So you don't have to actually, people don't have to actually go there. They can just have a picture of it included if they wish, and they have their choice as they're coming through whether it's going to include or not, or just tell you the name of what's there.
This Apple IIe with a mouse is running WeGUI Fuji NLS, which is just a standalone test prototype showing a document created December 3rd, 1968 by Doug Engelbart. And this is just the demo that he used in his December 8th, 1968, showing his trip to the market and what he would have to do on his way home from work. Now, if I press the X, that is changing to a view spec of one line, of only one level and one line. And now, if I press the B key, that is another view spec that increases the number of levels displayed. So level 1, level 2 is the market, then he has to go to the shoe store, the hardware store, the art supply, the drug store, and then I'm using the down arrow and up arrow to scroll, because then he has to go to the library, and he has 2 overdue books. So now if I type a B under Indians, there is text. And remember, this is from 1968. We would say Native Americans today. So you could have multiple lines of text, and that's what this number would be. Now, if I press M, it is going to display statement numbers. And here you can see that this first number is a level, and then the statement numbers are assigned, and they are permanent numbers. There is something called purple numbers, which would be like 1A, 1B, 1C, but for now I'm just displaying this. Okay, now for this statement 138, there it is multiple lines, so there's a view spec if I only want to display the first line of that statement, or if I want to display all the lines. So this is the third line of the statement. Let's collapse again. If you want to see blank lines, you press Y, and the view spec Y puts a blank line, or Z removes the blank lines. The letter N removes the numbering. And you can use the mouse to scroll and to quit.
So let's explore the Git repository for this project. What we're going to look at are these OPML source files from Hyperscope 2006. And one of them uses AI-generated code. Well, there are several Python scripts that were generated by Claude. For one of the generated codes, I stored each version that was generated by Claude, and this gives you the prompts of the text that generated each of these Python scripts. And then this version 2 is the one that I used to do the joining of the CSV files. So the purpose of this scripting was to create a shell script that would pre-process each of the OPML files that was saved from the 2006 Hyperscope project. For example, here is one of them. And this has all the structure information. So you could see what Doug did and what Christine did and when they did it in 1990. And then the node IDs and the text of each statement, all preserved in the OPML from the original Augment document from 1991. Okay, so given that OPML file, each of these, it starts with an opml.tocsv.shell script, which is here. And that runs 3 shell scripts. One creates the index, one creates the lines, and one joins the 2 index and lines CSV files into a join file. So you're going to see index, lines, and join. And all the output goes to this text file. So there's a README in here that shows the command line. So this runs this shell script and outputs all the output of the programs to a text file and what each of these CSV files are. So the goal is to create CSV files that can be used to generate data statements for AppleSoft in an efficient way. As an example, looking at tutor join, let's look at tutor join. So this CSV file, it has the structure line, and then it has a match count, which is here, this number 7 is the count of the 7 lines of text, and it's broken at words of, so each line is less than 64 characters. So that an AppleSoft version can say, okay, give me only the first line of every statement, and then it would just pull all these statement number 1s and render it on the 80-column screen. So to make all that happen, there's 3 shell scripts. So test index runs a Python script in a virtual environment. So OPML to CSV index. And where is it? Here it is. Okay, so this is code generated by Claude AI, and it's just magic, right? Okay, and then this one creates the lines. So it figures out the line number. It does the breakup of the 64 characters per line at word boundaries, more magic. And then the third one is the join. So test join.sh runs csv join script.py, csv join script.py, which joins the 2 CSV files and creates the output file and more magic. But okay, so here is the output of all OPML. So for each of these OPML files, you can see its progress, but for certain files like Augmenting Human Intellect, it found some mismatched keys that don't have structure elements in the index file. So I'm not worried about this. This can be further researched, but we have enough test data to play with.
People weren't understanding what I was saying, or if they did understand them, they would feel like it's so outlandish that they'd have a hard time believing that any sane young man or sane old man would be adhering to them. It really made it very hard to approach people when I was first at SRI, or for that matter, for decades, to write proposals for what one would want to do.
The GitHub for this project is at github.com erangel KFest 2025. And the issues show the work that is in progress for this project. This gives an overview of the project, its goals and objectives, and some background information. And then the other issues describe specific tasks like the GS mouse driver and key set paddle logic, and the idea of using a DNS file, which would have nodes that mimic the early internet when there were only 3 or 4 nodes on the net. SRI, UC Santa Barbara, and the University of Utah. There was an attempt to do some AI generation of code, which for Apple, AI is not the best, but it was tried. Thank you.
All righty. Do we have Eric to answer any questions?
No, Eric is hanging out in Discord. So if anybody has questions for Eric, head on over to Discord.
Okay, sounds good. All right, well, on to our last session for the day. It is our very own Peter Neubauer, and he is going to talk about packet radio and the Apple II. And he is continuing his 2020 overview of amateur radio and the Apple II. And Peter's going to dig into and give us details on packet radio networking. So let's run the video.
Hello, I'm Peter Neubauer. Today I'm going to talk about amateur packet radio in the Apple II. That is, how to connect an Apple II to an amateur radio and perform digital computer networking entirely over the air through radio waves. This is a continuation of my 2020 KansasFest presentation. The 2020 presentation gave an overview of amateur radio in the Apple II. This presentation is different, though. We're digging into a particular method of operation called packet radio, and it is not necessary to have seen the 2020 presentation to follow along today. So I'll start off with an overview of what packet radio is, why people created it. There's an important historical context surrounding the creation and significance of packet radio. I'll talk a bit about how packet radio works, how to set this system up with your Apple II, and then we'll wrap up with a demonstration and Q&A. So the photograph that you see here is my Apple II GS set up for packet radio. I'll talk a bit more about what the pieces are and how you potentially create this yourself. To really understand the significance of packet radio, you need to step back to telecommunications in the 1980s. Compared to today, telecommunications was much more difficult and much more expensive. Telecommunication in the 1980s and even the 1990s really meant buying a modem, buying a telephone line, and usually long distance charges. The cost of those long distance charges and the telephone line, the recurring costs were significant. And many people had a dream of free wireless digital communication. That is the ability to do telecommunications without being tethered to a telephone line and the costs that go with that. Amateur radio enthusiasts saw an opportunity. The amateur radio enthusiasts already had the radios and the antennas. Many of them also had personal computers. Packet radio was born out of the desire to connect their computers to their radios and use that as a essentially free medium for global digital communications. So the term packet and packet radio just refers to the general concept of subdividing digital communications into small pieces. And this facilitates channel sharing, that is having multiple computers communicating over the same frequency, the same channel, if you will. It also supports error correction such that a single error does not require retransmission of all the digital data. This is the foundation of all modern and even not so modern computer networking, but it was novel to bring this in the early 1980s to amateur radio. When we say amateur packet radio, it's somewhat of a vague term, especially if you have a computer networking background. Within the amateur community, this typically refers to using a networking protocol called AX.25. AX.25 is derived from a earlier networking protocol called X25 from IBM. This is incidentally also the same foundation used within Local Talk and Apple Talk. Historically, AX25 is a 1200 baud channel. Nowadays, it's pretty slow, but again, in the early 80s, 1200 baud was pretty reasonable if you're coming from a modem background. Since then, there have, of course, been many other updates, efforts to increase the speed, adopt different protocols than AX25. And however, the historic AX25 at 1200 baud still remains the most commonly used. It's fast enough for most situations, and it does not require a special radio. Faster speeds often do require special radios or modified radios, and it's easy to get started. Packet radio is still in use today. Activity varies by the region, though. Locally, I don't have a whole lot of interesting packet radio traffic. So for today's demonstration, I've actually set up a whole separate Raspberry Pi so that my Apple II can communicate wirelessly to the Pi. However, depending on where you live, you may well find that there's a strong network of packet activity. Packet radio activity today is nothing like it was in the 80s. Packet radio exploded throughout the 80s. There was a lot of interest among amateurs and computer users because, again, there weren't a lot of other good telecommunications options. Today, of course, that's different, but there's still a strong community of people continuing to use the traditional 1200 watt AX25 as well as developing new innovations. So let's talk a little more about the concrete details of connecting your Apple II to your radio. First, an amateur radio operator is a licensed service. You will need a license. Typically, the entry level in the US is called the technician license is adequate, and you can find a local amateur radio club or various internet sources to help you study for that test. The introductory test is not all that difficult. It's mostly about regulations to avoid unwanted interference. Next, obviously, you need a radio and antenna. You do not need a special radio for at least the 1200 baud packet radio we're talking about today. There are many options for radios, both radios that are currently on the market as well as historic reused radios. Only requirement is that the radio operate within the range of frequencies that you want to use and you're also licensed for. Typically, that's 1200 baud packet is within the 2 meter band, so that's around 144 megahertz. Those radios are widely available and relatively inexpensive. You also need a way to get audio into and out of the radio. Most radios have this. Most radios will have a microphone connection for getting audio in and a speaker connection for getting audio out. There is no standard for this connection. The closest we can get is what's often called a data port. It's a round DIN port on the back of a radio. If you have a choice, that's a great place to start. It's the most convenient way, the closest to a standard way of connecting to a radio that exists today. If not, many of the manuals for the radios, historic books on packet radio, as well as internet searches can turn up wiring diagrams for your radio. Most likely you will need to buy or build a custom cable to connect to your radio. Fortunately, it's not all that difficult, but it does take a little bit of time. Moving to the left on the diagram, the packet radio interfaces to your radio through audio frequency signals. So you can actually listen to the packet radio signals, and they sound pretty similar to the same audio tones that you've heard out of a modem. Fortunately, this makes the interfacing to the radio easy. As I said, most radios already have connections for these speaker and microphone signals. The next piece is what's called a terminal node controller. Now, if we're trying to do packet radio on a modern computer, we'll connect the radio typically to a USB sound card, plug it right into your modern computer, and then everything else happens in software. However, the Apple II is not fast enough to be able to do that. To pull off packet radio, first of all, we need signal processing capabilities. That is the ability to turn the audio frequency signals coming from the radio into data, and then data back into audio frequency signals. That's the modulation, demodulation, or the modem piece. Additionally, we need a microcomputer to implement this AX25 networking stack. Again, with a modern computer, that's easy. With the Apple II, it's simply not fast enough by itself to pull that all off. In general, personal computers were not fast enough to do all that entirely in software until the late 90s. So the terminal node controller is a box of hardware. There's many different vendors available that incorporates the analog electronics to the modulation and demodulation, and a small purpose-built computer. The Z80 microprocessor was popular for this purpose-built computer. Other microprocessors were used. Some of the first terminal node controllers used a 6809. Then after the Z80, some moved on to the 68HC11 as a method of reducing cost and size of these devices, and still later, TNCs moved on to the 68,000 processor. On the analog side, the earliest TNCs have literally a stack of op amps inside, but as technology progressed, we got application-specific integrated circuits to simplify and cost reduce, and then eventually digital signal processors before finally desktop computers were able to catch up and take that over. The TNC typically interfaces to the computer via standard RS-232 serial port. Then finally, on the left-hand side, we need our computer. Any Apple II computer with a serial port will do the job. I'd recommend an 80 column card simply because there's a lot of text, but that's optional. The built-in serial ports on a 2C, 2C Plus, or GS work equally well. On the software side, on the Apple II, you can use a standard terminal program such as ProTerm. However, that's not necessary. However, there's purpose-built software that does a better job. In other words, a standard terminal program works, but there's additional features that make packet radio easier, and we'll see some of that in a moment. So this is my Apple II GS setup. On the right-hand side, I have a Apple II GS with a CFFA 3000 and an Apple squeezer. You don't need a GS, you don't need an accelerator, you don't need a CFFA. Basic 5¼ inch disc is more than adequate. I simply use this because it's what I had on my desk, and I wanted to use the Apple squeezer's HDMI output for video capture. On the left-hand side, we see the amateur radio pieces. There's a serial cable going from the modem port on the back of the GS over to the TNC. That's the black box. I have the AEA model PK232MBX, which is a fairly popular, widely available, used model of TNC. There are many TNCs out there. The period packet radio books often have a summary of some of the different models. Really, any model of TNC with a serial port will do the job. I take a look at what's available used locally. The TNCs are usually not particularly desirable, and therefore they're usually available relatively inexpensively. They're also available widely on eBay. The TNC then connects to the radio on the top. there's a custom-built cable that goes from the back of the TNC up to the radio. And then finally, the radio connects to an antenna. The antenna is outside outside this picture, however. For the purposes of this demonstration, I've also set up an entirely separate Raspberry Pi. On the bottom, you see the Raspberry Pi. Stacked on top of that is a sound card and a small LCD. In the back, we see another radio, which is attached to another antenna. There are no wires between the Raspberry Pi and the radio and the Apple II side, so everything is done wirelessly. Most likely with this setup, I could move the Apple II on the order of 10 to 20 miles away, and depending on antennas and terrain and what have you, most likely would also be able to work. Here's another picture of that Raspberry Pi. Gives you a little broader view. And now we are ready to jump over to the live demo on the Apple II. For this, I'm going to use software called Apple Packet Radio. That is available out there at the link that's listed below. I was aware of Apple Packet Radio for several years. I knew about it in 2020, and then last year at KansasFest, I came across a floppy disk titled Apple Packet Radio, and that reminded me of that. So I'm actually using a copy of that disk with this Apple Packet Radio or APR shareware. So right now I'm going to jump over to a video capture from my 2GS. And I'm going to step out of frame so I can get to the keyboard that's at the other end of the desk. This is the splash screen from APR. I'll hit enter. And here we go. So now we are connected to the TNC. The TNC has sent us a little bit of text. Right now I have what's called monitor mode on, and the TNC will print out any data that it receives. So in this case, we most recently received that it's received a broadcast from call sign KD0QXJ-4, which is my Raspberry Pi that's about 15 feet away. This is where we need to know the command set unique to the TNC. There is unfortunately no universally standard command set. You will need the manual matching up with your TNC. Fortunately, there's enough similarity that whatever commands you're using with your particular TNC will likely be very similar to what I have here. First thing we notice is what's called a split terminal. This is a very useful feature compared to a traditional serial terminal that APR offers. So as I type, the text I type will show up at the bottom underneath the horizontal bar, and then the text I type in will be echoed in the top pane, as well as any incoming data from the TNC. This is helpful because unlike a telephone modem that gives you a point-to-point connection between two stations only, the radio can potentially connect to many different stations at the same time. So I could receive transmissions from another station in the middle of typing. So splitting the terminal up into these two pieces allows me to continue my typing uninterrupted while still monitoring any incoming traffic. So first thing I'm going to do is issue a connect command. So that's C, and then I'll enter the call sign I want to connect to. I happen to know it's KD0QXJ-4. And it takes a moment for the connection to kick off. Okay, I am now connected, and the remote station, in this case my Raspberry Pi, is sending out a menu. The menu is entirely customizable over on the remote station. Different nodes, as they're called, run different software, offer different features. Many offer the ability to chat or talk with other simultaneously connected stations. AX25 offers a combination of connected and disconnected modes of communication. Right now, we're using that connected mode of communication. So the TNC is taking care of sending a packet of information, getting an acknowledgement from the remote station, then if necessary, detecting errors and retransmitting. And that all of that happens transparent to me as the end user. It's very similar to a BBS experience. In this case, I am going to play Zork. Why not? And there we go. So Zork is running over on my Raspberry Pi. Other software could run there. Again, it's up to the person who owns and runs the remote stations to decide which services they want to offer. And in this case, this is running a software package called DigiPi, which includes, among other things, Zork. So I could continue to use this, and I'm not very familiar with Zork 1. I don't know if this will work, but we'll demo it. All right, made a small bit of progress, but I think that's enough Zork for the moment. There are often large networks of packet radio nodes, so it's also possible through multiple other send my packets through multiple other stations. With the basic AX25 implementation, I need to know that route. There are other pieces of software that came later and build on top of AX25 and provide some of the automatic routing, such as rows and NetRound. But we're not using that here. We're making a direct connection to the end station. And I think I remember the command to quit. And I did pretty poorly, but that's okay. Now I can go back to the menu system, and I could continue. I could then connect to additional nodes. I could use one of the other services. This particular node also offers a mailbox capability, so I could leave a message for another operator to connect to in the future. So that wraps up my demo for today. I think with the information I've given you, you can get started, potentially set up your own packet radio connection, either with an Apple II or something else. And I welcome questions. Feel free to reach out to me if you want advice on setting this up or choosing your TNC. And thank you for your time.
Thanks, Peter. That was a very, very interesting talk. So, it was a lot of chatter, a lot of questions here. So we have about 7 minutes or so to answer questions. Hopefully there'll be enough time.
Okay, thank you. And I'm always happy to follow up on Discord later.
Yep. So Ron's question is, what sort of costs are people looking at getting involved? Should they buy new or used equipment, and what's the best place to start?
For the TNC, I recommend you use. TNCs are now obsolete, but there's many available inexpensively, either on eBay or sometimes at local ham radio swap meets. At eBay prices, you can get a good TNC for under $50. That's the swap meet, $5, $10. Partially depends on the model and partially depends on luck. On the side of the radio, you don't need anything special. A radio like this, it's $20 on Amazon. It's got the radio, it's got the microphone and speaker connections, and even comes with an antenna. Of course, better radios are more expensive, but those aren't necessary to get started.
And you don't need a license, right?
You do need a license to transmit. You can listen all you want. The license itself doesn't cost anything. However, you might need a book to study or some other resources. And there's various online test resources. Yeah.
Okay. So David asked maybe a comment here. Love the combination of interests. Peter, I have a great fondness for classic radio programming and classic radio hobbies, as well as the Apple II. Thanks.
Yeah, I find I have limited hardware time, limited hobby time, so I like to combine different hobbies into one. I'm also looking at building a portable packet radio setup because I also enjoy hiking, so why not take it along?
All right. Jonathan asked, what bands do operators tend to use for packet radio?
Most packet radio is on the 2 meter band. That's around 144 megahertz. Those radios are relatively inexpensive, such as this. There is packet radio activity in other bands, such as the 70 centimeter band, as well as in the HF bands. For that, you'll likely need a different radio, different antenna, likely a bit more expensive. But there's a lot less activity there.
All right. Do you know about the Computer and Radio Museum at Camp Evans, New Jersey on the New Jersey shore? It was once a terminal point of transatlantic cable. This is from Jim.
That's fascinating. I did not know about it until I read this. Thank you for sharing.
It was awesome. I've been there, and it's just unbelievable. How large or complex of an antenna is needed to credibly use packet radio? This is from Dan.
It depends on how far you want to go. An antenna like this is more than adequate. I have a larger antenna on my roof. It's a quarter wave antenna, but that's overkill for what I've been doing today.
So just the rubber ducky is fine.
This will get you going, yes.
Okay. How active is packet radio these days? I'm likely to encounter other stations if I live in a reasonably sized city. Another question from Jonathan.
Yeah, it varies widely. Some areas do have active traditional packet radio amateurs, but other areas don't. Packet radio is also used for some other applications. There is a email over radio service called WinLink, which is a fascinating and fantastic service, but I'm more interested in the traditional uses of packet radio. There's also another service out there called APRS, which is frequently used for transmitting positional and tactical awareness type of data. That's probably the biggest modern use of packet radio. You can monitor that with your traditional TNC.
I'm into Meshtastic. Can I do packet radio on LoRa?
I don't know. I've never tried that. I know there's a lot of different areas of experimentation with packet radio. Even well throughout the 90s, there's a lot of interest in faster methods of communication. More recently, that's continued, leveraging some of the more modern digital signal processing techniques and mesh radio techniques. I don't know specifically about LoRa, so if you find out, please let me know.
So Brian asked, is this essentially like a BBS but via radio?
Packet radio is computer networking over a radio, and there's different things you can use that for. You can do a keyboard to keyboard chat with nothing else in between. You can also build a BBS. You can have file downloads, file transfer capabilities. You can have messaging capabilities, games such as you saw with my demonstration. So it can be used for BBS. It can be used as a general purpose computer network as well.
Interesting. Yeah, I knew an engineer back in the 80s, maybe late 80s, had an Apple II, and he was decoding, I think he was using the TRRS signals to decode weather maps and print them out on his image writer.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah. There's a lot of other activity out there on amateur radio. This presentation was specifically about packet. Something else that's fun to do is decode slow scan television signals coming from the International Space Station. Typically every couple of months there's a broadcast, and because it's receive only, there's no license. I haven't figured out how to do that on my Apple II yet.
Interesting. All right. Can aviation handsets be used for this? This is Zeb.
It depends on the frequency coverage of your aviation handset. You will, assuming it covers the right frequencies, you will be able to receive packet radio, but transmitting packet radio is going to require something licensed for, or at least modified for, transmission in the right band. So a aviation handset most likely, or at least not legally, won't be able to transmit on the hand bands.
What about using a scanner like this, Peter? But there's, like the Radio Shack scanners that you used to buy back in the day to listen to the police calls and fire calls and cellular phone when it wasn't encrypted.
Yeah, it's great for receiving. And
Okay.
all the TNCs have a monitor mode. They'll print out all the traffic that they receive. Don't need a license, don't need much of antenna, and you hopefully already have that radio. So that can be a good way to get started.
Well, I think we're all out of questions, and we're just about out of, well, we are out of time here now. So thank you. That was a awesome presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate the time. I'll be available later.
Alrighty.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, Ron.
How are things?
They are good. What a day, huh?
What a day indeed. We actually have kind of a last minute addition to the schedule that Peter was talking about earlier, and you also teased, which is our vendor open mic. We set aside some time between now and 5:15 for people that wanted to hop on and talk about the neat things that they are working on. So let me go ahead and I'm going to add some people up here to the stream with us. We've got Ken and we got Josh, and I think there's a couple of other people that are going to join us here shortly. But I am interested to hear about the fun things that people are working on and making available to fellow enthusiasts. So, oh, and there's Chris Torrance too. So who would like to go first? Do we want to just go ahead and we can stick somebody up in the corner and then just go clockwise? Does that sound okay?
Sounds good.
All right. Well, since he just muted himself, we'll start with Ken.
I was going to nominate Chris. All right. Well, thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's always a pleasure to speak to the KansasFest community. I'm here with several exciting announcements. First of all, I'm here representing JuiceGS. This is a quarterly Apple II magazine. It arrives 4 times a year in your mailbox, not available as a PDF. It's print only. This is the latest issue featuring Colin Leroy Mira's Shuffle Puck game. And of course, we have the KansasFest ad on the back. So this just arrived in subscribers' mailboxes within the last few weeks. This is in the second issue of our 30th year. This magazine has been in print since 1996. This was our 100th issue, and this was already 5 years ago. This was in the year the 25th year of our magazine. And so this year is year 30, and there's always the question that we have with our staff, should we keep going? And it turns out we all hate really round numbers like 30, and we decided we can't stop here. So in 2026, we're going to continue publishing with our 31st year of JuiceGS. So if you are already a subscriber, odds are you are signed up for automatic renewal, and the prices for next year that you will be charged on January 1st are the same as what you paid this year, which is $21, which includes shipping for all 4 issues in the USA, $26 in Canada, $30 everywhere else. Those are US dollars. Now, I have a couple of exciting announcements around that. One is that there are a couple of things we always do at KansasFest that JuiceGS always does, which we can't necessarily replicate in this virtual online format. So the first is the vendor fair. So I'm not available in person to take your money, but we have 2 great ways to work around that. One is we are offering a sale through the end of calendar month, July 2025. We are offering 15% off our back issues, PDFs, and hardcover books. So if you want to buy any of the first 29 years of JuiceGS in print, or if you want to buy the first 20 years in PDF, if you want to buy some of our specially themed online issues called Concentrates, and if you want to buy Dr. Steve Wyrick's book, Sophistication and Simplicity, in autographed hardcover format, you can get those for 15% off, plus shipping. Those are all on the online store right now at juiced.gs is the website address. No coupon or discount code needed. Discounts are automatically applied at checkout. The second thing we're doing for the vendor fair is if you want to buy something in person, I will be at Init Hello, which is the Apple II conference happening in Hunt Valley, Maryland next weekend. So a week from right now, you'll see me in person just outside of Baltimore. The other thing that we can't really do online per se, like we do at KansasFest, is the Ryan Suinaga Krispy Kreme Memorial Night. Every year we distribute donuts in memory of our friend Ryan Suinaga, who would always do exactly that when he would fly from Hawaii to KansasFest. He was the editor of JuiceGS before me, and sadly he passed away back in 2011. He was in his early 40s when it happened. So we always raise money for a scholarship fund at his alma mater in Hawaii that is in his name and his memory to help the next generation of social workers. Since, again, we can't necessarily take that cash in this virtual format, what we are instead doing is that through the end of this month, July 2025, any purchase in the JuiceGS online store of at least $5 will result in an additional $10 donation to the university in Ryan's name. We have an anonymous benefactor who's going to double your purchase in the form of a donation to Ryan's scholarship at the University of Hawaii. So all those details are on the JuiceGS website, or will be in about 24 minutes. A couple of other quick things I want to mention, though, in addition to JuiceGS, is there have been, so earlier this year, actually, we being Quinn Dunkey, M. McGinnis, and I, did an episode of the Open Apple podcast. This is a podcast that debuted back in 2011 and ran for many, many years, and then went into a many-year hiatus, and then there was a new episode earlier this year. And people were so excited to have the new content by the original host, and I was excited about that too. And they were asking, is there going to be more Open Apple? And the answer is no. But for the last 8 years, I have been co-hosting a Star Trek podcast. In fact, I love it so much, it's my phone case. And every season of Star Trek that airs, I have a new co-host who helps me review all the new episodes. Star Trek Strange New Worlds Season 3 just debuted this week, and my co-host for this season of Transporter Lock podcast is M. McGinnis, with whom I launched the Open Apple podcast 14 years ago. So if you like the energy and the synergy that was ever on the Open Apple podcast, you can hear it again on the Transporter Lock podcast, found at transporterlock.com. And speaking of podcasts, every year KansasFest does a mega podcast where all the independent individual retro computing enthusiast podcasters out there get together and do one big show together. That tradition continues tomorrow night, Sunday night, July 20th, at 8 p.m. Central. So this is an official KansasFest event. We will be streaming it live if you want to watch it live, and an edited audio edition will be available after the fact in your favorite podcatcher and your favorite podcast stream, whether it's Open Apple, Floppy Days, Retro Computing Roundtable. It'll be available for anybody who wants to share it on their stream. So that's what we got going on. Check out juiced.gs for those discounts and sales, and check out transporterlock.com for the podcast. Check out init-hello.org for the conference next weekend happening just outside of Baltimore. Thanks so much.
All right. Oh, no.
Sorry, we're having technical.
All right.
issues. There we go.
Thank you, Ron. So yes, I'm Chris Torrance, and I have a store. So it's ct6502.org. And if you go there, I have lots of merchandise. So I have t-shirts. So you can get your Oregon Trail Choplifter t-shirt. I have the Tangy Pack, which Rob Kim demonstrated earlier. So that lets you hook up a Apple IIc to HDMI or VGA. I have copies of the Assembly Lines book by Roger Wagner, and this is either in hardcover or in fancy spiral bound. And then finally, coming soon, it's not up yet, but I'm going to have my emulator that MFA2 Workshop has created. And so this is a teeny tiny little Apple II emulator with a keyboard in it. And I only have a few of these, but I'm going to put those up. And so that's from MFA2 Workshop. So head over to ct6502.org. And you can check all those out. And that's it for me.
Hey, I'm Josh Clark. It's amazing first KansasFest for me. I'm new into the Apple II community. Been a Mac lover my whole life, but I've kind of dove in. The timing's been perfect. I got an Apple IIe right about the time the A2 DVI card was coming out and got really enthusiastic about that. And I got an Apple IIc right about the time Mike Neal's working on the A2 CDVI. So I jumped right in because I love doing electronics and I love playing with stuff. So I jumped right in and made the little tiny board for the A2 CDVI firmware. So I've got that up for sale. I'm just blown away by this community and really happy to be contributing back into it. So hope everybody really can enjoy some awesome options. These modern options to enhance the Apple II experience is just amazing. How much stuff is really entering in. So that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Megan Lemmert, lead programmer and project leader of NoxRKS team, the NoxRKS team, I should say, the Sword and Sorcery role-playing game on the scale of Ultima 5 that we released in 2020. And amazingly, it's been 5 years and people are still discovering our game and our love for the Apple II that was poured into it. We have had 5 production runs of box sets to date, and we still have a handful of them left from the last run, which are for sale at our website, 6502workshop.com. They're going fast with people tuning into Apple II content this week and this weekend. And as many of you know, development has continued with an expansion pack released in NoxRKS in 2023, and now with a full sequel that's in development, NoxRKS 2 Dragon's Mirror. If you'd like to know more about some of the technical details of what we're up to, I encourage you to read my article in the June issue of JuiceGS. And many thanks to all of you for your interest and support of our projects, and especially our Patreon supporters. And if that's something that anyone would like to support us in that way who isn't already, you can do so at patreon.6502workshop.com.
Hey everybody, I'm Ron with Ron's Computer Videos. Give me just 1 second. I want to share my screen here to show you some neat things that have been going on in my neck of the woods. There we go. All right. So the criticism I got last year at KFest was, you got a lot of neat stuff, you don't have any Apple II stuff. So what I did is I made a joystick adapter that allows you to go through and connect multiple joysticks, koala pads, I'm going to assume hardware keys, and just about anything else that plugs in through a joystick port, mouse, whatnot, to your Apple II. So the idea is that you can plug multiple things in. If you've got older style joysticks that plug into the main or the DIP 16 on the motherboard, that you're not bending those pins, maybe you can leave them plugged in all the time. But I've got a bunch of neat designs and stuff over at jcm-1.com, including a revised edition of the Pico Micro Mac, which is what I talked about at last year's event. It's a hardware design that basically cleans things up. We have a brand new firmware that Androda, if you're familiar with their work in the community, has worked up that resolves some video distortion issues and stuff. And I believe that our firmware, which has also been contributed back to the project, is the only one right now that resolves that issue. So that's kind of cool. There's also a new 3D printed case that Gutbaum created that kind of looks like a little, like a Quadra 650 / Performa 600, Power Macintosh 7100. Just kind of a neat case so you can put it in if you want to just not have a bare board out on your desk. Lots of other things. It's all worth checking out. Of course, there is the, let me see. Nope, that's on Gutbaum's page. Give me 1 second. I'll show you this. But this is a big project I've been working on for a long time. Cat Macs have always been kind of a big part of people hacking to try to, add more storage, add different options and stuff like that for their classic Macintosh machines. We now have a whole series of cases that will you can basically pull a motherboard out of your Macintosh SE or your SE30, your 128, your 512, your Plus. Eventually, there'll be a case for Classic and Classic 2 with some special driver boards that basically replace the power supply, replace the video output circuitry, and allow you to connect a modern display. So that way, if you're a Twitch gamer, if you're somebody that streams classic Macintosh games, whatnot, you can actually put this in a nice little box that'll sit on the corner of your desk and output it directly to whatever your capture rig is and show things off online. But lots of neat stuff. It's all available over at jcm-1.com. The other thing that I've got going on is occasionally I make t-shirts and things like that. I've got a whole bunch of new stuff that's out in the store. Everything right now is on sale for like $12. This is the best time of year to buy them because I don't make any money. So go and buy the shirts. This is mostly just about putting fun things out in the community. One of the new shirts that I actually just made is this new shirt. It says "Escape keys are for quitters." If you understand what this symbol means, you'll get the joke. If you're somebody that likes classic Macintosh stuff, you can get a Performa. Come fly away. It's fine. Anyway, but lots of funny shirts out here. Pippin ain't easy. Whatever it is you're into, it's here. Thank you very much. Did we have anybody else that popped in for the vendor show or anything? No?
Nope, I think that was it.
All right. Well, do we want to go ahead and get the ball rolling on awards?
Yes, let's do that.
All right. Hey, thanks to all the vendors that stopped by this evening. We'll be sure to go ahead, and we've been running ads and stuff throughout the day. If you are somebody that has some stuff that you'd like us to add to that vendor segment, you can probably reach out. I'll have time this evening to add stuff to that. So thanks, everybody.
All right, thank you. Just a quick reminder, Hackfest has now ended. If you have not submitted your entry, frantically head over to the Hackfest 2025 channel and get it in there before anyone notices, please. Next up, I'd like to present our Apple II Forever Awards. Starting in 2020, the KansasFest committee began to award members of the Apple II community who had made significant contributions to the Apple II, either past or present, a recognition for everything they're doing to help preserve our platform and our community. So for our first award, Jay, would you like to present it?
I would definitely do that. Yeah, it's an extraordinary honor to present the Apple II Forever Award to Dan Bricklin, whose groundbreaking work fundamentally changed the course of personal computing. As the co-creator of VisiCalc, the first spreadsheet program for personal computers, Dan transformed the Apple II from a hobbyist machine into a must-have business tool, legitimizing it in the boardrooms and offices across the world. His vision and innovation unlocked new possibilities for what individuals could achieve with a computer, sparking a software revolution that still echoes today. With this award, we celebrate not only his enduring technical legacy, but his continued inspiration to generations of thinkers, makers, and dreamers. Thank you, Dan.
Dan was not able to join us, but we'll contact him and he'll get his plaque in the mail.
And he'll get his plaque in the mail. Yeah, I'll reach out to him. Do you want me to?
Thank you. Congratulations. Let's switch over to Chris.
Okay.
Chris, would you present the next award?
Yeah, so actually what I'm going to do is, so the next award is actually going to go to John Conrad, who was instrumental in creating educational software titles back in the 1980s on the Apple II. He's actually giving a talk tomorrow And I was just checking, I think it's at 11 a.m. Central Time. So I think what I'd like to do is just wait until tomorrow, and then we can present it to him in person after his talk.
That's a good call. Thanks, Chris. Jay, back to you.
Yep, back to me. So it is a privilege to present the Apple II Forever Award to Jeff Mazur and Dean Claxton, dedicated champions of the Apple II community whose unwavering passion and contributions have kept the spirit of this legendary platform alive. Jeff and Dean's deep expertise in Apple II hardware, from expansion cards to disk controllers and peripheral interfacing, has made them an invaluable resource for enthusiasts striving to maintain, repair, and enhance their own systems. Their careful reverse engineering work, hardware diagnostics, and documentation have preserved critical knowledge that might otherwise have been lost to time. Whether helping others troubleshoot obscure hardware issues or contributing to the restoration of vintage machines, they embody the hands-on ingenuity that defined the Apple II era. For their technical excellence, generosity, and enduring impact, we are proud to honor them with this well-deserved recognition.
Wow. Well, I will speak for Dean as well. I'm sure we're both as humbled by the award. And, you know, I will just say for myself, it's just been an honor to work with this group of people and to be part of this community. I tell you, every day I talk to people and mention that we're still working with Apple II computers. And once we get past the strange looks, people get it, that it's just a way to keep something alive and to make friends. I will tell you, just from the comments that I've received so far, first of all, there's a lot of ham radio operators I wasn't aware of that are in this group, plus a lot of people from Michigan and even U of M alumni. So we've made some new contacts here. And I will just say in honor of JD Micro, which has really only been around for about 4 years, we've accomplished a lot, and I think we're quite proud of that. So I thank you for the award.
Thank you. Congratulations, Jeff. Our final award for this year goes to a pillar of the community and the Apple II and KansasFest community. He's a longtime leader and supporter of KansasFest. He's a mastermind for the garage giveaway. He's a collector, an archiver, a sharer, a connector. He's generous, and he's a friend to many, including myself. Sean Fahey.
Well, thanks, guys. This is kind of unexpected.
You have any thoughts you'd like to share?
What words, Sean?
Speech.
Well, it's been a great run being part of KansasFest in the leadership in the committee, and I've met a lot of wonderful, cool people in the community, and I'm looking forward to continuing that. The Apple II means a lot to me, and but it's the people that make it all worthwhile. Thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Sean, for everything you've done and will continue to do. Thank you to all of the award winners. And it's always tough picking a handful of awards each year because so many of us, or so many people, past and present, who have done so much for the Apple II and for the community. Thank you to everyone.
And I will I'm glad to share this screen with Sean. I mean, it's an honor.
I feel the same way, Joe. Hope I get to meet you in person there before too long.
Let's not wait too long.
I think we're about ready to wrap up for today. The pin discount code will go out in about 10 minutes via email. Let me know if you don't get that. And Jay, would you like to give us an overview of the schedule tomorrow?
Absolutely. So tomorrow we're going to kick off with creating retro relics with Javier. We're going to hear from Brian and Bill about Apple's blast from the past and from Call Apple. We are going to all get on a 10:15 to 10:45 one, talking about the state of KansasFest from all of us. Then 50 years of history with the Apple II from John Conrad. But we will see the second part of Dan Bricklin's demo, saving software curiosities. Josh is going to talk about that. Our very own Martin is going to talk about Apple Pascal, and language near and dear to my heart. That's what I learned structured programming on. And then I'm going to talk about power of the past, and I'm going to show a modern SFX power supply for your old Mac. And then what's new and next with the A2 FPGA, that's Ed and Josh, and Claude MCP server for the Micro M8. April and Melody is going to show us that and do some vibe coding for fun and frustration. And then we'll wrap up tomorrow with the Hackfest Awards that have just ended a few minutes ago.
The stream link for tomorrow will go out tomorrow morning. As always, if you have trouble, let us know. We'll be here. Any other closing comments?
Apple II forever.
Apple II forever.
Apple II forever.
Apple II forever.
II forever. Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night.